all the way really past November. Okay, and just hopefully he doesn't win. And I'm not trying to offend any Trump supporters. I'm just sharing my point of view. But here's the thing: they can use this now to say why, as we saw the news clip from Vivivac talking about, he can go ahead and disassemble the Department of Education. They can disassemble the FBI because you already got the Marshal Service and the DEA, so he doesn't need approval to get rid of the. And they can use this poor response from the quote unquote Secret Service, okay, as justification. See, these people are getting paid and they're not even doing their job. They're going to milk this every which way but accurate in order to support what he wants to do. The very sad thing is that they can't outright blame it on a black person, but some type of way they're either going to say he was from the hood or he was adopted by some black American. Some type of way they're going to try to put it on us when it's all said and done. But yeah, Trump is he's going to milk every bit of this that he possibly can in multiple ways.
Yeah. So what I would say to that is, I think he has every right to, if he took a shot, and even if it was a grazed bullet, or if it was glass that flew from a bullet or a projectile, then it kind of lends itself to that reality where they're going to get a lot of campaign donations, money's going to be pouring in. It's kind of like, in some ways, it's not unfortunate that he survived. Obviously, it's unfortunate that this is going to have the opposite effect, and that the people who, whoever this guy, I'm seeing a lot of reports that are essentially asserting that he is the guy. Now, of course, you got to get an official report before you can actually officially say it. But everywhere online seems to think that this guy is the guy. And so I think Professor was saying, he thought he might be Hispanic, but in that video, he does sound like he's speaking Italian. There is a report that's saying that he is Italian. And he does have that Italian look, that Southern European look about himself. The question for me is, how did this motherfucker get in the United States of America? Like, why the fuck is he even here? If he's a foreign assassin, how is he even in the country? And so that's probably something they probably really want to take some time and really, really think about. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Miss Rella.
Yeah,
and
you're in the Matrix.
I'm in the Matrix again.
Matrix, right?
God damn it. Okay, thank you.
You're right. They're going to be able to use that too. And
God damn it, bro. This is going to be like every 5 seconds, bro. Every 5 seconds, I'm going to be in the Matrix. Okay.
And still attach a green card to every college graduate. So it's like I said, they're going to make it work. Where however they wanted to. That's the sad part about it all. That's just the sad part.
To be honest with you, Black, I think now, with it being a guy that's considered an immigrant that's in this country and that did this crime, or considered the one that did this crime, now you're looking at people that's saying, hey, look, we really want immigration reform and we want these people up out of here. So now you're going to be looking at more and more people saying, hey, man, we want these people gone. I think you're going to get white people that's going to be really behind it now. Because, see, you got to think, these are the people that's been dragging these folks up in here. And I'm talking about the elite white people. They want these folks up in here as the new slaves to take our so-called spots, as they like to call it. So I think now, because you're seeing more of these immigrants committing crimes, and this guy did what he just did, now you're going to see a lot of the so-called white people be like, hey, look, It's time to get these folks out of here. I don't care who they are, Italian, Greece, Hispanic, whatever. It's just time for everybody to go.
But the thing about that too, though, Professor, is there are, like you said, the elite are the ones who want them here because they're the corporation owners, they're the billion millionaires, and so these lower accepting wage individuals is beneficial to them. So again, on Monday before noon, they're going to twist it one way, and then on Monday at 12:15 p.m. they're going to twist it another way, and at 2:45 they're going to flip it another way. So they're just going to be smacking it, flipping it, rubbing it down, whether this was a legitimate attempt, whether it was staged. So let's put this in the atmosphere. I feel like it is healthy for individual skepticism about whether this is true, whether this is staged, whether it's whatever. For individuals, such as the room we're in, and discuss.
You're going in and out now.
Because we might land on. Well, let me get on it.
No, you're just going in and out. I don't know if it's a space doing it or not.
Space. But I was just saying that, and I hope I can be clear here, but I was just saying that I think it's healthy to be able to discuss if we don't agree on who shot John. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? If people who think, it's the Republicans, it's okay. The Democrats, it's okay. It's staged. It's okay. It's okay to have and express our doubts and our concerns, and we're discussing it like adults. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that at all. It should be encouraged. So with that, I land.
And I agree with that. Shout out to the space. Shout out to the only male Cruz holding it down. Hello, Black. I had to literally restart my phone. I don't know what's going on with this space or what's going on with this, as Professor calls this platform. Hey, Professor, Black American Homeland. Shout out to the room. I saw the video of him getting shot. Say it again.
I was saying, how you doing, sister?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, it's crazy in America right now. I think I need to get me a plane ticket and get out of here.
Oh, Lord. Listen.
And hello, Professor and Black. How you guys doing?
We all right, Black Homeland. How you doing, bro?
Doing great. And as you were saying.
Yes. So, what I was saying was, I watched the video, and as he was grabbing, it's almost as if was he waiting for it to happen? And like Mel said, even though if it was staged or not, we do need to have this conversation, and white America is going to have to address the fact that they have foreign nationals or they have foreign immigrants in this country that blend into the community with them, and they allow it. They come over here and become incels. You know what I'm saying? So destabilization doesn't always look like it's from this country. It has always been that Europeans and other whites that have been in the world have moved all the way around the world, and they have been a part of destabilization of places in other countries and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get to a point where we have a conversation where we now can identify who are these people that are propping up Trump, propping up Biden, propping up particular figureheads and organizations that actually go against the American people. I think that is a conversation we should have. We should open it up. We should definitely dig deep, because at the end of the day, when we get ready to start voting and things like that, you need to pay attention to who's in your politics, representing you and not representing you. The impact that it's having on us on the state and local and federal level. like bump these whole party politics and people want to be fans and fanatics and stuff. Look at what's really happening. This man shot at Trump. He didn't go down, and Trump standing there putting his fist in there like that. Like that's black power. What was that? A white power? What is that? Like, and nobody in the crowd left. They didn't even try to get off stage. You telling me none of them people feared for their lives as much as they be hollering? They feared for their life. A sniper just tried to snipe him, and nobody left. He's standing on stage. The Secret Service surrounding him like they're not trying to really move him off stage. Come on. Did they tell everybody we're gonna reenact we're gonna have a what do they call it? We're a real life simulation. Don't be alarmed. Stay in your seats. Ain't no way that I'm standing there. Somebody just tried to snipe you. And I'm still standing in the background. No, they didn't even move. And then he acting like he, like this. So did he clip his ear? They said, okay, you got to clip your ear. And then, the blood will run and we're just going to, he is an actor or, a TV professional. I'm just saying. It's just like they're gonna try to milk this. As we just learned, Joseph. And again, much like what's going on with the Democratic Party, don't allow this stuff to sway you to support somebody, because at the end of the day, if they don't have nothing specifically lined out that they can speak to you specifically in this country as an American, a descendant, Black American, the things that we are also in need of, that the United States is supposed to be under the Constitution implementing and upholding. The Confederates running around here trying to overturn and uphold, talking about some they upholding their history. Yeah, y'all out here violating the Amnesty Act of 1872. That's what you're doing. Treason. I call it treason. So I'm not for either one of these older. They need to be sitting down somewhere. And it's sad that they're trying to prop up these only two candidates. I'm tired of them. I am.
Hey, Rella, I've seen this before in other countries, right? Usually in a situation where there's a possibility of a president being assassinated, right? The president cannot show weakness. He has to show courage and strength, right? So he can't be seen like running away or ducking or anything like that. He has to show courage because look, he's leading a country, and if he's not able or seen as a person that would protect the people of his country and whatever, right? Then he's not fit to be the commander in chief and president of the country.
And you know what? I think I've heard that before, but I say this. Courage is not standing there to wait for the next bullet to hit you. Courage is actually making it to the next day, and then you get on the podium, right? Surround with your Secret Service or your protection, and then you put out a message, and you send a message. That's at least how the U.S. used to operate. So that situation of what just took place with him, and him balling up his fist and pumping it in the air, that looked like that was some other, like, you're not a martyr, sir. No, that was ignorant. And just because around the world they don't have no comprehension of what survival is, doesn't mean that America is not strong. It means that you don't stand there and wait for the next bullet getting ready to hit you.
Black Homeland Billa is right. That dude was acting, and he knows how to do it. She is on the money, because every time I go back and look at this video, to me, this dude took the moment to put that fist up there And he was like, "Hey man, I'm gonna milk this. This is my hero moment. Hell yeah, this is me right now. Yeah, I'm gonna show the world I'm the hero here." He knew.
Oh, there's an actual video.
Yeah, the video shows him when he's pumping his fist. That's what Rilla's talking about.
Okay, hold on. I got to find that video. You have any Jumbo?
Yeah. I think we put it in the Jumbo. Well, if it's not, I'll put it in there. Hold on, I'll put it in there.
How you doing, DJ and Sean? How you guys doing? And Benjamin.
I got a quick video.
As we just learned, Joseph, you weren't listening to the program here, but Lester Holt, NBC News, just reporting that one of the attendees has deceased, has died from injuries as a result of the shooting. Joseph, you told me off camera that you may have witnessed this, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you in this tragic moment, but can you describe what it is that you saw?
I was attending the rally. I was in the set of bleachers, the very far left of the podium where President Trump was speaking. I was there with friends. I heard several gunshots. The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed, fell to the bottom of the bleachers. Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand. And then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point because half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots right away. My friend, he hit the deck. I was kind of looking around just trying to see where the shots were coming from. It seemed to me like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers. It seemed to me the man got hit in the head from behind. He was killed instantly as far as I could tell. And at that point, a state police and a SWAT team, started evacuating the bleachers, and then I helped carry the man out of the bleachers to a tent that was behind the bleachers.
You helped carry the man yourself. What was his condition when you were carrying him?
He's deceased. He died.
How close were you to him?
A couple yards. It wasn't very far.
Did you know the man?
No, it's a police ranger. They put a towel over his head and then carried him off.
And you said there was another woman nearby who was also injured. Where was she in relation to him?
I believe she was in the bleachers, like either above me or just to the side of him. But it seemed like she was kind of at my flank, and then she flinched, and it looked like she did take in a gunshot wound to the forearm and hand.
Joseph, from where I was standing, we heard multiple gunshots, 8 to 11 shots. We've been hearing it replayed on the video here. Do you remember, can you tell, I know it was a chaotic scene, but at what point, was it immediately when you heard the gunshots that he was shot, or was it later on into the firing?
The first 7, he was hit and she was hit within the first 7 shots. I counted 7 shots.
What was going through your mind? You were right there. I know it happened so quickly, but what can you tell us about those moments?
First, I was in shock because I know what gunshots sound like, so I knew they were gunshots. I couldn't tell from where they were coming from. And when I noticed someone got hit, then I noticed, well, it seemed like they were coming from behind me, and it just was pandemonium. And then I heard some more shots. I couldn't quite tell where they were coming from, but I counted the first 7. They were very loud, very close. And it killed one man and wounded another woman.
And Joseph, you told me that you're a doctor, you're an OBGYN. How did that background play into how quickly you were sort of able to assess the situation and know what happened to these individuals and know what was going on?
Well, I told the police, I tried to render assistance. I told the police I could render assistance. They had another physician on the EMT team, so they kind of took over. So they weren't really need me, so I kind of helped carry them down initially out of the bleachers. There wasn't the man that got hit. There was no assistance that needed to be given, and unfortunately, his family witnessed the whole thing. It seemed like he had several family members in the bleacher with him, and they were quite upset. They didn't know. They were in shock. They didn't quite know what's going on, but the man was definitely killed instantaneously.
Could you tell us sort of how many family members or people who knew him were with him, and what was their reaction?
I thought there was 5 people. Two of them were relatively hysterical. So, but they were, when we took the man out of the bleachers, he went to the tent. There was an aid tent or some type of tent behind the bleachers where they took the body, and they immediately evacuated the family with them. And the 2 out of the 5, it seemed like, in shock, hysterical. Like they were still trying to process what was going on.
Joseph, from where I was standing, we heard the shots. We saw the president go down.
Yeah, I saw President Trump get hit.
Yeah. What can you tell us? What details you remember?
It seemed like his head was off to the side, and it seemed like he got nicked in the ear.
Was that before the Secret Service took him down to the ground, covered him?
Right before the Secret Service. I mean, it was maybe, again, it's hard to tell, time dilates when, it seemed like it was a second or two. Like that first 7 shots that went off, the man got hit. He was killed almost instantly. The woman in the bleachers, she got injured, like she got hit in the forearm in the hand. And then in those rounds that were fired, again, I was videoing the event, so that's when I saw Trump get hit. And it seemed to me like he was looking to the side and the round grazed his ear.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right there because as he's saying it, they're showing the video. And yeah, if you're looking directly at the podium, it's ironic that behind him or signs that saying you're fired, there is an irony there. But he does turn his head horizontal to the podium almost. He's kind of looking off to the side. And that's when his hand goes up to his ear, and then he drops to the ground as these Secret Service agents are essentially pulling him down to the ground. So that is actually quite interesting that it wasn't the individual wasn't in a position where he was looking directly at the podium the way the cameras are. And what I know about this area, again, this is Butler County, an hour north of Pittsburgh. They have these fireworks displays. They have county fairs. They have a lot of regular events during the summer up there. And it's an open field, essentially. It really is just an open field. There's some farming and stuff going on up there. And so these buildings, which are kind of sporadic throughout, they're probably where they store their farming equipment and other things of that nature. It looks like the Secret Service, they're on like a red building, which is just one of those metal fabricated buildings. And then the sniper dude is on a tan building. Another metal fabricated building. So it may be that he was off to that side, which if you're looking at the screen, it would be Trump's right side, because that's the side that he actually, smacks his ear or whatever. So that building was likely off to that side. Now, the guy saying he thought it came from behind him, but again, off to that same side is where that red building that the Secret Service agents are at with their sniper rifles, with their scopes, steering at this individual before the shots actually go off. And you can watch that up in the Jumbotron. We put that up in there. So it appears as if it just was a lack of security. It was a breakdown in security. People died. It was real. If that bullet was an inch to the left or right or whatever the case may be, it was a headshot, and it was a clean headshot, and the Secret Service didn't do anything to prevent it. That, to me, is the biggest problem in the situation. And I'm going to also include RFK Jr. in this conversation, because he's been begging for Secret Service. I remember way back before I really kind of tapped into what he's got going on, he was in California at some event, and there was a guy who was dressed up like a security agent with a bulletproof vest on, who was trying to get into that event. And he was saying then that he needs Secret Service. He's been actually saying it a lot. He's been screaming it. I need Secret Service. I need Secret Service. And Biden is the person who essentially, from my understanding, would have to authorize that. But I would hope that after this event, that they would give that man Secret Service protection. They would have him in these the next debate, and that his campaign is actually what would I call it? Blooming is probably the way I'll put it, at the right time, because it's 4 months into the election and he's gaining traction and he's on all these states. I think it's like 30 plus states at this point. And so, I want to get into that conversation. This is a very important conversation, but Trump did survive. So let's just understand that. And if there's any updates throughout it where we get the name of the shooter officially verified, and the name of the victim, if people want to post that, so be it. But I do want to get into the RFK stuff because it's a lot and it's going to take most of the night to play the videos. I played that He Got Game song from Public Enemy. I did find the lyrics. It's a line. Ray, who was Ray Allen, who had a role in that. I think he plays Denzel Washington's son. He's the basketball player in that movie. So the line is, Ray scared of his shadow, doesn't matter, ? Thought of reparations, got him playing with the population. Now this is geniuslyrics.com, and they give what their understanding of what this lyric means. They say reparations are the controversial proposal of paying the descendants of slaves for the hardship imposed on their ancestors. Playing with the populations could be interpreted as manipulating the Black community through disenfranchisement, denying access to proper health care, and excluding them from living in healthy environments in order to prevent reparations from ever happening. I'll take it a step further. It sounds like genocide to me. In other words, thoughts of reparations got them playing with the population, that if we can genocide these people off, we'll never actually have to pay that debt that is owed. So that was from 1998, Public Enemy. I don't know what the fuck happened to Chuck D. He's probably, in my opinion, one of the greatest disappointments from his rapper revolutionary persona to who he is in real life. They're completely, totally opposite from everything he posts on Twitter. And it's very disappointing, but lyrically and the imagery that they put out was like some of the best imagery probably since Malcolm X in terms of revolution. So you got to separate the individual from, whoever this person is, the person behind the character, I guess, who he was playing seemingly. But yeah, so King Arthur's coming up to request. I'm gonna let you speak, brother. I'm gonna give you like a couple minutes, and then we're gonna get into the RFK stuff, unless someone else has something more on this Trump thing. All these reports are saying that it was a bullet. Again, so we got to get some official, what do you call it? Hospital records, I guess. I don't, it's kind of like Meg Thee Stallion. Was it glass? Was it bullet? Was it fragment? Nobody will ever say what really happened. But in this situation, they show pictures of the teleprompter still in full tact after the shot was, or after he went down to the ground. So if that's an accurate picture, then it probably, a matter of fact, as I'm looking here, as it's freeze framed, I can see those teleprompters still sitting there unscathed, and he's down on the ground. So I don't know where the glass would have came from. So just take that for what it's worth. But King Armstrong, you got it.
Hey, what's up, brother? Peace. All right, listen, right? Here's the thing. I mean, we got to understand the level of technology that is available, right? The glass is translucent. That's what they didn't know. You know what I'm saying? So whoever tried this thing, right? The glass is translucent. It's invisible. You can't see it, right? Okay, so let's get back to the history of it. The guy that killed Lincoln, right? After that went down, he cloaked himself, right, in a military uniform to attend his funeral, right? Now, when you are deep into the history of it, right, and how this thing go, because like I say, I'm an Oklahoma right now, lineal tie to it. But I also have ties to that Mason-Dixon line, you know what I mean, right there, Maryland, Pennsylvania. You know what I mean? So, remember the guy Fetterman? That, you know what I mean, defected from the Democrat Party, but tried to try to get back. Right? The thing is, we have to understand the people that were actually voting for who they are, right? You know, and when we understand that, you know what I mean, and we do the research before we actually vote on whoever, right? The Trump family ain't never owned no slaves. You know what I'm saying? You know, Joe Biden them did. Obama and them did. Kamala Harris family did, right? So if we're talking about, I mean, if we look back in history, we're deep into it, and we know who's who, what's what, and we make it a business to know who's who, what's what, so that our votes are informed, right? Because Trump was up there in that land right there, you know what I mean? It's a swing state, obviously. But Joe Biden and them, they have even the Quakers mad at them. So how the fuck do you get Quakers mad at you? You're not Quakers. Like, I mean, when you ride through that land, you see the Quakers coming through with their little carts and shit, their little buggies. Right? They ain't bothering nobody. You know what I mean? They not, you know what I'm saying? So it seems, right?
I know who you are, nigga. And you don't.
Hold on. Let me think. Right? You things, right?
You go through my time, man. You just grabbing. Okay. So
hold on. So it seems, right? Listen, come on, bro. Let me get this out, right? So it seems, right? Now, the thing is, this situation today, right? Shots is fired, you know what I mean, at this rally. This is not even a president. You know what I mean? He's not even in the chair. Right? This is somebody that's running again for presidency. So guess what? That takes us back to the Alexander Hamilton bird duel. I mean, because we want to act like this shit is new. No. People have died behind these ideological differences. Look up Alexander Hamilton and the duel he had with the guy Burr, right? In New York.
I have not seen something
right?
as bipartisan.
So, I mean, there's so many elements here, and that's going on. So our people actually should be, if they're not understanding the history and know the history, right? Then we should be, you know what I mean, just on the learning part of it. Right? Hold on.
I told you not to come up with these papers, bro.
Black Jordan. What you mean? This is me all the time. What you mean, John?
Jordan, can you play the
Everybody
video?
knows this is me all the time. Everybody that fucking on this face is me all the time. I got a whole business. I do business. I build homes.
Okay, brother. Could you bruh, King
So hold on. What I'm
King
telling,
Armstrong. Look,
what
no.
I'm telling our
Okay,
people
I'm
to
gonna have
do
to mute
is
you. Look, we're gonna give you 30 seconds to land your plane. We got a couple other speakers that came up to speak, and I do want to play another Trump video. This is from a week ago. It's actually Trump supporters. So imagine hearing this video.
I'm not necessarily a Trump supporter.
Imagine hearing this video and then understanding what these people are thinking after the fact, because this is from a week ago. But yeah, please land.
I get it, bro. I get it, right? I'm not trying to come in conflict with what you're saying or what you're talking about, right? What I'm saying to our people is, if you don't understand the historical context of this thing, right, then be quiet. You know what I'm saying? Because the only thing that it's doing is fueling a fire that does not need to be lit, right? Because if you light this fire, right, a lot of our people don't have the money or the resources to defend themselves.
That's true.
Right? Okay, so the only thing that I'm saying is, in the historical context of it, right, look into the Alexander Hamilton duel with the guy Burr. Right? They were fighting in duel. One got killed behind ideological differences when it comes down to all things American.
But that's not what that's.
No, it ties into the present because, like Trump said a few years ago, if you don't understand the history, you will repeat it.
So again, that's why we have to have the conversation. So putting in your speech or your submission that, well, if you don't understand or you don't know the historical reference of it, be quiet. That's not how you have a conversation.
I mean,
that's not how.
Come on.
No. I need you to. But I need you to hear. I need you to
get on the mic. Every time I get on the mic, right?
You're not. But you're not. You're part. Listen, I don't want to see. I don't want you. I'm trying to finish my statement. I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you. Okay, I'm going to remove you now.
Right?
All right. So this is what I'm going to say because I'm not arguing. I'm not going to argue character or whatever it is you got going on. At the end of the day, when we're having spaces and we're having discussions, it's kind of a give and take, right? You coming in somebody's space and you are over talking the host. I didn't interrupt you at no point. I actually was trying to listen and let you get your stuff off. But if you're gonna disrespect me, I'm gonna return the energy and it's gonna be worse. So all I'm saying to you is we don't have to listen to you. No one has to take what you're saying as golden. You don't even have to take what I'm saying as golden because apparently you don't care. And if you don't care, then go find a space where you can get off what you want to say, record it, and then and hope people go in and they want to listen. Because apparently that's the energy and that's the type of communication you want to have. We're not having that communication here. It's give and take. There's a respect here on the floor. And that's what it has to be. You can't come in a room talking about people shouldn't talk about stuff because if they don't understand a historical reference. Some people are coming from the examples of real life experience. Professionals come in here, people who are look, shout out to Bear Arms is up in here. He's a professional in weapons. I'm just trying to understand, how is it that you believe that somehow we should all still give you the floor to impose or to imprint what you're saying, and you don't even want to have respect for the host? I yield and I land there.
Okay, let's get to Black Idaho and then Brother Bear Arms.
Peace and blessings. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hey, I just want to say this is a pretty historical day today, and I hope everyone's taking care of themselves. Now is not the time to be picking sizes and acting like superheroes and super Negroes and all that good stuff. We still have a mission, and that's to protect ourselves. So I hope you guys are going to take this as a moment to reflect, to stay out the way. I really wanted to come up here and say, has anyone gotten a photo of the shooter in question? I'm just trying to make sure he's not one of us and all that good stuff. So has anyone seen a picture of the guy?
Well, the picture on the rooftop, it definitely doesn't look like somebody black. But you can't really tell. You can only see like somebody laying down. So I can't call it, but I can say for sure they're not black. from the picture that they had presented from the rooftop that I saw on Twitter.
I posted a YouTube video of the alleged killer. Well, yeah, I guess you could call him that because he did end up killing somebody. So I can put it up in the Jumbotron, and I can also put it down in the purple chat.
Appreciate it. You guys stay powered up, man. Crazy times. Trump 2024.
Nah, we in here about our people's business. Ain't no Trump 2024. It's our American business. If Trump don't have an agenda for us,
no disrespect.
Okay, I'm gonna finish my statement. Man. Hold on, I'm gonna finish my statement. No, it's not Trump business. It's not Trump business. It's not Trump business. And see, this is the disrespect that I'm talking about. Y'all sit up here and want to force and push y'all. If you want to vote for Trump, that's you. The discussion that we should be having is that do they represent an agenda that actually meets the American people? We the people. That is what it is supposed to be. The people. It is supposed to be about the American people, not the figureheads that want our votes. If they don't have an agenda that meets and benefits us that we can fully see, meaning that Black Americans literally are Americans. Your agenda does not speak to Black America. It's an all-in-one, meaning that you can't even define in your agenda who you're talking about while sitting around in the Confederates running up and down the streets. How are you going to deal with that? Because if this dude was a non-Black person, Italian, so you tell me white terrorism can't be in your agenda? You're telling me you can't identify the things that we know that we're seeing in real time in your agenda? You can't speak to those things? I'm not in here championing a white man. Forget that. No, your agenda needs to be specifically to Americans. And Americans are coming all different people. And one of the people is us.
Hey, let me ask.
We can openly say that.
Let me ask Black Idaho. Because I think he said something Trump. I forget what you said, but at any rate, what has Trump? Because we are, I think they say we're 4 months away from this election. What has Trump put on the table?
You went low on me. You went low. I don't know if it's just me, but you're kind of cutting out low.
It could be. Oh, damn it. Okay, I'm gonna have to go in and come back out. If oh God, they're gonna do this all night. The question is, and I'll go in and come out, what has Trump put on the table for Black America? Everybody that talks about this guy is pointing to immigration as this saving grace that's going to solve all our problems. What has he said at any point in time that is going to benefit Black America? That's the question.
I mean, it's doesn't affect us, and I think we need to stop acting on fear. We kind of let racism calling everything white supremacy, where we have a bigger issue, which is immigrant supremacy. So when you say, like, what has he done or what hasn't he done, I think that a lot of us aren't giving him a chance. We don't want to sit at the table. A lot of you guys want to vote blue, no matter who, and you guys are acting in fear. So it's keeping a lot of us back. Everyone wants to... You always want to live, you guys don't want to branch out and treat this country like it's yours. This is our country, and we should start moving around and acting like it. We have two options. Okay. We have two options. We cannot afford to sit out. We cannot afford to sit out and ride the couch and act like we have a candidate that's going to represent us. We have two options, so we should pick one.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it that way. I hope you stay in the space. It's going to be a long space. It's going to be a lot of information. If you don't get to hang out the whole time, it'll definitely circle back. So I'm going to surmise, and I'm not getting paid to do this. I want to make that very clear, because if I was getting paid, I would also make that very clear. I think there may be some people who have been pushing Trump that may be getting paid. And I think that they should let the people know if they're actually getting paid to do that. Because influencers who have influence should get paid if their level of influence can turn people, especially in this area of our existence, politics. If they're not getting paid and they're doing it for free, I actually question that. I'm going to spend one night on this particular topic, and then I'll tap into it occasionally here or there. But I think we do actually have a third option. That's why the title of Space is RFK Jr. And before this event happened, this space was going to be 1000% about RFK Jr. and everything he's done and everything he's been saying that has not filtered into this particular circle of conversation. And it's interesting because he has said reparations on multiple occasions. He got attacked from the left. He got attacked from the right. And he still kind of doubled down on the things that he felt that he could do. And that's a very important distinction, because he, as far as I can tell, and the videos will actually let him say it in his own words, he's not a person who offers things and empty campaign promises. He does need education. There's no question about that, but everybody needs that. And I certainly am not where I was at 4 years ago, thanks to all of the conversations and comments and posts and spaces where I've gotten to a better understanding of all the things that are, pertinent to the reparations movement. However, he does understand lineage reparations. And so I think he just needs to be tweaked. But he is in the middle of Trump and in the middle of Biden. So he essentially is in agreement with some of the Democrat policies and some of the Republican policies, but not all of them. And that to me makes it very interesting and something that no one talks about, although he's been on countless Black influencers podcast over the last year or more talking about this stuff. I think it's his voice. His voice is gravelly. It's hard to listen to. Sometimes it's hard to hear what he's saying, but he has a website with a Black agenda on it. And here's the thing. Some of the Black influencers actually helped craft that Black agenda. It actually has the word tangibles in the agenda. And it is specific in the sense that he talks about Black America. Now, does he know about delineation? Not in the same way that we do, but I think, again, a conversation would get him there because he does understand lineage, even though he doesn't talk about it in that term. He talks about it in terms of descendants of people who were enslaved. But it still is an attorney, a lawyer, a person with a lawyer's mind who understands that that is constitutional. In my opinion, he's way beyond anybody else in this race that legitimately has a chance to be a president that would actually put tangibles on the table. And so that's why the question is, for people who would tout Trump outside of the immigration, because here's the thing, he talks about, immigration as well. And he talks about it in a way that's similar, more closer to Trump than it is to Biden. So people can understand that. But it just seems like, for whatever reason, this information hasn't trickled down into this group. And I think that with 4 months to go, with him already on 30 states, already over 350 something odd electoral college votes potential, he says he's going to be on all 50 by the time the election rolls around, that we're missing an opportunity that, one, a vote for him is actually a vote for Trump in many people's minds. I can't consciously, morally vote for Trump. I just can't. And it became very clear a week ago. We did a whole space about why. One of his staffers, a Black American, sat in a space gaslighting about that fucking Project 2025 shit. And to be quite honest, that turned me off permanently, because it's one thing to lie as a politician. Okay, politicians lie. Get it, got it. However, that was a lie that wasn't worth telling, because there's too much evidence that he does know about it, that he is a part of it. Vivek Ramaswamy essentially ran on that fucking Project 2025, to be quite honest. His whole platform was about Project 2025. They just wasn't calling it Project 2025 yet. It is well known in those circles that that shit existed for over a year. And he would either be incompetent or he would be lying. And I don't think he's incompetent. So he was being extremely deceptive, and it wasn't necessary. That leads me to believe if he's willing to lie about something as blatant as that there's no limit to what he's willing to lie about. Biden is a piece of shit. I would never vote for him. But this particular individual, which I'll show through these videos, has stood on at least having a level of honesty. Even when they're accusing him of heinous things, he's not lying about it. And for me, that's where the value is. So even if, for whatever reason, the reparations movement got behind this guy, he's in the power circles, in as much as he's an attorney who's been fighting corporations and the government for most of his career. His family obviously is in government. He's a Democrat who was forced to be independent because the Democrats wouldn't give him a legitimate primary. They canceled the second half of the primaries because they essentially said nobody's going to fucking challenge Biden. So it is what it is. They've been using every tactic in the book to keep him off the ballot, to keep him off of these debate stages. They're starting to really go after him because he is actually gaining traction after that debate. He had his own debate where he answered the questions after Trump and Biden answered. I hope he's on the next debate, because it actually will give people a chance to see the differences between Trump, Biden, and him. I think we need to tap into this person. I think the woman Angela Stanton King, I think is her name.
Yes, that's right.
I don't know if people have issues with her. Whatever, it is what it is. She has a foundation where she helps women. She helps mothers. She was a part of his campaign. There was something that happened to where she's no longer a part of the campaign, but she still actively supports him.
Can I just mention, because I was actually in her space when she talked about it. Mm-hmm. So she was saying that she doesn't even have a problem with Trump, and she hadn't talked to Trump in a minute because his staffers alienated her from him. Right. And after promising, after promising to support Angie's house, they literally pulled out of promising the funding that they were going to give her for Angie's house, and literally showed their asses to her pretty much. And so that's the reason why she can't support him, because it's the people around him. And so that's why I'm saying I'm in agreement with you. People normally come into this space, maybe they haven't been in this space and they don't know who we are. We don't trout we don't bang Biden or Trump up in here. We talk actual policies and facts. So that's why I really think, our people really got it messed up. They really do. They got it real messed up around here. And they really want to do the same thing that they are accusing Democratic voters of doing. You just want to get in one party to be the same people that you was in the Democratic Party, and not really making sure that you're actually getting out of what it is that you're going to be asking for or demanding as an American citizen. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're not understanding what we the people is and where that comes from, and you're saying we're American, and you're individualizing yourself as, well, when Trump was in office, I was okay and I did X, Y, and Z. No, you weren't. You're an individual who lives in a society. You go outside, you will still be accosted by cops because there's somebody that runs the state, local and federal government. Trump was not staying there with you if a cop comes up and does something to you and gets off with impunity. He's not going to be there if you're looking for a job or own a business and you need permits or you need stuff signed. There are people in position that are part of the administration that work on the state and local federal level. So if you're just thinking it's all about Trump and you're not paying attention to the people who are going to be in office of his cabinet members that's around him, then you're fooling yourself and you're not demanding what you need so that you can get your full protection. That's what Angela was talking about. She didn't say she wasn't Republican or anything. She said, I'm about policy and I'm about people doing what they say they're going to do. That's being American. Yeah. That's real patriotism. And not you banging somebody's name.
And shout out to Angie. Shout out to Auntie Angie's house and all the work she's doing. I know she did secure a building and she was seeking funds. I'll try to find that tweet and put it up in the Jumbotron. So yeah, I think we've unfortunately had blinders put on. And we're like, again, because if I was the Republican Party and I knew that Black Americans were essentially in trouble, I could essentially get that vote, which he already got 8% of the vote the last time. They're talking about as much as 30% of the vote now. I could get that vote without doing absolutely anything at all, because at this point, the political landscape says that it's very clear the Democrats intend to replace the Black vote with these immigrants, of course, no matter how violent and satanic these fucking people may be, push them out of their communities, force a reverse migration, possibly, if people get their minds right. There's that part of it. But at the same time, I don't got to do anything for these people. Trump went to the Libertarian caucus. They booed him. They almost booed him off the fucking stage, and he was throwing shit at them. I'm going to give you senior staffing positions. I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you everything but the fucking kitchen sink. And he hasn't done anything like that. He goes to these Black events and doesn't offer any fucking thing. To be quite honest, I mean, I've been watching these little videos of him going to these Black events. He talks about Black America. He says, oh yeah, you guys built the country, yada, yada, yada. But it's all lip service. It's nothing about, you're going to get this, I'm going to do that. Here's the plan. Here's the Black agenda. There's none of that. It's a bunch of surrogates who may or may not be getting paid by the Trump campaign effort. And they're not telling us, but they're not saying anything about a Black agenda. All they're simply saying is we got to stop immigration. Okay, cool. Well, again, like I said, Robert Kennedy Jr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is also on securing the borders. So he does mimic that in as much as he understands that this is a fucking problem. The amount of immigration coming to the country is a problem. He actually, and again, I'll try to put him in the purple pill. He relates it to the fact that we suffer from all this homelessness, and that instead of spending money on Ukraine or all these other things, we could put all the homeless people in homes. We could be taking care of American citizens. That's to Ms. Rella's point. When this guy talks. He talks about America and Americans, and he does talk about Black Americans specifically. And he talks about how he wants to actually, funnel funding to the Black community. So again, I'm looking forward to playing some of these videos. We got, let's go Bear Arms, because he didn't get a chance to speak. That Negro, a Black Idaho, and then the Only Mel Cruz.
Yo, what's going on? Peace to the room. What's going on, brother? How you doing? It's been a while.
Hey, babe, how are you?
I'm doing
as well. You know we gotta link up. It's been a minute.
We do. You need to get your CCW.
You know I do. You know I do.
Especially
a lot has happened. I gotta catch you up.
Yeah, you gotta catch up. We can set it up. I got the perfect range for you. I know the people there. We're gonna make you feel nice and safe. Don't anticipate the recoil. Don't anticipate the bang. Just kind of like, we're gonna get you used to it. What's going on? To you too, Majority. Like, I've actually seen you before. I didn't meet you, in DC. I wish I would have, had a chance to say what's up, man. But man, look, there's so much shit going on this Twitter, man. I'm kind of standoffish, man, because I don't know who's who with a lot of this stuff that's going on. So I just kind of, sit back until I get to know people. My brother Chef is in the room. Anyway, a lot going on. To the brother Black Idaho's defense, to play God's advocate. I think that, like, one of the things is people are actually thinking. There's a serious question right now on what's more important, reparations or immigration. Like, which one? Like, there's a serious debate about that. I know my brother Sonny, I think it was him that had a room about that a while ago, maybe a few months ago, about which one was more important and stuff like that. And 48 Laws of Power. I guess people look at it like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And right now, immigration is an enemy to Black Americans. So we understand that there's a difference between friends and allies. None of these presidents have been a friend to Black people, only allies, and having a relationship where we forcing these presidents to do things for us, like i.e. Lyndon Baines Johnson, who had the nigger bill for us. Anyway, on another note, I'm just sitting here looking at this whole thing, and it's pretty crazy. Just first off, the Secret Service, his security detail was absolutely horrible. They reacted super slow. I'm sitting there watching it. I'm trying to study and analyze this video. They reacted super slow. There was a couple of shots that got off before they even did anything. They were terrible. And then also, before a president is supposed to go, if you're doing security and you're supposed to do a recon, especially if you got a team. Like, how does this even happen? You're supposed to do a recon and survey the landscape or the area to wherever you're going. And then basically, if there are any, there's supposed to be a security professional there that's supposed to say, okay, this is a vulnerability, this is a vulnerability, that is a vulnerability. So you're supposed to have countermeasures for all of those vulnerabilities, and like basically eliminate the threat, eliminate those vulnerabilities. So you're supposed to like take that off the table. It's just like real piss poor security that's just like really crazy. And it's really bad because with this, they basically handed Donald Trump, aka 45 Savage, they didn't handed him the election. So 45, they handed it right to him. I think that it's going to be a cakewalk. They handed it right to him on a silver platter. So it's very unfortunate. Regardless on if you like the person or not, nobody should be shot. And it goes back to, because the counter sniper actually did return fire, and I'm thinking that was him that got the kill. He also fucked up because he clearly, from what it looks like, this is alleged, and I know this space is recorded, but I'm studying all of these different videos. What it looks like the sniper, the adversary, it looks like the adversarial threat got a shot off at Trump, and then it looked like he was in the prone position while he was doing it. So the prone position is where you're basically laying flat on your stomach to take the shot, right? Like it's like the snipers in the movies, right? So it looks like the counter sniper might have saw him getting in a position. He clearly had to have saw him for him to take the shot right after he shot or whatever. But it's like if you see somebody get in a position like that and you let him get a shot off before returning fire. So that's another fuck up. So it's just piss poor security across the board. Those are just some of the analysis that I have watching this whole thing. But yeah, and I just wanted to just that's all I have and for now, and I'll land there.
Hey, I want to ask you. I got up in the jumbotron. It's from Nick Shorter. It's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from the right. This is a video of the snipers, the Secret Service snipers engaging with the shooter. Now, in this video, you clearly, and they got two Secret Service snipers on that roof. They're on a red roof. The shooter was on a tan roof, or a tan building rather. You see that they have their scopes on this person. Not only that, but there's multiple eyewitnesses who said minutes before the shooting happened, they were telling the Secret Service and the police in the area that there's a guy on the roof. They were alerting them to the fact that there was somebody on the roof way before the shooting started. But this part is where it gets really cloudy. In as much as they're aiming at this shooter, he gets a bunch of shots off, and then they start shooting. That to me is beyond a breakdown. And everything you said, I agree with it. They should have drones in the air, because I actually, from my Funded Socially account, I put up 2 aerial pictures of the Butler Fairgrounds, and then there's this other thing called the Butler Farm Show. They're not that far apart. But you can see in both of those images, there's all of these buildings, these metal crafted, fabricated buildings, where if they're not going to have a drone or some type of eye in the sky, what the fuck are they doing? There's too many buildings.
Yeah, you gotta. I'm sorry, not to cut you off. See, that's not an ideal place. You don't want to. It's not ideal to do. See, and this is why venues come into play, and it's not ideal to do a rally like that with a bunch of high ground or a bunch of places to shoot from, a bunch of buildings. That's what I'm talking about eliminating that threat before it even happens. Or if there is any type of high ground like that, or any type of like buildings or any type of trailers that I can get on top of, we're going to take the high ground, point blank, period. Nobody's going to have the high ground over us. So it's just really, like that should have been the first thing that they did. But I actually heard that there was a gentleman that actually fought to get Secret Service removed from President Trump. And I understand that the Secret Service detail for former presidents is lighter than current presidents, than current active presidents, but still, there's no excuse for that, for a president that is that polarizing, who has, a president that polarizing should have much better security. So it's basically a failed job. And it's also another example, I think, is something to take for all of us, is, I always say your safety is your own responsibility, no one else's. If the president or the former president of the United States can get touched, then that should be an example. That should right there should tell you something. Say, hey, my safety is my responsibility, and I need to be vigilant in it. I need to be ready to protect myself, and I need to have a firearm. And and for the people that, and again, the only thing that's going to stop the bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. So I just think that, especially with these times that we're in right now, the threat level for all American citizens, the threat level is super high right now, and I would definitely stay away from any type of anything that the left is doing right now. I would stay away from it. You can definitely anticipate that there's probably going to be the likelihood of someone retaliating is like going to be high. So this thing can get ugly, because November is another 6 months away, 5 months away. So just be careful. We just have to really be careful. Stay away from large crowds. Just kind of like keep it cool. And that's all I have, family. You guys want to just pay attention to everything that's going on around you, because I can see this taking place not only just towards the left, but toward a crowd of people or something like that, where people are trying to make a political point. and do something that would be classified as terrorism or something. So we just got to really be careful and be vigilant as American citizens. Let's go, Black family.
Bounds, I want to ask you this, man, because now the story has changed on the killer, who the killer is. They was naming a guy named Mark Ballas, and it was a picture of him out there as a big, kind of looked like he was a fat Italian, Greek, maybe Spanish, type of European guy. But it has changed now. I had put it in the purple chat. I had to end up taking it down because now they're saying it looks like it might be another guy, but it's not a black person. That's for sure. So here's the thing, man. We don't know, of course, if this guy's the person on the left or a person on the right. We don't know who the person is. We just, at this point in time, it don't look like it's a black person. So do you think Black Americans? Yeah, I know, right? So do you think that Black Americans still need to stand alert just in case, though? Because they still gonna probably maybe blame it on us, but it seems like this still gonna be a situation where it's white people only involved in this bullshit.
Yeah, that's actually an excellent question. So, who the shooter actually is, racially, his political affiliation, his social media, all of these things are going to play a part in the retaliation, and play a part in the way that this thing is politically driven. So we definitely have to make sure that we pay attention to that. And as far as Black Americans, listen, when America catches a cold, we catch the flu. So everything that's done at the top is always going to hurt us. But something that's like something that potentially hurts us directly, yes, because a large segment of our community, gets our left wing and do support a good majority of our demographic supports the Democratic Party. So if they're at an event or a lot of times you have crazy supporters who they consider Black people that aren't even politically active or Black people who are bipartisan. People that don't even have strong political opinions, they consider you left and they'll retaliate against you. So we have to pay attention to all of those things. We really do. And just make sure you guys are keeping your eyes open. The thing that happened in Buffalo, who the hell would have thought that would have happened? This guy raised reparations on an AR-15 and goes shooting and hunting, killing Black people in the supermarket in the middle of Buffalo. Well, Buffalo's about 6 hours away from Washington, D.C. It's a random city. It's a random thing. It's something random that happened in a random city, So we just have to make sure that we're always vigilant. That's why I say, just keeping your eyes open. And I've actually been to rallies. As a matter of fact, my brother Shep Cia is not in here anymore, but we were at a reparations rally once. I think it was like maybe last year. And there was someone that didn't look like they didn't belong, and we profiled his ass. We placed ourselves adjacent to him, to where if he was going to try to draw or something like that, then we could basically, we would be the countermeasure, and we can neutralize that threat. And then the guy got uncomfortable and walked off, but it was clearly that this person was out of place. And the reason why I say that is because it's like there's nothing wrong with asking questions. Dylan Roof was somebody that was clearly out of place. This young white kid in the middle of a Black church like that, he was out of place. So there's nothing wrong with us asking questions, being curious, saying, who are you, especially us fellas, never sitting with your back to an exit or an entrance, making sure that you're always facing and can see everything coming and going. Never put your back to an entrance or to an exit. Make sure you can always see everything coming and going when you sit down at a restaurant. Those little things, where you're protecting the family, put your lady on the other side so you can see something coming toward her or the kids, So we just have to always make sure that we're vigilant. And I hate to get on here and do this because people are like, I don't want to sound like a fear monger. It just really hurts me when I see things like Buffalo and I see these acts take place against us. It's like, damn, we weren't prepared for that to happen, But Yeah. Hope I answered your question, man.
Yeah, you did, Bear Arms, man. Because I'm like you. I believe our people need to stay vigilant. I definitely want our women to be ready, and I've been working with my sister to make sure that she understands how to use a gun. Any of our women and our children, we need to be just like these white people, because these white people be training their children at young ages. So we got to be doing the same thing. I'm telling you, y'all, we got to be up on this 2-8, no doubt about it. There's a lot of craziness going on in this country, and I want to make sure that my people are ready to defend themselves. Because at the end of the day, Rilla has said it many times. When you listen to Rilla, what does she say? There ain't nowhere else for us to go, right? We are here in America. We don't have anywhere else to go, so we got to stand our ground here. So,
you know, and I don't mean to keep butting in real quick, guys, but I'm sorry. One more thing, you know, it's just one of those things with, especially when you're on doing security for somebody, and security is not a difficult thing to do. You can get training, you can get better, but you know, we definitely need more security. You know, I've actually done security for like our brother Marcel Dixon, for example, and I was very vigilant when I was around him, and I noticed, like, you know, but his message and what he's doing is revolutionary, regardless if you like him or not. Who gives a shit if you like? Because some of y'all don't like the brother. It is what it is. If you don't like him, replace. You know what I'm saying? Who you going to replace him with? Like, that's a whole nother subject. Nobody is doing that level of work for Black Americans directly, like as a politician. Like, I've seen it with my own eyes. Long story short, because of that, he's unapologetic. He's going to have people that, you know, that message does rub certain people the wrong way because they're uncomfortable and have fragility issues and stuff like that. So because of that, it's like, okay, I have to make sure that I protect this dude, you know, and, you know, it's just like just doing some of those basic things, doing basic sweeps before you go into an area. And Rilla, I know you was there. It might have seemed extra as hell, some of that stuff, but I promise it's necessary. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, you just got to make sure you be vigilant. And I definitely recommend some of the fellas in this room go ahead and get you some training. There's all kinds of training you can get. There's defensive driving. Every now and then you get a little extra money. Go take a defensive driving course. Take a course where you can learn how to sweep rooms for bugs. Take a course where you can learn about bombs and, you know, how to disarm bombs. Take a course on land navigation. Take a firearms course. Take a course on how to sweep a room for listening devices. You know what I mean? Like, just take a course where you're going to be tactical and defensive. You know, don't just be a sheep out here.
Okay, I think that Negro's next.
Yes, sir. Salute Black Majority, Professor, and of course, Miss Rella. Peace, power, and American Negro reparations to the room, specifically for the Black American Negro freedmen who built this country with slave labor, per the lands promised in Special Field Orders 15, January 16th, 1865. Yeah, man. Wow. Like I said, it's going to be a hot town. It's going to be a hot town, I forgot how it goes. It's going to be a hot time in the old town tonight. Yeah, stuff got crazy. I agree with Black Majority, and I will be listening to the follow-up. I got to do something here in a minute, but I will be listening to the points of RFK Jr., or if you have another one, I will listen, because hell no, you guys know better than anybody. To hell with both those parties, to hell with both of those. No, I mean, if we do something outside of that, I don't. His voice is annoying. Yes, Black Majority say he definitely is hard on the ears, but he's America first, and that's how we have to be. And I never heard him talking about immigration. So if he stands against that too, man, I'm with it. As long as you are giving tent. See, this is the thing. Y'all think I'm playing. I am protest voting Dion D. Jenkins if no one gives us tangibles. That's just it. Period. That is the only presidential candidate. What I'm saying is, I would call that a protest vote, is what I would call that. Some people call it sitting on the couch, whatever. What I'm saying is, if they do not give us tangibles, I will not vote for you, period. So I'm sorry the ferry traffic's going by. But like I said, there just isn't any room to falter or to fall either way. Like, I'm not with that. I am not with that, and I won't be with it. You give us what we deserve. You owe us. You give us what you owe us, or get the hell out of my face. Because we ain't got time for it. And our people are dying, suffering at a very rapid rate. So if you can't see that and call yourself an American, I call bullshit. So that's about all I had to say. I did have to say about the Trump thing. Whether that was staged, if that was staged, it will come out, and I kind of agree with Rella in that nobody ran at all. That's kind of weird, unless these MAGA people are seriously just MAGA, like a cult that get entranced when that man is there. That would be the only explanation I could give for them not running. Like, that's, the natural reaction to most people. If you hear gunshots, get the hell away from it. So yeah, that's weird to me. And for him to hold up his fist who's gonna do that when you just got your ear shot? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we gotta be practical with our thoughts, and no matter what, logical. Think logically and critical think. That's what we have to do. So I appreciate the space. That's why I came in here, and I've already shared it, so I got it, brother. I will listen to the rest of the tidbits about RFK. I'm going whichever way our people go in masses, period. The people that I follow, I come to this room. I've been in all kinds of white rooms listening to their thoughts today and what they thought about that and all this. As soon as I was in News Sorter space, he said, Black majority's having a space about this. I was like, oh, yes, Black majority's going to have the forensics. He's going to have the who's, the zooms, and whams, all that. I already knew. So that's why I'm here, and we appreciate you, brother. Mad respect to everybody in the room, especially the speakers. And, I'll go right there. Thanks, brother.
I truly appreciate that. And shout out to that Negro. He puts a lot of his these surveys and signing campaign signatures and information like that in the purple chat. So definitely tap in with that. Sign those petitions. Who was it recently? Sister Dawn, Auntie Dawn. She had a really good space. And it appears that the OMB, and shout out to Dr. Lisa Brown as well, it appears that the OMB is opening up comments for another month. I think you have till the middle of August to actually put in more comments. Her space was about a lawsuit that they were essentially attempting to gather in order to sue because of the fact that they gave MENA, their sort of separate disaggregated category, and didn't do the same for us. So I'll try to find that as well and put it in Jumbotron. Definitely you want to go to that OMB website, and if you didn't get a chance the first time, but it certainly ain't gonna hurt to do it a second time to actually get your comments in on delineation for Black Americans. So I think Black Idaho is the only one with their hand up at the current moment.
I'm sorry, you call me? Can you just play that clip? I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Let's get Miss Notes Action up here because she wants to drop down and let her speak. Okay, Miss No Taxation, if you're up here, you got it.
Hey, Black and Rella and Professor, everybody in the room, Robbie, everybody. The gang, hell, the gang's all here. Ooh, boy, so I took a nap, and when I woke up, they said Trump had been shot. And I said, well, when did it happen? Because I didn't lay down before an hour, you know what I'm saying? But that's just how fast things can change. It can change in the blink of an eye, especially in politics. Here's why we need to be concerned, Black folks. Like, how does what happened today translate to us? Because that's all we care about anyway. What does that got to do with us? Well, for one thing, we don't need people on rooftops shooting at anybody. That's number one. We don't need any white boys on rooftops shooting. And because if they don't point that gun at somebody else white, they'll point it at us. And that's why we don't need it. So that's number one. So that's why we should be outraged. Number two, I gotta get played in the tree. Number two, it's not that Trump does not know where we stand. Take it from me, he does. Okay? And so that accounts for something. I'm not saying he's going to do anything. I'm not going to say he's not going to do anything. Because we won't know until we get there. But I will say this, he knows. Just like Biden knows. They know. So we're not going to pretend that they don't know who we are, what we're saying, and what our demands are. And that is the reason we need to be concerned, because time is running out. And we cannot bring someone along that does not understand where we are. We may not get reparations this time around, okay? I don't want to say it like that, but, you know, we have to have plans A through Z, right? So if we don't get that, what can we get? We can get mass incarceration, of course, immigration, and the ancillary businesses that feed off of mass incarceration. That's very important, because those people are multi-billionaires because they overcharge us, our people that are in prison. So there are two things that we need. The other thing that we need to have is Michael Reagan to stay in the EPA and get this stuff cleaned up out here for us. So there's things that we have that we need to really be looking at, and that we need to focus on. Reparations should be first and foremost, always. And then we have to give them something. We have to throw something out. It's like feeding the fish. You throw something out to see what sticks. See, that's where we kind of are now at this late stage of the game, because we ain't got but 3 or 4 more months. And so that's what it is. Now, as far as the attempt, I don't think that whole story is going to be told tonight. And I just don't think that we're going to know what is really going on. Now, this is just me. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if it didn't have something to do with those Palestinians being murdered. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that's why that attempt was made. Because let's not forget what Trump came out and said about the Jews in Jerusalem, okay? And so that's why I said I don't know if the whole story is out there. But let's see where it goes. We have to pay attention to it because it can directly affect us. That's the only reason we pay attention to it. We don't pay attention to it because out of care and concern. We pay attention to it because how does that affect us? That's all we care about. And that's what we'd have to continue to care about. Because other than that, we'll lose focus. This is a good way to lose focus, is to put an attempt out there and everybody look the other way. See? And we don't know who did it. We don't know why they did it. We don't know anything yet. But we will find out. The story is going to be told. And like I said, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if it didn't have something to do with Gaza. And I'm going to leave it there.
Okay, so the last few images in the Jumbotron, one of them is very disturbing. They are essentially identifying a new person. I think Professor mentioned that. But there are some close-ups, and these are local. This Marty Griffin is a local news person. He actually has a really close-up picture on an image of a phone of this individual, and this same individual in the same shirt is showing up in other images. But then there is actually the image of him after he was, returned fire on, and he appears to be wearing that same gray T-shirt. Now they're saying this brand of this T-shirt it's called Demolitia. They're saying that is a gun rights sort of advocacy insignia on the back. I guess that looks like some type of an eagle, I guess, as their logo. I'm sure the symbolism on that needs to be kind of looked into to understand what it's all about there. It could be either an eagle or a hawk. But this is the person that they're now kind of identifying as potentially, and again, this Marty Griffin, I know this guy in terms of his local newscast worthiness. He's been in this area for decades. So if he's posting this image, it's a credible image of the person on top of the building laying there, essentially slumped over. And it does kind of match up with this other very graphic image of a person who's covered in their own blood, apparently. So that may actually be the guy. Again, it's the last few images in the Jumbotron. Professor, you got it.
And yeah, Black, I was just looking at them images too. And that means it's not going to be that so-called theory of Antifa, as a lot of people on the Trump side have been saying, that it was a guy by the name of Mark Ballas, he's a member of Antifa. That was a theory, y'all, that they were throwing out because they really want to believe that somebody on the left committed this crime, or somebody committed this, I guess you could say this shooting, allegedly committed this shooting on the left. That is a lie. Based on this image, this would actually be a guy that would be closely related to the Trump side of things.
Mm-hmm.
I see for these white supremacists out here, that would really throw a monkey wrench in their game. So I want y'all to look at that image and see, because I have seen that image many times being in the military. Former military now, but I have seen these images like this many times. So this would be somebody that's more on the side of the Trumpsters, okay? So this whole thing that he was throwing out there about this previous guy, they were trying to say that guy was a member of Antifa. So they want you to believe that was a liberal shooter. And this was a rallying cry for people on the right to take up arms against people on the left. See, this is what we got to watch out for. And of course, as Bear Arms have said, make sure, family, you keep your guns prepared at all times, because we got a lot of nut jobs out here. The country is sitting on a powder keg. We got a lot of people throwing out lies. We got a lot of people making up bullshit. We got people out here doing all kinds of shit on this internet. We just got to try to do our due diligence to watch out for what we know could be people making up bullshit. I'm glad that when I went back and looked, that it come to find out he was not the previous guy. The previous guy, they said, is somebody that lives in Italy, and he's like a soccer fan or something like that. But it's not him. So this guy, if you look at him, now he looks like he could be a killer, because hell, he looks creepy. And he looks like one of these patriots that we would see at these MAGA rallies and parades and shit like that. This guy looked like he could be a nut job. So take a look at that image, family, and you will see exactly what Black Majority is talking about with that tattoo or that image right there. And I'm gonna land right there.
Yeah, so speculation, of course, everything is fluid, of course, and information comes in. They're saying this individual may have had a podcast, and he is man, dear God, so fuck that dude. You know, he got what he deserves based on these images that are coming out about this character. So yeah, it looks like homegrown, what would you call it? Friendly fire, I guess. In the sense that they radicalized this individual, and he couldn't handle the radicalization to the point that he went after his savior, his God, his Lord and Savior, to be quite honest. But it looks like he has some racist viewpoints based on what they're putting out about him now. You got it, Robbie.
Yeah, what was the gunman's name allegedly?
This new
was the guy named Mark Ballots. That was the first guy now, but they saying now that guy is a YouTuber from Italy, and he's like a big soccer fan from over that way. But they say he's not the one. Somebody started posting his image out there, I guess, to try to throw the blame off on him, and made it seem like he was like this a member of Antifa.
So it's Jesse Powell Stroud. I think I see it now. Yeah, what I was gonna say.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Being that this guy is a self-proclaimed Nazi, I want to make sure. Then being that he died, I mean, we'll never know for sure if he was a patsy or not. But one thing that's for certain is, like I've been saying, you're not dealing with white nationalists, you're dealing with neo-Nazi Christian fascists. So they would do something like this because it falls in line with the Turner Diaries and their whole dogma of create chaos, so there'll be government overreach and they can provoke either civil war or some type of like domestic conflict. So it was a win-win for them either way. If he would have successfully killed Trump, he knew people would have spun the narrative a certain way. And now that Trump, quote unquote, got wounded, whether that's shattered glass or whether that's, a little bit of a nip, you know what I mean? From like a fragment of the bullet, he was already going to win, but this pretty much gives him like the keys to the castle in terms of optics. So it's a win-win for them.
Yeah, let me say this. So as I go through the X search and I do Trump shooter identified, there's this white guy with this blonde hair that pops up every freaking time, and I'm just blocking all those people. Because at this point, there's some really sick, demented-minded people who think that every time there's a shooter, they throw up these images. They think it's like this big trolling joke. So as I go through this, I'm just blocking those people specifically. A lot of credible accounts did put up that Italian-looking guy earlier in the day. And again, who knows where that information came from? But this particular situation, whether the name is accurate or not, the physical, what the guy's wearing, they say there's an image that is from earlier in the day of this guy being on site. Those physical images match up to that individual that is clearly did on top of that tan building. Whether or not the name is accurate, that's, I guess you got to wait for an actual official police report or not. But clearly, physically, that guy matches up with the guy that they have in these images on top of that building. So, whether his name is Jesse Powell, whatever, I guess that remains to be seen in the future. But yeah.
Hey, Black, I was gonna tell you too, man, because in the news total space, I mentioned and Robbie, I mentioned in that space, they said that it could be multiple shooters out here, man. So we really don't know, man. They throwing all kinds of stuff out here. So we might have this guy, but then there might be another guy. Then they might come with another person.
Yeah.
Then they might even try to say it's a black person that did it. See, that might be the next thing we hear. Shoot, man, who knows, man? It's this thing could go to 5 or 6 suspects. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the police hasn't actually came out and said anything. And I think what was it? Black majority? Was it the DA that? I think the DA is the only one that said anything, but he didn't give a suspect, or he didn't give a description of a suspect.
Yeah, they're attributing this information to the Butler County DA, and so Butler's a very small town. It probably less than 15,000 people. The county may have a couple 100,000 people. I'm just guesstimating. It's a lot of just sparse land, sparsely populated land. There are a couple states routes with businesses and then houses that kind of come off of the main roads, but they're attributing these quotes to that individual, but I haven't seen a video of that individual actually saying anything or a press release with their insignia or logos on it. There was a state trooper, a Pennsylvania state trooper document that came out. Again, whether or not that was authenticated or not, they seem to match up with the later reports that 2 people died, or essentially the shooter and one of the attendees, one of the rally audience persons. So, again, you got to take some of this information with a grain of salt, especially a few hours or a few minutes or a couple hours after it happens. But we know they like to control information, and they certainly don't give out all the information. So that's where people start to speculate different things. But this individual in that particular shirt it appears to be on their side. And it would make sense that it would be somebody who looks like that, who they would essentially kind of glance at and feel no threat from. He to be perfectly honest, he would be the perfect person to do something like that, because you would look at him and say he's no threat. I mean, to be quite honest, but the reality is, if you really think about it, he looks like a sociopathic, psychopathic serial killer, to be perfectly blunt about it. So, I guess it is what it is, but he had on, and here's what's interesting about him. In that image, he has on what appears to be like cargo shorts and a t-shirt. So now the next element becomes, well, how the fuck did he get a rifle or whatever weapon he had in that area if he was dressed like that? Through whatever security checkpoints or whatever, did he plan? Did he have that up there a week in advance, or that type of shit? There's a lot. Like, this should be a massive investigation. They need to figure it out. But certainly, the Secret Service did not do their job. They failed miserably, and in my opinion, whoever was there, whoever was in charge, should be terminated. There should be a lot of that type of conversation going on. But at the end of the day, if the shooter's dead, the shooter's dead. It's no taxation.
Boy, y'all are just hitting all the real valid points and everything that we need to be looking at. Professor is right. We don't, having lived through actual assassinations. I know they say you're not supposed to say it on, they don't want you to say it on X, because, Musk came out fully for Trump today, right? But anyway, so he gonna listen. It's getting ready to get real crucial on X. That's all I'm saying. And we're gonna have to really start using social as time goes on in ways that we're not doing now. But anyway, Professor is right. We don't know, and having lived through assassinations, here's what I can tell you for sure: we won't know the truth, and it might take years or decades for us to know the truth. We don't know if the government had a hand in it. We don't know who that boy was. Remember when they shot King and blamed it on whoever that guy's name is? Y'all know who I'm talking about. And decades later, they said it wasn't him. This is how we live in America. It really is. In other countries, when they do their assassinations, everybody know who did it. In this country, when assassination happens, we don't know who did it. And they always run somebody to the prison or to death, saying they did it, and then we find out later that wasn't the person who did it. So my thing is this: I'm like you. I'm going to be skeptical, Black, of everything coming out. One thing, see, this is when I miss, my elders that are, gone and passed on. This is when I miss Dick Gregory. Because, see, I could have made a phone call and said, what do you think? There's nobody for me to call. I don't have nobody to say, what do you think? That's older than me. But I will say this: I would reserve opinions and judgments. I sure would. Because one thing that we know as Black Americans in this country, what we know for sure and what we experience every day is this government is not going to do the right thing automatically. It has to be pushed to do the right thing. And, we don't know about this kid. They got a picture of him, and I'm not going to post it because it's a gruesome picture of him being taken out. And it is a failure of the Secret Service. But let's be real clear about the Secret Service. It's been a downhill ride for them ever since they had that convention in Tampa. That's why Tampa became the strip capital place in the whole country. Ever since, because that was the Secret Service and the strippers. And the Secret Service ain't never been right since then. Look what they did to Obama. Michelle had to come in and clean that whole team out and put somebody else in because she knew that her husband wasn't being protected. The thing about Trump is he has his own security detail. He also has security detail from having been in the Oval Office as a former president. I understand his wife is coming tomorrow. That's going to add him an extra layer of protection because she has her own protection. And I saw the picture of Trump, where he got shot.
That's exactly where I heard him come.
He didn't get his ear taken off. This is the top part. He was definitely grazed. So that accounts for something. But here's my thing. You got a young white boy looking like that on top of a building in a soft spot where
no taxation. I don't know if there's some feedback when you move around. We can hear it.
Sorry. That building on that roof was a soft spot. There was supposed to be somebody positioned up there. Even if it was somebody local, police, sheriff, something like that, because they do use them. But my thing is this: why was nobody positioned up there? You can't just sweep and say, oh, we swept it, and then not have somebody stationed in those places where people can shoot. That's just not done. So the Secret Service is definitely going to have to be called into account. But they've been shady and shaky, like I said, ever since Tampa. The other thing about it is, why would this white boy, people say, so we can start the war, we can do the war, we're going to have the war. Here's the thing. If you all think that it's going to be a World War III, then you don't know the United States military. They're not finna let that happen. Now, they have never been called out on its own people except for one time that in my generation, and that was during the Trump administration. But I will say this, America is not going to have internal wars, physical wars, ammunition wars, bullets flying on their land. They just not going to do that, y'all. They not going to allow that to happen. What can be done is exactly what was done today. Those domestic white terrorists acting as, they call them crazy people. But anyway, that's what they call them, Professor.
The lone wolf.
The lone wolf. That's how they can get to us, and that's how they can get to other people. Now, it can happen like that, but that's not going to. We're not going to have the second civil war in this country with no bullets flying everywhere, because the American public is not going to let it happen. The Oval Office can't afford to happen, no matter who's sitting up in there. So there's, we could just get that out. That's not to say that these white boys is not going to act out. That's not to say these white boys is not going to act out, because they are. They always do. They do it every day. But this is something that can really, really position us as black people in this country to be locked out of a system that we are owed a portion of. And all it takes is one little thing for them to lock this damn thing down and nobody move, nobody get hurt. And we don't want that. We want to move about freely. We want to be able to gather freely. We want to be able to speak freely and all the other different freelies that we have. Actions like this can stop forward movement for the country and especially for black folks. And I'm going to leave it there.
I agree wholeheartedly. The Only Male Cruz, you got it.
Hey, thanks a lot. So, yeah, I do agree with what Taxation just said. Also, oh my God, I so wholeheartedly agree with what you said about the Palestinian connection potentially. Even though this guy, this guy looks like an easy mark. Like all they did was say, "Look, man, all you're gonna do is go up here. This, that's what he looks like. Like he could have been easily bamboozled. But of course, now they've got this picture where they're showing this ladder, this built-in ladder that actually provides access to the roof, apparently, that the guy was on. And so whether it's Secret Service, the police, Donald Trump himself, why no one did a walk around the day of, hours before to ensure that, these spots were secured and, no ammo, no grass, no ammo, as we used to say in the Army. Why that wasn't done is beyond me. This is why I think that the guy that we see was really a mark. I mean, it's just, to me, it's just not as cut and dry. But I know, Black, that you were saying that you were going to talk about Kennedy, and I'm certainly with that, because I want to talk about the potential strategies that Black Americans are able to use. Because again, going back to what No Taxation said, right now with X number of months left, and clearly neither one of the candidates that are on the thing now, on the ballot now, they're not budging for reparations. And what we are not doing is saying, okay, if I don't get this, I need to have this. That's a conversation as Black Americans we're not having. So I don't know. This is, a great space. That's all I can say.
And with that, with that, I know, Black, you getting ready to play those videos, and I agree with that, because again, we know that reparations is at the top of the list, and if we're not going to sit there and demand them in language in these agendas that they're putting out, they're not speaking to all of Americans. You're again making it so that only a specific subset of groups in America are protected, and that is doing things the same. if we're talking about dismantling the duopoly, you can't go into picking another set of party doing the same thing you did in the other party that people on here be like, well, everybody votes Democrat 95% of the time, and yet still one subset of group is denied benefits as an American. No,
totally.
We're not doing that no more.
And you know what else too? And leading into the videos, I mean, I think what we should be looking at when Black Social present this information is, you know, Kennedy, between Trump and Biden, Kennedy has really touched down on at least one or two grassroots and Tasha K. So if he is that close, if he is that close and has that level of willingness, why are we all of a sudden mushmouth and not saying, okay, look, so you think reparations is illegal, etc., this, that. Well, what about this? And what about that? We are actually limiting the conversation to only reparations when the man has already said he's not going to do it. And we can continue to have the conversation, but we're also not asking for point B, C, D, E, F, and on down the line. So we got this man's ear. He's literally coming to see what we talking about. And what are we saying? What are we doing? So
yeah, and you look right, and you look at the other two parties. They propping up black. They're only propping up black faces, and just to be in high places to get a bag. And we're not having that anymore. Byron Donald does not speak for the Black American community, and he. Even though he met with Black Americans down in Atlanta, I believe, and sat around and said, well, yeah, he's for Black families, but had no specific tangible legislation that he would be willing to implement other than the fact that, well, Black on Black crime, I don't want to hear that shit no more. And why don't white crime? Asian on Asian crime. Latino on Latino crime. They keep trying to subjugate us into these dismal basic talking points that white national Aryans seem to believe that Black people just around here, we just all want to just kill each other off, and we need to save the Black people. Well, if you want to save us, give us our reparations, give us our repair. Matter of fact, stop gentrifying and dismantling our communities and then coming back and selling the land to foreign adversaries. Okay?
And here's the thing, Rilla. The thing is that when those people get up on the stage, they're not even talking to us. They're talking at us. And our Billy Badasses are not saying, wait, hold up. We're not doing that. We're allowing them to talk at us, and then the segment ends, and we're no better for the encounter. And so, again, when we look at Kennedy, at least we are getting some level of engagement. And I know Tariq Nasheed said that, you know, Kennedy's been reaching out, his campaign has been reaching out to Tariq. They want to do a little something with him. And Tariq was like, well, no, he's flip-floppy on reparations. And I get that, but by the same token, and, you know, I'm pro Tariq. So, but by the same token, you're still in a position, Tariq, to interact with Kennedy to at least advance our cause. We got a whole lot of shit we need, okay? He can still advance our cause down the field. So I think looking at Kennedy is definitely worth examining and to see if there's any way that we can flip the script, because we do need to look at how can we just pull up a landslide. I tweeted this last week or earlier this week. We need to be trying to pull a landslide move on these folks. Get behind Kennedy, maybe, and shock Trump and Biden.
Well, you know how you do that, Mel? By getting people to stop having the conversation based on Democrat and Republican and start talking about what do we actually need, because the people on the state level that are going to be a part of these people's cabinets, they're the ones that are going to determine what bills are going to be put up on the floor, in the House, and the Senate. The president is a figure effing head who signs and can veto bills, but he can also even if he vetoes a bill, the Supreme Court can come back and say, no, we ain't doing that. So
and to further support what you just said, Bella, you're absolutely right. And that's why when we get it, where people they come in, they're already on their side. And not only are they already on their side, they are not open to any other aspect. They're ready for this. I'm a Democrat and you're a Republican, and I'm smarter than you, or I'm a Republican and you're a Democrat and I'm smarter than you. This is not the space for that. We need to be looking at how we can get what we need and who is the best person to give it to us or to get it from. That's really the approach we need to have. And then we've got to, we have to be realistic about these people. Biden, hey, he's not for Black Americans, period, point fucking blank. And neither is Trump. Let's be 100 if you really look at it. So is there anything else to do? Anyone else that we can go with? But I'm going to lay it right there. I know Black's trying to do his thing. Great room, great space. Thanks.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, we are going to pivot to RFK. So if anybody has any Trump, whatever, just kind of hold on it if you can, and we'll get directly into this RFK situation. I did invite Jay Scott up here because he's been around the campaign, and he has some insights that we can do, that we can get from him. I gotta mute this mic. But I actually
you kind of going in and out, Black.
Was it because that other mic was open? Is it clear now?
It's clear now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I just copied his. So he has a. I want to say it's a policy. Yeah, it's under policies on his website. And here's the thing. And I don't know if Jay is in touch with the people in his campaign, but when you put in RFK Jr. into a search, his website doesn't come up in the top 10 or the first page. You got to dig and find it. And that's a problem for people who may be going out and trying to search this guy. They definitely need to get some search engine optimization on his platform, because it's titled Kennedy 24, and that may not actually connect with people who are just going to look for RFK. But I copied the whole page. So after Jay speaks, I'll be able to play this page through the text-to-speech app because it's a lot and I don't want to read it. And then we can all kind of get an idea of what he's talking about, at least on his platform. But you got it, Jay.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Appreciate you giving me the mic and having the space. Thanks for the invite. My internet was going in and out just now, so I didn't catch everything that you guys were talking about. But from what I heard, a lot of points were hit. I think on the table, is the best play. But as far as RFK goes, I think one thing I can say about being inside is that the atmosphere is uniquely different.
Oh yeah, you're glitching like crazy, bro.
Jay, you're in the matrix, Jay. You're in the matrix, Jay.
Oh dang! Hold on. Let me try going closer to the window. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. So I think one of the best positives about RFK's campaign is like the approach of the people who were inside of the campaign and like the atmosphere in it, because it allows people to hold different ideas and then still like talk about solutions and compromise a little bit. So it's a lot more of a practical political atmosphere that allows you to advance your agenda, I guess you could say, and at least have people hear you out. So as far as the best strategy, I think people should be looking at moving forward. If you look at on it's at the Liberty Fest, I think it's called, over there in Las Vegas. He mentioned that he's going to be putting together coalition government, coalition government if he wins. So he's looking to include Green parties. He's looking to include libertarians, and he's already a nominee for the Reform Party, which is the party of Ross Perot, who was the highest, I guess you could say, highest scoring independent in the early 90s. He ran against Bush Sr. So, I think I would highly recommend that Black Americans come up with a strategy to, I guess, figure out an independent party to either work with or start, like a new one, and then work and already how, we can all knock out common goals, because, all the things, like, I'm just going.
You're back in the matrix. We're catching every other word.
Oh.
Twitter does have an update, Jay, so I had to update mine too, so that might be necessary.
Yeah, definitely, because you are glitching out a little bit. You're glitching out pretty bad there. So yeah, if you want to check for the update, I did update both of my devices.
Black, you in the Matrix.
I'm in the Matrix too, of course. Okay.
I get that.
God damn. I'm in the Matrix. He's in the Matrix. The whole fucking space in the Matrix. That's what they're gonna do.
But
yeah, we're gonna have to have these conversations over on social.
Hey,
sorry.
Hey, Willa, where's the tech man at? DJ, where
he ain't here.
Hey, Jay, go out, update your phone, and then come right back, okay, please, so we can get every word.
Yeah, because we missing every other, and I'm not trying to be funny, but I want to understand what he's saying.
That shit sounding delicious right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
and
I think
Steve was up here. He keeps getting me knocked down.
Can I ask a quick question to you, Black?
Yeah, absolutely.
How many percentage points does it say the polling has right now for RFK? What's he polling at?
Yeah, his campaign, and he says that when they do polling of him versus Trump, he actually beats Trump. So when they do the three-way tie, he polls around 15% is what I think the number is. And that was the requirement for him to qualify for the CNN debate. They kind of disputed that number, but he said he had 5 polls that showed that he was above 15%, so that he should have been in that debate. He has a lawsuit against CNN, which they're probably going to have to settle with him, because, again, they corporatized an American presidential debate, which is insane, to be quite honest. Has never happened in the history of the country. They essentially privatized it. So I think he's got good standing in terms of that lawsuit. But I think after this debate, which happened a week or so ago, his numbers started to grow. Plus, he's getting on a lot more ballots. I think I put up in here where the latest number is. Let me get the number right, because I think it's like three.
Like 390 electoral votes.
Yeah, 390.
Mm-hmm. That you were using, Black, is that they CNN privatized a constitutional practice, and now how they did that is just weird as fuck. That's
Yeah, 390. So he is on more than half of the states. He's on the ballot, and he says that he will be on all 50 states by the time of the election. So this probably goes all the way back to when the Republican Party was established. Whatever Ross Perot did. He probably helped Clinton win in that particular race. The Trump donors believe that RFK is going to help Trump, and that's why they're starting to give him campaign support in terms of funding, according to reports. I believe that their strategy is they want to pull from the Democrats and the Republicans. And if I was someone who was talking to that campaign, I would tell them 100 million people didn't vote. 100 million eligible voters did not vote. So you really need to be trying to get those people to come out and support you. The message that he has, I haven't been really, because I don't do universal messaging. I don't do American messaging. I'm really just looking for Black American messaging. As far as I can tell, that is very clear. Some things need tweaked, but he is so close to it that, it's kind of like with his mind, an attorney's mind, he'll get it. It won't take long. It'll be a 15-minute conversation. So we got Siva and then Jay Scott.
Hey, peace and greetings to you, Black, Rella, and Professor.
Hey, Siva.
And greetings to everybody that's in the room too. I just got off the phone with DJ. I could talk his head off for hours and hours and hours. We was handling a little bit of business, getting him signed up to work for me. And what I wanted to say about JFK, to get back to the topic, was that JFK, he is really allowing Black Americans to prosper. I'm not sure if anyone has heard of the entrepreneur.
Oh, damn it. Not another glitch. Not another glitch in the Matrix.
Oh, did he go out? What is going on? You know what? I plead the blood.
No, you know what? You know what?
Oh, my God. Hello, everybody.
To me all day. What was the last thing y'all heard?
That you were getting ready to talk about the entrepreneurial platform that he's launching. I have heard of it. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, there's this lady by the name of Angela Stanton. She's a serial entrepreneur, but she has this amazing opportunity for mothers who either you just found out that you were pregnant, or you are pregnant and you don't have anywhere to live. In Atlanta, Georgia. This is amazing. I just advise everybody to go to the website. It's AuntieAndiesHouse.org or .com. I'm not sure. I'm gonna put it in Jumbotron as I finish speaking, or in the pill when I'm finished speaking. But man, that program is so fucking amazing because that tackles the abortion in our neighborhood. And what her plans are is to everywhere where there's a Planned Parenthood, she would like to put a home dedicated to the mother. So, if y'all don't want to vote for Cornel West or whatever because he has all of these African, idealizations, but he also has a platform for reparations, vote for JFK for the simple fact that he is putting people on his cabinet and in positions in his cabinet to make things better for Black Americans. And that's all I wanted to say. Oh, I wanted to say this too. If you are in the need of new employment, or you just want to make more money, come to me. My company, we just secured a contract with one of the top jewelry companies in America. It's a white institution. I'm not sure why we don't have that many Black companies coming to us for their call center work, but we are working on that. But we just secured a contract with a large jewelry company, and we are looking to hire people to work remotely from their home. And you just email me or click my bio. I put it down in the purple pill, and just click that email, send a resume, and we'll go from there. The salary is $32,000 a year. You don't have to work the whole year. We do also have bonuses where you can either get paid every single day, weekly, or bi-weekly. So just keep that in mind or pass it on to somebody who can. Thank you, and y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Steven. That was Steven.
Who was that speaking?
That was Steven, the one with the. I think that's are those two indigenous? They look like symbiotic beings on his profile, but they're two. It's a Black man and woman. Yeah,
I got it. Okay, got it. Thanks, Ref.
Yes. Thank you, Steven.
Black Majority, there is an update, so if you don't mind, I'm going to throw a quick update out there for you and put a space. In regards to the suspect, the FBI has officially came out and said it is a 20-year-old suspect out of Pennsylvania. But other than that, they don't give any other details. They don't give like the description, anything like that. They don't give his name. So at this point in time, that name that we have out there, now that might be that guy's name, but it could not be that name. So the only thing that the FBI has said is that it's a 20-year-old male and
Italian male.
No.
I was trying to speak to this earlier, but you cut me off, right? You know what I'm saying?
That changed, brother. He's not Italian. No, he's not Italian. It has changed. Man, look, let me tell you something. This gonna probably end up being about 6 or 7 suspects before they done. Okay? Whenever we have the government involved in anything, we might have Italians, we might have Greek, we might have Russian, we might even have a black thrown up in there. I don't know. But they are saying that this is a 20-year-old male from Pennsylvania. But there's no other details at this time. They have not released any name and no other details about the suspect.
Okay, thank you for that. I did post and I saw that the Pennsylvania State Police has a press conference that's going on right now, 11:45 p.m. I tried to see if it was on YouTube, but YouTube, the search results on YouTube are not as good as they should be. So I don't know if they're broadcasting that live. I did go to the Pennsylvania YouTube channel. It wasn't there. So if anybody sees that and, let us know and maybe we can tap into it to see what they're talking about. But they're probably going to give out as much information as we're probably going to get tonight, until early in the morning is what I would assume in terms of their official understanding of what's going on. They probably, I don't know if they have a rule where they got to let the family know whatever, or they may want to get to the individual's home and do all that and interview family members and all of that and do their investigation that way before they alert these people. But 20 years old with those last pictures that came out, it kind of does line up a little bit more than that other individual. And like I said, these pictures are the physical comprehension of the body plus the clothing kind of match up with those very graphic images of a dead person. So I could see him being in that general age range right there.
Hey,
I'm gonna take this.
Why do we keep
The earliest reports. Listen,
AP News. APnews.com has the live. I think the live feed that you're talking about. I don't know if that's. But I'm gonna just keep looking. It says they're live right now.
What is it? What news is it?
APnews.com. It says live updates for Trump. Says he was shot in the ear during the rally. One attendee and the shooter are dead. Maybe this just is. It's just saying they're live on the. They were just posting the videos, playing the video. So I don't know if they're doing the conference. I'm trying to see.
Yeah, no, I don't think that matches up to this. Like the last thing I put in the Jumbotron is a press conference scheduled for 11:45 p.m. at the Butler Township Police Department. Conference will include State Police, Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, members of the FBI and Secret Services. So this is a press conference. Again, not sure if they're going to actually air it live. And I don't watch TV in this local area. Mm-hmm.
They got another update, man. So the name has changed again, family. See, this is what I was talking about, y'all. This could go on forever. So now the guy's name is Thomas Crooks. Thomas Crooks, 20 years old, from Butler, Pennsylvania. Thomas Crooks.
Yeah, I see that too. Thomas Matthew Crooks, ID'd as gunman who shot Trump during PA rally. 20 years old. And he's from Butler. Again, so to tell you what Butler is, it's a farm area, a lot of country roads, a lot of Confederate flags, a lot of pickup trucks. It is the classic MAGA location. This is likely why Secret Service was lackadaisical about security. And being that he's from there, it sounds like he's a homegrown terrorist. And yeah, that's all they do up there. They hunt, they fish, they gun, they do all that conservative shit up there. They got a little ass town of about 15,000 or so people. But yeah, that actually sounds legitimate as far as I can tell. If he's from there, he's definitely going to be a Republican or be a Confederate flag waver. So it sounds like one of their own actually caused this event to unfold.
Black, there you go. And that's what I was saying earlier. This will not be Antifa or against the left. This is going to be their own. So now I want to hear what the MAGA crowd going to say now.
Definitely. Okay, so let's play this. We still got Jay in the space. I'm not sure. I tried to bring him up. You know, because again, you know, he's been around them a little bit longer than I have, and I'm only checking in to see exactly what is valuable for Black America. But I'm a play this text to speech of his website, his policies, and it's titled "Politics as Usual Has Failed the Black Community." And then I got a bunch of videos that we can kind of go through. People can talk. I mean, most of it's just educational. I put a bunch of these long form videos in the Purple Pill already from the Funded Socially account. Shout out to Angie Stanton King again. I did put some of those tweets from her organization that she's got going on. And again, I don't know why she's no longer with the campaign, but I think it was pressure. See, when he mentioned reparations the first time, pressure came from the left, pressure came from the right. I believe that post got over 5 million views when I read one article about it, and it was left wingers and right wingers that were coming at him. Now this is X, and it is what it is. So you got bots, you got all types of strange individuals who like to troll and say goofy shit just because they think it's funny. But that was where he kind of was like, okay, whatever. The campaign regrouped. But then even after that, he still was saying, I know this is what I can do. And you're going to hear that in these interviews. So I'm not going to tell you what I can't do. I'm going to tell you what I can do. And so that's really where I'm looking at him in a way where it's like, he's not going to lie to you. According to what he said out of his own mouth, he's had sexual accusations where he didn't say, I don't know that person, I didn't do this. He said what he said. and you can look into that. And in my opinion, as an attorney, you're not going to incriminate yourself because that would be foolish. But he didn't deny what happened. And in fact, many can infer from the way he answered it that he essentially acknowledged that what they accused him of happened. That is honesty. And again, to me, there's value in being honest. There's value in saying, I don't think I can do this as the president because I don't think the president has the power to do that. And I tell people in our spaces often that the president is not the king of America. Some of this stuff has to go through Congress, and he essentially is alluding to that fact. I remember being Tesla's space when she was on the app pretty regularly. And the question that she had was, where are the votes? And essentially, he's saying the same thing that she was saying. Where are the votes in Congress to pass this? I think that's essentially what he's saying. But whether it was Democrat Party or the Republican Party that took that narrative and really skewed it and manipulated it in a way that they weaponized it against him. For Trump, he's never going to talk about reparations because it'll fuck up his base. Biden wants to keep that out there as a carrot. He's never going to do it. Obviously, he's had these proxy Democrats in the Congress say reparations, but they just got rid of the Jamal Bowman because he was out there talking reparations almost every week. They got rid of his ass. And so they let these people mention it so that they can kind of make it look like they're a part of the Black community, when in reality, they're never going to do it. He's saying, I know I don't have the votes in Congress, but these are the things that I believe the president can do. And there are some substantial things that he's talking about doing in the way that he's doing it. And then some of these videos talks about his history, his father, and shit that he had going on in Bedford-Stuyvesant, and how he picked up the mantle of that and kept it going. If anybody knows about the Monsanto case where the guy got $200+ million, he was the attorney that was involved in that case. So he's been this civil rights attorney. He's fought for the NAACP. Although we know how the NAACP is currently, these are conversations where you just correct and you say, hey, well, look, the NAACP ain't really for us anymore. We need this delineation. We got to focus on Black Americans who are descendants of enslavement. And once you have those conversations and it clicks to him, he understands the constitutionality with the lineage, it'll all make a whole lot more sense, because the era where he's looking at the Harvard decision, I thought it was this Fearless Fund, but he's looking at the Harvard decision and he's saying, based on that, you can't do race-based policy, which is basically true. But then in the next breath, he says you could do lineage-based things, which are constitutional. All you got to do is get him to understand that they're one and the same. And even in that case, Thomas lays out the lineage is valid, and Ketanji Brown Jackson lays out the lineage is valid. Even the person that they were interviewing on the other side, the Asian lawyers, had to acknowledge that lineage is valid. So this is just a conversation. And once again, this person who may or may not become the president, but certainly has influence and has family members who are in the government, he could actually take it to a level based on his history. He said he worked alongside Johnny Cochran in other cases. So I just want people to understand who this person is. Again, I'm not getting paid for this, but I think it's really important that we just tap into it one good time to understand it. Again, prayers to the Trump family. This unfortunate event happened, so it kind of took up the beginning of the space. But, let's just get into it a little bit. So here is what is on his website as his Black policy agenda.
Politics as usual has failed the Black community. For too long, the levers of power in Washington have changed hands between Republicans and Democrats without meaningful change coming to the Black community. Things will be different with independent Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has spent 40 years fiercely protecting minority communities. In Kennedy's first case as an environmental attorney, he represented the NAACP in its fight to stop a garbage station in Ossining, NY. He has always been there for vulnerable communities, from the Bronx to indigenous people in North and South America. Operation Phoenix. Black businesses are the lifeblood of their community, and Kennedy knows it. He served on the board of Restoration Plaza in Bed-Stuy for 35 years. Ending redlining and releasing investment capital turned Restoration Plaza into a thriving business community. Kennedy will replicate this success.
Okay, I'll restart it. I'll pop in and pop out. God damn it, every 5 freaking minutes. Is this what we're going to do all night, man? This is how y'all going to do it. This is how y'all going to do it. This is how y'all going to do me.
Bear with us, you guys.
Okay, how does this sound now?
It's all good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a space, man. I think it's just a space is trying to be a shitter, man. I keep telling y'all, this is the shitter.
Yeah, it's definitely the tech.
That's what it is.
Well, it's more. It's they have this account is labeled. This happens every week. It never happens to anybody else's spaces. I'm in these spaces. I just listen. They rarely have glitches with the host. So it is what it is. We'll fight through it.
Politics as usual has failed the Black community. For too long, the levers of power in Washington have changed hands between Republicans and Democrats without meaningful change coming to the Black community. Things will be different with independent Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has spent 40 years fiercely protecting minority communities. In Kennedy's first case as an environmental attorney, he represented the NAACP in its fight to stop a garbage station in Ossining, NY. He has always been there for vulnerable communities, from the Bronx to indigenous people in North and South America. Operation Phoenix. Black businesses are the lifeblood of their community, and Kennedy knows it. He served on the board of Restoration Plaza in Bed-Stuy for 35 years. Ending redlining and releasing investment capital turned Restoration Plaza into a thriving business community. Kennedy will replicate this success across the country. Rather than the $100 billion bank bailouts, Kennedy will invest in urban and struggling communities. They will rise and thrive through Operation Phoenix. Tangibles. Increased access to investment capital for a robust, self-sustaining Black business infrastructure. Institute Black Business Development Agency to build and support African American companies. Web courses taught by respected Black entrepreneurs on starting a business as qualifiers for small business grants. Low-interest microloans to invest in approved business plans with flexible repayment terms. Millions of new, full-time jobs for the Black community. Immigration policy that protects local resources, ending the migrant encampments in urban areas. Increased trade school and college prep opportunities for our youth. Justice. Black maternal mortality. Kennedy will address the Black maternal mortality crisis by supporting expanded coverage for pre- and postnatal care, doulas, and wraparound support up to a year after giving birth. Tackle the Black maternal health crisis with increased funding to maternity wards in African American communities. Call for increased implicit bias training for medical students. Incentives for medical facilities found to improve outcomes for Black patients. Police reform. Recruit police from the neighborhoods they serve. Don't make police do jobs they aren't trained for. Increased funding for mental health professionals accompanying police to help de-escalate citizens in nonviolent mental health crises. Commission to root out systemic bias from the federal to the local levels. Ending civil forfeiture by making seizing assets from citizens illegal without due process. Justice for Black farmers. Robert Kennedy Jr. will end USDA discrimination against Black farmers and protect current landowners from further land loss. Prison reform. Expand reintroduction to the community for nonviolent offenders and dismantle the school-to-prison pipeline by ending suspensions being added to criminal records. Environmental justice. Penalize environmental pollution caused by corporations dumping toxic waste in Black communities. An American Dream for All. AmeriCorps and a new GI Bill for community service. Just as the GI Bill built the middle class after World War II, Kennedy's expansion of service award benefits in AmeriCorps, our domestic Peace Corps, will put the next generation on a path towards the American dream. Cleaning up parks, caring for the elderly, building infrastructure, and working on organic, healing farms will unlock significant assets to pay your way through college or learn a trade, start a small business, or put a down payment on a home. With nearly 60% of minority households liquid asset poor, Kennedy's plan will help end the racial wealth gap. Student debt relief. As president, RFK Jr. will push to make student debt dischargeable in bankruptcy and move to cancel student debt. Home ownership. First-time home buyers should not have to compete with private equity firms and billionaires to buy a home. Kennedy will fight to keep Wall Street out of the single-family home market and institute 3% government-backed mortgage bonds to make home ownership more affordable for families. It's like having a rich uncle, Uncle Sam, who is willing to co-sign your mortgage. Homelessness. There's no American dream for those living the nightmare of homelessness, which disproportionately affects the Black community. Kennedy will push to address root causes of homelessness and expand wraparound services.
Okay, so that is on his website. And people certainly feel free to come up and talk about that. I can't really answer a whole lot of questions because, again, I'm doing this free of charge. But I do think it's something that we do need to know about and understand, what this person's talking about, because none of these other candidates are even close to talking about that. Like, if you listen to what he's saying, it's almost as if somebody in the Black community sat down with him and essentially said, this is what the Black community needs, as far as I can tell. It sounds very similar to a lot of the talking points that are talked about in Spaces. The Only Mel Cruz, you got it.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And you know what? What's so crazy is everything that I heard, and I'm on the website and I was trying to find where this was going, but I couldn't find those pieces in particular. But what your computer was reading is what Project 2025 plans to do is take away everything that Kennedy's talking about. He's trying to ensure really stays in place and that we're actually able to take advantage of. And the 2025 talks about medical care and people getting quality care and this and that, but it's not specific the way we just heard about it being specific to Black Americans getting great care. The mortality rate. We already know that there is a disparity in healthcare between Black Americans and the rest of the population. And so Kennedy did. He's saying all of these things that are what we need. These are our chief complaints. There's studies and proof. And to be so, for me, I hate to sound too eager, like, let's go for Kennedy. But if we're honest with ourselves, these are issues that are problems. Project 2025 plans on taking out any assistance to help individuals that are trying to buy a home. All of those and I talked about this in the last space I did. The down payment assistance loan, if you stay in a house over 7 years or whatever, you don't have to pay that back. The 3 to 7% down payment, closing costs, all that kind of stuff. 2025 plans to wipe all of that out. And I think what was critical too in what we just heard was that regular citizens should not be competing with corporations when it comes to buying a house. And something I made this comment maybe last year. In Europe, corporations were buying, probably still are, properties by the bushel load because they expected immigrants to be coming to where they are, and they wanted to make sure that there was housing already available for them. So it shouldn't be a shock if the same thing is going on here. So, I mean, what do we need, and who's at least addressing our concern? You understand what I mean? That's how I'm looking at it. I land.
Yeah, and he's not afraid to even say it. And this is the thing that I'm talking about when you're talking about these people. It's not propping up Kennedy and Biden and Trump. We're talking about the position that their administration is going to take, which actually are people in the states. And so that means that these policies that he can put forward and actually force and veto into law, if Congress doesn't do what they're supposed to do within his first 100 days, that's the type of president you want somebody talking, you want them to be moving towards, right? Because that actually helps America rebuild itself and refortify the structure of our country. These other two clowns are not talking about that. They're talking about fortifying either their own pockets, their MAGA. Because I remember the video I watched about people talking about Biden's mega donor, or their huge donorship wants him to step down and get someone else in place, and he's pushing back against that. So my thing is, you are only sticking to the people who have put you in place, but you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing for the people. The we the people comes from the Bill of Rights. That is where that comes from. And if you don't know that, Like, I'm just trying to understand you being like they've been bought by their donors. So if your huge donor is coming from AIPAC or coming from some other group that wants you to push these far left, far right, neo-Nazism, we about to retake the country again. We don't want to hear that. Because those aren't Americans. Those are not the people who are in military going to war and on the front lines, or families who've lost their loved ones overseas. And then you see Biden calling them on the phone instead of going and see them. Like this, these are not characteristics of a president that I would want to be under. Neither one of them. And on top of that, I'm gonna just put it out there. They too damn old. 80 something, pushing almost 100 or 90 years old. No, you need to sit down. Trump is 79. No. The cognitive ability for them and the way that they're moving, they are not moving so that they are protecting the American population as a whole. They are moving as if they're trying to secure the next generations of idiots that we gotta listen to and run around because they become owner of fucking X. And they sit around and allow neo-Nazism, domestic terrorism, hate crimes, and all kind of genocidal behaviors on this app. And this person is in proximity with a president. You understand what I'm saying? But we the people, if we start talking about American actual issues, because let's keep it all the way a buck. Black people are literally seemingly the only ones that I know of, Black Americans, who talk about everybody and every issue. People got mad at Jamal Bowman, but when Jamal Bowman was talking about everybody's issues, the Democratic quote-unquote lobbyists didn't like that because he started speaking about reparations like Black said. So you're telling me you're not for everybody. You're only for specific people. Well, we don't want you. So if you can put your millions of dollars behind getting someone out of office, then we the people need to show up. And matter of fact, I didn't even know Kennedy had We the People on his thing because I had never been to his website. So I actually am studying Constitution and also the Bill of Rights. So at the end of the day, this tells me at least Kennedy is trying to stick with what is actually on and actually imprinted in constitutional law. And he's also trying to make sure that we are going to be represented in policy. That to me is important. And if Angela Stanton King, who was a staunch Trump supporter, moved to the middle, that tells you something. Because I was asking myself that when I was in her space listening to her, because I was annoyed at the fact she was also gung-ho Trump until, again, people get their wake-up call. Because it's not necessarily the people, sometimes it's who's around them. And I think because she didn't get the support, like she said, and she noticed that she couldn't even get to him to have a conversation about why she needed why the support for Angie's House was crucial. That let her know that she needed to go where people are going to uphold her interest in the policies that are going to impact what she's doing in her community. That to me is America first. That is what's important. So when you're talking to people and they can't honestly, and they say, "Oh, I don't see color," you better run. Right. You better run. Because if I'm talking to somebody white, I know that you're white, Italian, blase, right? But I also can recognize if there's conditional issues in your community in which you reside in, if I'm going to be a sitting representative, but I also can speak to my own. Like, I don't understand this. These people are out of control. But we got to call it out.
And one other thing, too, he is at this point the only candidate that I've heard mention anything about Black farmers. Now, how are we getting all up in arms and mad and demanding, and nobody else that got some juice that could actually really do something? And you're going to address the disparity with the Black farmers, and you mean to tell me we're just going to overlook this guy? It doesn't mean that this guy we vote for him and he hoodwinks us. But I mean, shit. Why aren't we finding the internal strategy among ourselves that says how we're going to hold this guy accountable if he does pull a fast one on us? That's what we need to be talking about right now for these last 4 months. Because right now, and you're right, all we got is Biden and Trump. And I'm so pissed off at Biden's wife because she's actually walking the man around just so she can remain, the vice first lady or whatever the fuck. Like, stop that. You know your husband has problems. Send his ass down. Y'all go home somewhere. Shit.
And I want to point this out before New Negro goes. The Texas governor, he went to Japan. And you all know that Texas is going through an issue with power. They're having a grid power issue because I think they're on a private power network, and Texans have been without power. They've been the people down there are it's hitting them hard after the storm. So Greg Abbott, instead of suspending his trip to another nation, he goes to another nation, leaving the people down there. The same thing Ted Cruz did. And so this is what I'm saying to people under the sound of my voice. These are the people that will be in, that will have representatives that will be in position to go to the House and the Senate, not the governor, but Ted Cruz and other representatives that are in Texas who would be at the White House supporting Trump and pushing this stuff. And these are the people that would leave their folks high and dry. Pay attention. I'm just saying, look at everything that's happening and what the formula is that these people are putting in place. And if it's not matching up to what they're writing down and what they're telling you out of their mouths, they're lying.
Absolutely. Let me add this in here. So the amount that he had for black farmers was $5 billion. That was before the Chevron decision. That was before, they essentially said that they would get access to that original $2 billion that was on the table. So again, even though they took that clip about reparations and if you kind of go through Black Twitter, at least reparations Twitter, you're going to see a lot of people saying he's flip-flopping on it and things of that nature. But even after all of that, he still said, I can do this. This is the number that I know I can actually make happen becoming the president. So that, again, says to me that he's willing to suffer for this particular issue, for these issues, because he already got all that pushback on it, and he still put it out there. New Negro, you got it.
Peace and love to the family. Hope you guys enjoyed a beautiful, beautiful Saturday. I did. Family time, and thankful that we have this moment to speak. So I'm gonna be 100% honest. In light of the news of today, my protest vote is going to be for Donald Trump. I could go further into why, but I know a part of this whole thing we've been dealing with has been about who should we vote for, what party should we align with, should we sit on the couch, should we have a protest vote, should it be a Cornel West, RFK. My personal protest vote is Donald Trump. But before I get to why, I want to say this. Anybody who's been around as long as I've been around, if the goal was to focus on RFK, that should have been happening during the COVID-19 lockdowns, when he put out that book, The Real Anthony Fauci, and he was running around the whole country with Angela Stanton King. Right? Those of us who was outside organizing and going against the vaccine mandates, we are not new to RFK. Like, we understand who he is. We've always supported what he does. He's really big in the forced vaccinations or the medical side of when it comes to mandates and the side effects of the history of vaccines and the role that the Anthony Fauci and the world, whatever that medical, not the World Economic Forum, but the other one that deals with the medical stuff. He's been heavy echoing the implications of that. I mean, he's brought parallels down to young black kids with autism and these vaccines. He's been heavy about that part. The issue that I've always had when it comes to an RFK is sometimes he seems socialist in a sense. Some of the issues were not necessarily fully in support of a full Black American agenda as it pertains to there's no way for anybody to be so gun-ho in the history of vaccines, mandates, the impacts of these forced things, but then still be super pro-abortion. Right, when we know about Margaret Sanger, when we know about Planned Parenthood and these systems that exist. So I've never not been against RFK. I think him and the Cornel West would have been a great ticket. You could put one as president and vice president, either or, it doesn't matter. But I think that they fit a certain pocket as it pertains to the poor and disenfranchised of all people, right? Because they're not specific either when it comes to Black, quote, people, very much about the poor versus the rich, the minority element. And when we talk about including him in a conversation about presidency and outside of a protest vote, because like I'm just saying in general, right? I've always had an issue, but had an understanding and actually an appreciation for how clear he was with saying that he can't promote reparations because he doesn't believe as a president he would be able to get it passed. And there has to be at some point a consensus upon is reparations through an executive order or is reparations through to Congress. Because if reparations is going to be based on Congress, then it kind of really don't matter who the president is, because it's going to have to be pushed through our House reps, our Senate, and making sure that they are the ones that stand on it, and whoever is the president at hand, if he believes he can get another election, should sign on it. But RFK has always said that his stance on reparations is he doesn't believe that he could get it through, or he could see it through, or it would get through Congress, so he doesn't, quote, support it or use it a part of his platform, but he does have some other type of economic agenda, right? He believes and understands the history. He's always acknowledged the history of what we've experienced. Obviously, well, you know who his dad is and who his uncle is. He understands it, but he himself realizes, based on the makeup of Congress, the concept of getting reparations legislated, he doesn't believe it can happen. So he's always looked for repair and an economic standpoint, and that becomes a whole Black business and things that I think should be done anyway. So I don't know if that's, quote, reparations or not, right? I don't think the plan that he's discussed when it comes to the economic explosion or expansion of the Black community is reparations. I think us being a Native community in terms of being the oldest Native-born population here, we should have more ownership, more stake, more equity in all areas of people activity. I don't think that should be based on reparations. I think that after reparations, which is not based on the failures of the assimilation or, you know, what happened after we were emancipated and our upward mobility to ingratiate ourselves in society, you know, we would be somewhere else had that not be disrupted. But that still doesn't mean that we wouldn't be in a different area outside of the 246 years, you know. And I would like to separate 1619 to 1865 and then 1865 to where we are now as different time periods in terms of what we are owed. So I say all that to say that I don't know if RFK has ever really shown a face towards the Black community in terms of full repair, and it's unfortunate because he knows it, right? He has a loved Rella talked about Angela Stanton King, who knows it. She's like heavy anti, certain Democratic policies, so he has the information. Some of us reached out to his campaign and fed some information over there. So I don't know. Right, I don't see him as being an ideal candidate for us in terms of being able to get things through if he doesn't believe Congress would do it. So I don't know what an executive order for him would look like. The other part, and I didn't want to be too long with it.
Yeah, let me break in because I want to understand because I want to play the video where he talks about abortion and immigration. Because abortion obviously is somewhere that I'm not going to agree on abortion at all. I'm just absolutely not, and I get it. But his explanation is what it is, and again, because he kind of sits in between Republicans and Democrats, there are going to be some Democrat policies that he's going to champion. There's going to be some Republican policies that he's going to champion, but he does have this Black agenda. Now he throws in words like minorities, they talk about Hispanics, they talk about natives, and all of that again to me is just a conversation where you sit down and discuss why there needs to be this specificity to the point that you understand that he understands, so that going forward he's not conflating these issues. I think that can happen. Based on the hours of videos that I've watched, to be quite honest. But you said you're voting for Trump as a protest. A protest of what is my first question. And then what do you expect to get out of Trump? Because he's certainly not going to sign an executive order for reparations. And then the other part of it is that whatever the president does from the executive office, when it comes to the money and the funding of it, the Congress holds the purse. That's actually how the country operates. So there is a limited amount of money that the president, through an executive order, could actually dispense. So those are my questions.
Hey, Black, you're actually right. Actually, I'm trying to figure out how much money if the president have access to without congressional approval. Now, I'm looking at something that says that President Biden, under executive order, he implemented like $2 trillion worth of executive order type of actions. So $2 trillion, but it seems like there's like 100 different executive orders. So that $2 trillion, of course, is divided into different orders. But I'm trying to figure out if he does one executive order, what is his limit on just one? But yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out. If anybody knows, that'd be great.
Can you say it one more time, Black American Homeland? I was processing what you were saying.
Okay. President Biden has access to a certain amount of money when it comes to executive orders without asking for approval from Congress. Okay. Now, I'm looking at this website that says that Biden approved or he implemented $2 trillion worth of executive orders. But it seems like there's 100 different, $3 billion here, $50 billion here, 50 million here. So it's different amounts, but I'm trying to figure out what is the maximum that he can implement in an executive order. Like, is it 200 billion? Oh, okay. I see something here said 260 billion. I see 200 billion. I see 150 billion. 224 billion, 350 billion. So let's say his maximum might be 400 billion.
Hey, Black American Homeland, can you tell if those are foreign or domestic executive orders, and where's the money going?
Okay, example, Medicaid is 200 billion. New York new student loan bailout scheme, 150 billion. Nursing home minimum staffing rule, 17 billion. Let's see, new multi-pollutant emission standards for light and medium duty vehicles, that's 224 billion. Hardship student loan approval, a proposal that 350 billion. Let's see, what's another big one? Additional net interest payment, 300 billion.
Hey, I was gonna tell you those loans, the student debt loan thing, they all in court. Yeah, because the Republicans are fighting them on that one. Like every AG in the South has filed lawsuits with the courts when it comes to these loans. So all of those are kind of being held up right now.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing. Like, let's say if a president want to use executive order to implement some type of reparations, right? Let's say his maximum might be 400 billion. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, what's the point?
I'm just throwing that out there.
Black American Homeland, if he was to do the order, see, like, for instance, right, because, black people were talking about why President Obama didn't make such a move, right? Well, you already know if he had made such a move, guess what? Right. AGs from all the southern states, like what these AGs are doing right now with the student loans, we're going to fight against them in the courts. And as we see courts, they all are stacked against any Democratic president that wants to do something like that. For instance, like if Biden really wanted to do something for reparations, he wouldn't be able to do it because the court they're gonna flip it around on his ass and he won't be able to get it.
But Professor, that's the reason why I need people to get off of the Democrat or Republican train and listen to their platform, but look at the states, the representatives in the states who would also back their platform. That is going to be crucial because there are a total of 42 Senate seats and 43 House seats that are going to be up. People are going to have to vote for, right? If you look at who these people are the people who are running in those particular states. I can post this down below. People are going to have to get with it. Like, I think we really believe that it's just tailored to the presidential candidates, and I'm saying talent is not wrong, but at the same time, there is a formula and a strategy that we can actually implement to get the things that we need. So if it's people want Trump in office, you're going to have to look at getting the representatives that are in office out so he can get his agenda pushed. The same with the Democratic Party. But the Democratic Party got AIPAC in their pocket, so they're going to get rid of people that aren't fully for immigration. You're getting out of here. I'm sorry. No, you want to help Americans? You're getting out of here. So then when you look at Trump's platform, the people who support his platform and the representatives on the state level who are up for I think they're being it's their election year. These people will be the ones who would either go to Congress to be a part of that 435 number to help vote on bills that would be put in front on the president's desk. So if we are talking about RFK, regardless of what he had did in his past years, because let's keep it all the way 100. Nobody's talking about what Trump did in his past years. No one even brings up what Trump did during his administration, except for I was okay and I was all right as an individual. But yet Trump only signed 96 bills during his administration. It's like the lowest number in history. Second of all, he did hardly anything. Like, let's keep it a buck. He spent all his time in Mar-a-Lago and inside the White House. He wasn't really doing a whole lot. He might have met with a couple of foreign dignitaries or whatever here and there, but he wasn't really trying to run the country. He was literally lining his pockets because his kids were on TV talking about deals that they were made. His daughter struck a deal with the Goya owner and got into that deal. She struck a deal with China and got trade deals for her company. When I'm telling you that we're not really paying attention, we're not paying attention because people want to talk surface. So I'm trying to get you to focus. Literally, if we're talking about this agenda for RFK, it's going to come down to who are going to be the people on the states, because you need a majority vote or majority representatives in the state. If he can get on a ticket, and I agree with Talent, Cornel Wells and RFK, they would have definitely got my vote if they was on a ticket together. Because yeah, you a panty, that's fine, but at least y'all both Americans. We can see that y'all are going to do some stuff, and at least we can try to see if we can get some people on the state level to back what you're doing. We can't say that about Trump and Biden. The only thing we say right now is we don't want immigration. We need that to be fixed. And then the second.
Went out for me. Still there?
Really? You still there?
Yeah, you were like in the Matrix. Where you at, Roller Rock?
Yeah. Oh my God. This Jesus. Y'all, this space, I'll tell you, the shitter. That's all I can say. The shitter.
Okay, let New Negro go, and then we'll get Miss Rella when she comes back.
Yeah, peace and love. Just to kind of respond to the conversation and the questions that was asked. My protest vote is for Donald Trump because I understand the history of the assassinations of presidents. And I know Lincoln was assassinated and Kennedy was assassinated because they themselves, whether if it was an aligned agreement or if it just happened to be something that we were able to benefit from, they did things that Negroes were able to benefit from. And if I'm going to look at the actual board, you know, as someone who knows about winners and who has the ability to win, and just being honest, right? I don't know where everybody is at with it, but RFK and Cornel West don't have a chance in fucking anything to win. Right? They have not been a part of any major debates. Not saying that they can't themselves be a protest vote, because I'm cool with protest voting. Some people gonna vote for the couch. I was standing there, but I'm looking at this with some fresh eyes as it pertains to an assassination attempt against a president. And I'm gonna say, if this is that deep, and I mean, if it's that deep, whether it was staged or if it's that deep and it actually was something that people actually wanted to do from whatever fraction they're from, a deep state or cartel or AIPAC or wherever, allegedly, whomever it comes from, I'm interested in seeing how America needs to shift from where it's at democratically to what it would be, because I think we are still going to have to figure shit out, because 4 years of a Republican president doesn't change democratic leadership in Black communities, right? We're still going to have to figure out what affects us locally. So it's a protest vote to me, because 4 years is not going to be a trickle-down effect unless it comes with heavy executive orders, right? Because even to what Rella was speaking about earlier, you know, about having Congress agree when it comes to like literal policies, I don't think we've had the benefit of having that historically. And I don't even want to say I think, I know that,
right? When you look at the history of Black Americans in this country, the majority of the things that we've had that benefited us and moved us forward were through some sort of Supreme Court ruling or some sort of an executive order, whether it's Thurgood Marshall with Brown versus Board of Education, or it's 1961 John F. Kennedy with affirmative action, right? That was an executive order. What made the shit nasty was Lyndon B. Johnson that pushed it through Congress, that turned it into all people's, all minority lives matter, and let's add the women, the kids, the gays, and all this other shit, the genders and everything else. That's kind of what happens when everybody then has to come together. But the stuff that was based on an executive order was very specific to us, right? So I'm looking at it and I'm being honest, and I'm saying that if RFK, right, RFK, whose whose uncle is JFK, is saying that he, as a presidential candidate, with all he knows, does not believe that he can get a reparations bill through Congress, that means that his ability to play the middle does not believe he as a president could play the middle to bring both sides together to get us a comprehensive reparations plan passed through Congress. So I'm not even wasting my time at that point. I'm going to look to somebody that's going to push an executive order and bust some fucking heads and be rude and unruly and say, let me make some shit through. Because
Okay,
Cornel
okay,
West
but
is not
who
going to
is that person?
Joe Biden.
Who is that
Hold on,
person? Who is that person? Who is that person that's in this race that's going to do what you just suggested?
I mean, if you want me to be a betting man, I bet Donald Trump would, because Donald Trump doesn't have any political allegiance to any party. He's not a career politician. He came in a billionaire, and it could be a fuck you to everybody who believed that he could not be a president, that I'm going to give these people something. Right. And I don't see that far-fetched from me as it pertains to the other people who are connected way more in depth politically, who have political careers, who Joe Biden's been with Strom Thurmond, who other people may be a pipe dream like a Cornel West. I would love Cornel West and RFK, but I don't have enough confidence in them, honestly. I don't think that on their campaign.
But let me ask you, where are the signs saying that you hope?
I don't have signs. Like, this is not a based on a sign. This is based on if I am going to have a protest vote, right? My protest vote is going to not be one that's on a couch. It's not going to be one to RFK, because he's already told me that what he's not going to be able to do. It's not going to be to a Cornel West, who has shown that he has a lot more focus and energy towards Palestine, Israel, and he continues to couple us in with everyone else.
Bro, so, let's because I want to go back and forth with you. I think it's a mischaracterization to say he told us what he's not going to do. He actually said what he's going to do with the power of the presidency. He said what they're not going to do. How is that any different from Tesla coming up in spaces and saying, do you have the votes to get it through Congress? That's the same. That's the exact same Congress. Do you have the votes in Congress to get that done, based on the election that's going to reelect the entire House and based on the makeup of the Senate? Do you see votes in Congress to pass reparations as it currently sits?
Here's this, beloved, and I'm going to be 100% honest. Reparations right now, as it pertains to right now on a federal level, we don't have enough muster to do it. Why? Because let's look at the southern states, right? Everybody romanticizes themselves about the North, right? We could go New York City, we could go Illinois, we could go California. It's cool. What about Texas? What about Mississippi, Alabama? What about Florida? Some of these areas in the South have Republican people that are pushing policies that don't even want reparations to happen. So yeah, on the state level, cool. On the local level, cool. But once, and I'm gonna tell you this as somebody that lobbied in DC and went through the halls and sat on the top area where they were in the chambers at the time, and seen white ring Republicans in gray suits on one side and a bunch of people of color on the other side. When you go to DC in session and you sit on that top area and watch this shit happen in real session, you're gonna see a certain divide in a certain color and a certain tone. And what I'm saying, based on what I'm seeing, if the goal is to get Congress to pass a comprehensive reparations bill, this election right now is not going to be the one to do it. Like, literally, it's not. There needs to be way more people on the ground. It can't just be a Marcel here. It just can't be a Tamara Jackson. Tamara here. I am literally politicking right now about Hakeem Jeffries, bro. I live in New York City. Like, if I come to the platform and say, yeah, I'm about to take Hakeem Jeffries' seat in Congress, do you know how much I got to have behind me, bro? You know how much work I got to do in the community? That's why I do work in the community, because even me knows that would be a far-fetched reality for me to jump out right now to do it. No, I got to plant more seeds, continue to do more community work, and I've already been outside for 15 years. But if I'm going to go against that in New York City to take Hakeem Jeffries' seat in Congress to represent one of the largest metropolitan areas of Black people in the Northeast Coast, that's going to take a lot of work, bro, a lot of money, a lot of leverage, a lot. So what I'm saying is that this is not the season for thinking that reparations will come through congressionally.
Okay,
this is the season
awesome,
for us to make sure we get what we can get based on executive orders and making some noise, because historically,
but you're saying exactly what he said. He said what you just said. I don't believe Congress will pass it, but here's what I can do as the president. That's exactly what he said to the T. Everything you said matches what he said. And let me add this as a caveat. And I want to actually ask you this question, because you said you have some conferences with his campaign or whatever. The thing that strikes me about him is his honesty, and honesty, even when it could cause him personal pain. That's so give me your opinion on that. But then also I put in the Purple Pill and in the Jumbotron where he says he wants to have a cabinet that has Republicans, Democrats, Libertarian, Green parties, and many others, where that is your slot to fit in a reparationist Black American organization, whatever it is. Even the I'm forgetting the name of the woman's party. If someone could help me, is it the Reformist Party or the what is that Black woman's?
I think it's the founders movement or something like that.
Redemption.
The Redemption. Thank you. There you go. So get the Redemption Party and slide her into that slot where she has, or get Miss Hassan, or get somebody who everybody kind of feels. As a matter of fact, get all of them individually to start having conversations with this campaign to say, we want a seat on that cabinet. We want a seat in the administration. And this is our agenda. This is our platform that we want to present. I think that this guy is going to be open to that conversation, open to listening to it. And again, like I said, he's already connected lineage and constitutionality to reparations. He's already made that on his own, whether through people that have been around him or the fact that he's a constitutional attorney. I think it's just tweaks. I think you just got to tweak this guy. Why would you not want that, number one? And then do you have any opinion on his honesty?
Well, I would say early on, we reached out to his campaign. We connected through him through Angela Stanton King, and we're heavy on lineage, heavy on reparations, heavy on comprehensive plan early on. This is last year, right? And I mean, he's made some adjustments along the way in terms of his language and how he understands it. I'm just looking at it and I'm saying, to me, some of it is also a bit late, bro. Like, and maybe because I understand this a little differently, because I've been around RFK and I've known him from 2020, 2021, when he was outside against the vaccine mandates. I've been around and heard everything he's been saying. I've been around this, bro. I am New York City freedom rallies. We had him speak at our events. We were organizing and he came around, and at those points in times, he wasn't talking about being a president. He had the book about Anthony Fauci and was talking about vaccine and side effects and this, that, and the third. And then he continued to move on. And I guess based on the fact that we are in this point where people seem that the two premier candidates are non-viable. People just wanted to throw their names in a hat. So to me, that's not like somebody who, if he was standing on this shit 4 years ago in the middle of the pandemic, where black people was dealing with forced vaccinations, and he talking about the history of Tuskegee and syphilis and black kids with autism, and his next thing is to become president of the United States in 2024 or whatever, bro. He had a 4-year record of being around us, especially in some of these major cities, democratically led, that he could have been laid the foundation down. So I'm just looking at it and I'm saying, no, you became a political candidate for presidency because of these two individuals that are shit shows. Now, do I believe
hold on, is that wrong? Is that wrong?
Yeah, in terms of it being a bit too late of galvanizing us from 4 years ago.
I don't think so. I don't think so, because at the end of the day, I understand that. I get it. You're talking about from your point of view and your experience around him 4 years ago. But in today's time, matter of fact, I think CNN not CNN, I think either CNN or one of them videos came across my timeline.
Let me say this real quick. He knows the history. He needed to be updated on lineage. At some point, we got to stop
listen, and he's doing that. But what I'm saying, talent. Slow down. All I'm saying to you is, it seems like the progression of what he's doing is actually doing that. Because in that comment that you made, that you said, well, he said what he couldn't do, he also said he couldn't do it because it was based on race. That was actually the full context of that statement. And then the second thing is now he also is speaking, saying that it needs to be a lineage-based situation. And if that's the case, you would get more people viably behind him than you would get behind Biden right now, or that you would be getting behind Trump. So if there are people who are still going to vote heavily Democrat, but Biden doesn't have anything, and people are saying, okay, we noticed that these are two candidates that we're looking at heavily, that after that debate, this is just not what it is. I guarantee you that everybody's having that same conversation, that we need something different. And if he's going to present something different, whether or not he started 2 years ago or he started a year and a half ago, the fact that he's in the race, to me, that's better than nothing. Because if his name can be on a ballot, then he's an oppositional or a what did you call it? I'm voting because I don't want to choose Biden in the Democratic Party. So that it's no different than what you're saying you're going to do with Trump, except for the fact that Trump ain't coming out talking about he's going to do any executive order or any platinum plan path conversation, and he's not even having those conversations with the black people that he's trying to serenade when he goes in front of the photo ops with us in these on his campaign trail. So if we're going to have that same energy, then the same energy needs to be extended to the two that are up front, that are seemingly only wanting our votes to get into position to pay us dust.
And if I can jump in here too, the only two who seem to be primarily concerned about sending our taxpayer money out of the country. So you can get rid of all these immigrants if you want to, but the bottom line is you keep sending all these billions and billions and trillions of dollars over to the Ukraine and the next pet project, then it's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. And one thing that you can personally attest to, Talent, is the fact that your previous interaction with him, apparently you know firsthand about his genuine concern, interest, research in black children, autism, things of that nature. So at least from an organic position, this is someone who at least have some level of identification or empathy with the black American community. I mean, that's greater than what we can say about Trump or Biden, quite as Skip.
I'm not in disagreement.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I'm not in disagreement with anything anyone is saying, right? I earlier said that I would have loved to see him and Cornel West be a ticket together, and that would have moved things forward. I don't know who his VP is, right? Like at this point, does he even have a VP candidate?
Yeah, her name is Nicole Shanahan. She's a tech person.
Let's give her the same treatment we gave the Abdullah lady with Cornel West, and we found out she had ties with BLM. Like I'm all about doing the work and finding the literal most candidate. Remember when I came on the platform, I said my protest vote. I believe that this election is a shit show. I believe that it's over, and I'm making a decision based on an assassination and my own thoughts about when they try to kill a president. What I think, this is not an endorsement. This is not I believe he's going to give us reparations or anything. This is, okay, if America's about to be a shit show and this is what it's about to be, and this is going to remove the Democrats from any sort of power around our people, then I'm cool with it, right? The whole thing of let this shit burn, let it burn, I'm going to let it burn. But in terms of RFK, to me, he's been around long enough for me to believe, based on information that we fed his campaign way before my rally. Indeed, I did my rally way before my demonstration. We fed him information about stuff he could have been jumping out on. Right, so all I'm saying is that we reached out to him early. I done sent PDF documentations. I worked with Isaiah through shit. I done did my own shit. Angela Stanton, like there was a lot of stuff that was sent that way. And I'm just saying, I'm tired of black people being the end result of situations where you see that people are not viable. I want somebody to step up and really be for us. But if nobody give a shit, then fuck it. Because I could say the reparation space, when niggas was giving a fuck about RFK? When? Did people care 2 years ago about the vaccine mandates? When shit was getting shut down in the communities and we was up in these northern cities being flooded with vaccine mandates and wild weird shit and got to lose our jobs to change shit? Like nothing about the vaccine, nothing about the reparations movement right now even speaks to the fact that black people lost wild businesses and jobs based on not wanting to take the vaccine or close their business. That's a fact. So me being around a lot of that is like, even this conversation is weird where reparation is considering RFK, and I'm like, well, this shit should have been a connection 4 years ago, and it would look way different than what it does now. And this is no disrespect to anyone. I'm just saying, I just have been around that vaccine and mandate space and him long enough to know that we gave him information to move this shit forward way long ago, and he's not about to be my desperate.
Right. Was he for the vaccine or against the vaccine?
He was against the vaccine.
Okay.
He was,
all right.
and he
That's
was
cool.
and he also talked about the mRNA. I've been following RFK before I had my baby, so. And again, if you're not in certain organizations, then you're not going to be having other conversations other than what's in the proximity of the space that you reside in. So to say that you don't know what the conversation is on a social level for social media, again, most people are only going to talk about what's in front of their face. But on the grassroots level in organizations, they were talking about the impact that COVID had, the impact of vaccinations, because that's actually part of the reparations packages for the organizations that I'm in that they're concerned with. So again, I'm only, the only thing I could do is in this space tonight is we're talking about RFK. You put it out there that absolutely. You vote for Trump, that's your business, and you know, Godspeed and Godspeed to everybody. Everybody, hold on 1 second. Hold on one second. Only in the realm of whatever it is you're going to do as an American to exercise your vote, just exercise your vote. I don't care who it is at this point it's for. I'm just saying, and I think you would agree that we definitely have to make sure that we're looking at policy, because based on where you are in your state, the people who are your representatives, they're going to be the ones who are going to be the ones implementing any type of policy that's going to come from the federal or state level. So if you don't care about who the president is and you're just going to be like, I'm voting for Trump or I'm voting for Biden, do you? But just make sure that you're doing it from the premises of you're getting it from the best interest of what you want to do. Yes, it's a shit show. The best interest, of what's what it is that we've all unfolded in the spaces of reparations and cognitive policies. So that's my only thing. And I could care less. All the other stuff and all the nuances, I really don't care, because, again, people do whatever they want to do. They say whatever they want to say, and then it becomes real pretentious, and I'm not about that. I really think it's just, I'm looking at the facts, and the facts of the matter for me is Trump don't speak to no reparations. He don't speak to doing anything other than helping immigrants. As he stated, he would actually give them amnesty if they joined American colleges. Out of his own mouth, he would actually save them. And then, but at the same time, talking about he would actually fix the immigration. See, people don't even know his answer to fixing immigration doesn't mean he's going to get rid of immigrants. It means that he would actually make them legal. So now you can no longer say that they're illegal. So again, I'm looking at all the facts, and I'm also looking at how people move. So no, I'm not voting for somebody that actually tried to get five black men, young black men in New York lynched. I would never give him. He would never give none of my energy or votes for that shit.
And, you know, and one other thing too to add to it.
Let me jump in here, because I really don't want to have a
point from Rella. That's new to me. There's people in this reparation space that was promoting the vaccine on this platform. I didn't know the tone of this space right now. Y'all seem to kind of like jumped on the RFK joint, and to me that even seems late. But it's love, man. I ain't got nothing but love for y'all. It's still black majority state.
But again, it doesn't matter if it's late or not.
Yeah, let me. Oh man, let me talk. Please let me talk here. Let me talk here. Please let me talk. So, this is not a Trump space. We talked about the Trump assassination attempt for like the first 3 hours. This was intended to be an RFK space, period. We talked about this information because we know all this energy's in the air, trying to get that out of the air so that we can actually pivot to RFK. And we are in the RFK. I appreciate that you have a real world experience with either him or his candidacy, and you worked around him. What I'm gonna say is this: I would look at it much differently than he's coming late to the party because of the way the system operates. He wanted to run as a Democrat. The Democrats forced him to run as an independent, and they put a media blackout on him. He's been doing these podcast interviews, which I just literally found out because I went and searched specifically for his name and black issues. And you realize he's been doing these podcasts, and not just black podcasts, but everybody's podcasts, for at least a year. He's probably doing at least one a week, if not more. So he's been out there trying to spread his message the best way he can because he's getting media blackout. And this is really, again, for me, I'm just looking at it like, well, if this is a white man whose uncle was the president, whose father was the heir apparent to the presidency, was guaranteed to win, the Kennedy family has this reverence in the black community where people used to have the image of Kennedy, Martin Luther King, and Jesus on their wall. And he has name recognition that the Democrats are deathly afraid of if he's not going to do their bidding. They're okay with him if he would do their bidding, but obviously he's not doing their bidding. So why has his path to the presidency been so difficult? Way more difficult than Trump's. For those who want to, tout the fact that Trump's had this hard time getting there, no, he didn't. They laid this whole Republican convention down for him. Nobody really challenged him. He didn't even have to debate in the debates during the primary. They set it up for him. It was a fucking layup for him. This person has literally had to crawl and scratch and form together coalitions to get on the fucking ballots in all these different states. He's finally got on ballots to where he doesn't have to win the presidency. He can get enough electoral college votes to stop anybody else from winning. And I think at this point, that's going to be the strategy. He only needs to get like 80 electoral college votes to ensure that neither Trump or Biden wins. And then he's in the driver's seat. This is really what black majority stateism is all about. It's about using the system against itself in a way that we can actually put ourselves in power. So for me, it's a physical, real world exercise and an example of how you fight the system as an outsider to the system, because the Democrats have labeled him as an outsider. But here's what's happening. Trump's donors are funneling money to RFK because they think he's going to hurt Biden. They think it's advantageous for RFK to get a bigger platform to hurt Biden. So a vote for RFK in the Trump world is advantageous for Trump. So if you vote for RFK, you're literally voting for Trump anyway. However, you may put America in a position to where he's able to do what Ross Perot wasn't able to do, which is be a stopgap and create a situation where, yes, both of these parties have to come to him, and this may be why the Trump funders are essentially sending money his way, because they're recognizing that there's a potential that this could happen, and they want to be able to leverage the fact that they're funding his campaign in order to be advantageous towards Trump. That's just something that popped into my head, but it makes perfect sense if we're understanding how this money flows and how the system works. For somebody to do what he's doing as an independent with a media blackout from the major CNNs, NBCs, ABCs, all the mainstream networks, Fox, and now they're attacking him in the media because he did so well in the debates, and in debates that he wasn't even invited to. He had to stand on a stage by himself with an audience that's clapping to his answers and responding to Trump and Biden on a video prompter, on a video screen. I mean, I'll be honest, that's what turned me towards this guy. So when people say, well, why are we coming to this so late? Because I sat and watched that debate, and I said, I watched it with Biden and Trump, and I was disturbed at Biden's faces, not his answers, the blank, just like he's looking into the fucking afterlife in that debate. And then I said, okay, well, let me wind it back and watch it with RFK. And I was impressed again with his honesty and with the fact that he could say, well, I agree with Trump on this, I agree with Biden on this. You never, ever, ever are going to hear that in American politics at that level. You're never going to hear somebody who can stand in the middle and say, I agree with this, I agree with that, I would do this differently, I would do that differently, and has a black agenda on the platform that you can read and go to. And then he's saying, oh, by the way, here's a seat at the table for other political parties that want to sit at the table. What I'm saying is, regardless of whatever your agenda is, if you're a black American and you have an organization, now's the time to get a seat at the table and try to run it up to see if he could block Trump or Biden from getting the presidency and leverage that for whatever the agenda ends up being. And then if for some reason he loses, well, still leverage that relationship with all the relationships and connections that have been made to bring about what it is that Black Americans want, which obviously reparations is the number one thing. Are you aware of his Bedford-Stuyvesant thing that his father did and that he kind of picked up on and essentially was bringing funding to Black business communities in that Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood? Do you have any knowledge or awareness of that? Because he talks about that a lot.
Yeah, that's Restoration Plaza. Like, I'm upset that, like, I didn't realize the tone of where this space was, and I love y'all, so this is love, right? But again, it's a little different when you've engaged and when you've reached out and when you understand. Restorations Plaza is a complex in Bed-Stuy. You take the A train and you can get over at Thomas Boyland, and the goal was to create and to build up Black businesses. Now here's this. Bedford-Stuyvesant is on the borderline of Crown Heights, and that is also a heavy Caribbean community. So the people who benefited the most from the Bedford-Stuyvesant Restoration Plaza was not people of the lineage. The black people of the lineage, when you think about the show, the Cosby Show, that was based on brownstones, and there's these brownstone houses where you got the basement and the up to the floor, that is based on Bedford-Stuyvesant. You think about Spike Lee, Do the Right Thing, all that's Bedford-Stuyvesant. That area, when it comes to black people and black businesses and the growth and development of black people's lineage base, is in an economic downturn. And the reason why I be saying certain things, because I really work and be outside. I would love people to walk around some of these neighborhoods that were historically Negro to really see what they look like. Again, you're representing some with your full understanding. I'm with it. I've always said I love arcade. Him and Cornell West would be my ticket. I'm rolling. I'm with that. Him and Cornell West together, that's a ticket for me. But I'm seeing certain things are late to the party, right? I'm seeing like there's just certain things that I'm looking at and I'm like, all right, cool. And again, what you guys represented was, if we could move RFK, this would jam up the presidential election. To me, or make it difficult, or it would change the Biden-Trump ticket, however you explain that. To me, that's a protest vote, right? I didn't come up here and say I'm caping from a Trump policy. I believe Donald Trump is going to give us anything. I am literally saying where I am at in a political sphere as it pertains to Republicans or Democrat, who are the likely candidates, are the ones on a major stage that seem to be the ones who will or will not win. I am going to make a protest vote against the Democrats, which I historically know have failed our communities, and vote for Donald Trump. That was it. It wasn't like because I believe he's going to do and give us anything, because even in what you just represented right now, if the conversation of this entire thing that I've been around for the last couple of years was, if reparations is not high on their list and we not voting for them, RFK doesn't have reparations anywhere on his list. He said that it's impossible. He understands lineage, and he's going to be able to try to, or he wants to try to do something different in terms of economic growth and development. So that changes the conversation to something that it could have been. It could have been something, okay, if we can't get reparations, then let's build a deal. Let's get a better platinum plan, or let's get a full comprehensive economic development plan. Let's look at the Freedmen's Bureau forum and what they're doing when it coming to some of these CDFIs and some of this money that's coming from the Biden administrations on this infrastructure bill. Like, all of those things to me are stuff we should be doing anyway. We should be actively doing for-profits, non-profit, government contracting, filing suits, filing claims if we're not getting stuff just based on being Americans, right? Reparations to me is based on a debt owed. So if his focus is, I can't give you reparations, but I create a plan to help you economically reposition yourself, that's shit that we should be getting off the bat, because these are the parties that we voted for. So again, I'm not anti-RFK. I rock with RFK. I stand with what he stands for. I support him. I'm just saying, in terms of where we are in a presidential election, to me, I don't see him moving forward. Right? He did the song with Boosie. He been on a bunch of black podcasts. I rock with the black podcast. He done went through a bunch of them, and the hottest topic been, what does he think about reparations? And every single time he's spoken against it. And I've seen him say, I'm not going to do that.
I think that's a mischaracterization, because he's saying, when you say he spoke against it, that sounds like he actually spoke against reparations, but that's not actually what he said. That's a mischaracterization, and that's what when I look at the tweets and I look at the comments,
he doesn't believe he can get it passed.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said he doesn't think Congress will pass it. That's what he said.
Is the point of
that is a very different thing, though.
I'm with you, bro. If Congress can't pass reparations, right, then that means that everything on the congressional level will be what it be until we change Congress, and we just better hope a president does something through an executive order or do something that he can leverage. That's literally.
But let me say this. Let me say this, because I'm putting this in the purple pill right now. I never bought into executive order, because this is how Black American Homeland went on his a computer and he pulled up that these presidents are limited. The reason why I said that, because when that first came up, I had already looked at that, and I know the president is limited on how much they can spend in an executive order. So I never saw that as a legitimate path to any type of reparations, because it's not structural, it's not legal, it doesn't happen within the realm.
Federal study pass though, like Biden.
That is, but that's Narcan, and where that came from, in my opinion, is in that space where Naheem and Cam were in that space, and Cam was talking about a fucking executive order. I never bought into it personally. I just never thought it was real. I never thought it was something that would actually move the shit forward for me. But I know people have been running with it. I don't really try to dispute people. But down in this purple pill, this is from July 11th. This is a U.S. News poll. And this is young voters in battleground states. They have Joe Biden at 37%, RFK at 27%, Donald Trump at 25%. So in a three-way race with young voters in the battleground states, RFK Jr. is beating Donald Trump. I'm just saying, this is something that we kind of gotta tap into, at least to understand where it's going. These are the 6 battleground states. These are the states. These are the states that actually determine who wins the presidency.
Could you name a couple of them so I could get like a?
Yeah, it's Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Those are the 5 of those determine the 2020 election.
Heavily black, right? So that means that he's appealing to a whole nother audience that represents a whole nother. Listen, this is not a
but what audience is Trump? I mean, what audience is Trump appealing to? Bro,
why are you making it seem? Bro, I don't give a fuck.
I'm saying they manipulated the vote. They manipulated the vote.
Can we slow it down?
Yeah, but here's what happened. Here's what happened in 2020. These same battleground states, minus Nevada. Nevada was the state that was not one of the battleground states in 2020. The Democrat Party went in there and added a bunch of phantom votes, 15,000 here, 20,000 there, 100,000 there, to get Biden the victory in those 5 battleground states, because those are really the only states that matter, because those are the states that determine who's going to be the president. And now in 2024, RFK Jr. is polling above Trump in those states. If Trump couldn't win those states in 2020, what credence is there that he's going to win them now when he's not polling well in those same states that determine who the president ultimately is going to be? See, he's going to win the red states. They already know what states they're going to win. It always comes down to these 5, 4, 6. There's always a certain small number of battleground states that actually determine who wins the election. And right now, even a Biden versus Trump, Biden has 59% and Trump only has 41% in those states when it's a head-to-head contest. So right now, Trump can't win the presidency based on these polls. That's what I'm saying. So, like, I think that.
Bro, I said a protest vote.
Man,
I don't
bro,
care
I'm
who
just saying,
wins,
bro.
if you understand what that means. Because my situation in New York is not going to shift in 4 years. It's not.
God,
like,
bro,
my congressional representative is Hakeem Jeffries. We got to get him out the paint, right? It's democratically ran and led, and it's blocked in. There is way more work we have to do on a local level for anything on a federal level to make sense. Because if it's not going through an executive order, that means that these people got to vote for it through legislation. So that means that we got to do way more work where I'm at. All those battleground areas, some of them didn't sound like those are black majority areas. So black people are 30-40%. So that's a whole different conversation. I said my protest vote, bro. That
basically means I don't give a fuck about the election. They trying to.
All right, so that's your protest vote. Can we go on with the conversation, and then let's continue with the conversation. We heard your protest vote, and we appreciate your position, and we respect it, and we're gonna move on because we had a conversation about Trump earlier, and there was a guy that came in and spoke about he's voting for Trump, and like I said, that's great. If that's what you're gonna do, that's how you feel like you can exercise your vote as a protest. Cool. And I already know that you already in your city doing God's work in your city. Then let's move on with the conversation of we're talking about literally these three presidents in their position, and we're focusing on the policies of their agendas. And we were highlighting the difference between all three. We were focusing on the policies that RFK put up. That's why this conversation went the way it went. I think just we went on too long. We just went on too long about everything else. Yes, she had her hand up for a long time. Let her.
Yes, but I'm getting ready to drop.
No, my elder could go.
Because I know she's getting ready. She's going to give you all something. No, wait a minute. She's like you, Rella, and everybody else in the room. Whatever she's going to say is going to be profound, and I definitely want to hear it because I just know it's going to be profound. But I want to diffuse the situation a little bit because I'm going to drop down the listener, and I want to tell you all that I am really enjoying this space, really, really, really enjoying this space, and I actually did love the exchange between Black and Talent because I thought it was a good exchange, but that's just me. The other thing about it is I want to throw a monkey wrench on you all because I think you have a need to know, number one, and I think you need to weigh your decisions carefully from henceforth on of how you're voting locally and federally. I came across some information that talked about how many billionaires they're creating in India. And you all talked about COVID, and that's what piqued my interest. During COVID, the United States, India, and Australia signed a pact together. Those are the three countries that put all the COVID shots out because India had the glass bottles that they came in. And so the United States sent the shot over there, India packaged it up, and Australia did the shipping part of it, okay? I came across some information the other day. They're creating more billionaires in India than ever before in any other country. Kamala Harris has tapped into that, y'all. And so that's what you up against. See, they put these immigrants in here to get the low-wage workers jobs and all that kind of stuff, and they got them now. Now they're getting ready to bring them Indians up in here and do the high-wage jobs. Those are y'all's jobs. Those are y'all's jobs because y'all are the ones that have been to school and have the education and know stuff and know all about tech and everything and stuff. You all do. So I just want to throw that out there. So make your decisions carefully because it would be wonderful if we could have Cornel West and RFK on the ticket and bring them in for 8 years. See, when you vote, you want to make sure that it happens for 8 years, not just 4. And I'm going to tell everybody good night. I love the conversation. I'm going to drop down the listener. This is an important space, and thank you for it.
Thank you.
All right, good night, sister. Thank you for coming up here and speaking. And yes, it has been I couldn't hear nothing. Oh, boy.
This face is tripping. Good night, Sax. We love you.
Okay, let's get Miss A on, and then I'm gonna put down in the purple pill this 2024 presidential election interactive map. It's from 2070 or 270towin.com, where they basically show you the states that are locks for the Democrats, locks for the Republicans, and then they have a sliding scale that says likely leans, and then they have the battleground states, which are toss-ups in like a light tan color. And as I was saying earlier, if RFK can take enough votes away from the Republicans and the Democrats, and he can stop either of them from getting to 270, there is a process that kind of goes in place, but they can also negotiate to get those electoral college votes by bringing him over to either side. And again, I think that's the position that he's in, but also he's peaking. So he's peaking at the right time in terms of American election politics. So if he can peak in the final moments of the election, people are only going to remember what they heard yesterday or this morning. And we got to be honest with ourselves. People go into that booth, they're not as intellectual as the people in these spaces. They really aren't. They show up, they're running, they got the kids, they're going to work, they got their little voter thing. Oh, today's election day. Well, let me run down there and hope and vote. And then they go in there and they recognize names, and then they vote, and based on that, or at the very last second, they'll change their mind. Like, it's really not as intellectual as we may believe it is when people walk into that booth. It's just not. So, Miss Aylin, you got it.
Hey, peace and blessings to the room, to the host and the co-host. Great room, great exchange. I definitely learn a lot, as I always do, coming into your spaces. I'm going to approach this a little bit different. First, I want to ask Black Majority, what were the current numbers of RFK? Like, where is he at right now in comparison to Joe and Trump before I make my statement or my analysis?
Yeah, so the thing I posted was from the battleground states. It was, I think, 18 to 34 demographic, young voter demographic. So these I've been posting about this. These are the most important states because they really can't determine who's going to win in these states. And these states kind of rotate around, but it's usually a couple of them kind of, or what they call purple states, right? So they know Biden's going to win these states over here. They know Trump's going to win those states over there, but they never get to 270 with those guaranteed states. In terms,
Matrix.
Okay, all right, I'll come out and come back in. God damn it. No, that's the first time I was able to do that. Okay, so I don't want to interrupt anybody. So when I've listened to RFK speak and people who speak for him, he is saying that when he polls ahead of Donald Trump, I'm not in love with his stance on abortion. Just flat out, I'm not in love with it. Because he's a medical freedom, body autonomy person. So that's all he's been fighting for. That's his career has been on that. So I understand where it's coming from, but I don't, because I'm somebody who says the three exceptions, which would be the life of the mother or the child, or some criminal action like incest or rape. Those, for me, that's it. Outside of that, I'm not a contraception abortion person at all.
Yeah, I'm firmly against abortion. I've been rocking with Angela Stanton for a very long time, since the Obama years. She was the only Black female politician at that time that I saw that was truly advocating for the kids. I had never seen that before in Black politicians, so I always followed her, especially she was very unapologetic about abortion, because I'm very unapologetic about abortion. And I shared pretty much your same outline when it comes to those exceptions, if you will. And, I don't like how the Democrats skew those numbers and use these weird little examples of those things. But I just wanted a breakdown of that because, like I said, I'm going to approach this probably a bit different. As you know, I posted that Time Magazine article about W.E. Du Bois and his evolution in regards to the political system and how he eventually went from voting in elections and this, that, and other to when he just did a protest vote, or what they dubbed then. This was a 2016 article. I'll see if I can find it and put it in the Purple Pill. What's called strategic voting. I think people need to really study that and understand what that is, so that way we don't find ourselves in these conundrums when we're talking about this two-party system that's still part of the same hydra of white supremacy. Because as of today, I am officially reiterating what I've been reiterating all year long. I love my couch. And a candidate has to truly show and prove that they understand the overall current condition of our people and the needs of our communities, and are unapologetic about standing on that. I am being ultra strict on that. I'm being uncompromising, and because I am tired of us getting bamboozled and taken advantage of every 4 years. We hear all the fear mongering, all the disrespect, all the down talking, the finger wagging, the policing, the bullying, the insults to potential voters, as well as people who have been voting, whether they've been voting Democrat or Republican. And I keep on saying 2004 is a very critical year when it comes to the so-called reparations fight, because in that election, Tavis Smiley did his State of the Black Union address, and he had initially coined that phrase in regards to, having a black agenda for our people. And he emphasized in that particular State of the Black Union address that as black people, when it comes to weaponizing our political power, we need to make sure that we have contingencies on the table before we get someone in office. This is 2004. This was 4 years before Obama, was elected. So it was 4 years in advance. So I agree. Even though, like I said, I'm chilling on my couch because I'm not impressed. And listening to what my elder no taxation has said a couple of spaces a while back ago, I'm not enthusiastic in trying to help white supremacy and white people figure out their fuck shit, especially if they don't see us as a solution to it, and they're not making any concessions to fix this problem. But I also agree with Talent when I'm looking at the situation with RFK, because see, with a name like that, for me, that name carries a lot of weight. It carries a lot of historical weight and currency, because from our spaces, especially when in our Negro spaces, if you will, when we came across to fulfill these rights, that changed the game. We're not interested in listening to politicians tiptoe around what they can and cannot do. This is what Lyndon B. Johnson inherited after the Kennedys got assassinated, okay? And it is detailed on what it was potentially going to implement for our people. So I personally would have an issue with a RFK with that name, not knowing about to fulfill these rights and not being able to muster the courage, the technical capacity and wherewithal to be able to research and get information on how this can be rolled out and implemented for totally for our people. I'm just not accepting the excuse anymore from any politician that they cannot do anything exclusive for us, because we got to secure and to fulfill these rights in existence right now. That's on record with the OMB. That's on record with the U.S. Treasury now when we met with them a couple of months back. So they're aware. Now it's time to get people to do. And I think by me withholding my vote. That's my protest. And saying, like Fannie Lou Hamer said, let this shit all burn. If you don't want to understand our plight and understand the demands of what we want, then hey, y'all have at it. It's just like the scene from Godzilla. Let them fight. And I land right there.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that perspective. And yeah, man, you know, it's always going to be love in everything dealing with the ANDL and yourself and New Negro and all the folks who are very serious in the space. It's always going to be all love. And I love the perspective from people who either have relationships with either Miss King, because again, you know, I've seen her in bits and pieces, but I've not really even had a time to really focus in on what she's doing. I did put her foundation, I think it's called Angie's House, up in the Jumbotron. I think I put it down in the Purple Pill too. She did secure a new building, and she's in the video. She says she's excited. She is looking for people to support her financially in that effort. It appears that she has a huge heart for children, and so shout out to her for that. Of course, the fact that she was connected to this, I think she was his campaign. What is that term? The person who runs the campaign at one point. Again, I haven't looked into why she's no longer in that position. But that's the life of politics. It is what it is. People come and go often, and he's trying to, you know, get to a certain level, which requires certain things. I will not vote for Biden, and it's likely that Biden won't be on the ticket. It's likely that only if Michelle Obama, which she said over and over again, she's not going to run, it's likely going to be Harris, because the rules are that the money that he has in his war chest to run can only be passed down to the vice president. So if they got anybody else, they would not have access to those funds. And she has the right. I mean, regardless of her status, foreign, whatever, she's the vice president of the country. So she has the right to either take that position or let someone else take it. But I would assume if she's still on the ticket as the vice president and someone was above her, maybe she still has access to it. I don't know. I don't know how she could suffer through the embarrassment of that. Personally, that seems like it would be very disrespectful. I don't know how Black American women who vote blue no matter who would take that. Personally, I would take it as a huge slight, and would not necessarily support that no matter what explanation they came up with if I was a Democrat voter. But yeah, so the Democrat Party is done for me in terms of the way it's structured now, the people they have in place. I'm as anti-Democrat as you can possibly be. When it comes to Trump, I told somebody who's kind of been on the Trump train for a while, but he's on the Trump train because he thinks Trump is going to destroy the country. and it took me a long time to figure out why and what it was about. But finally, after going back and forth over months, it finally became clear. He thinks Trump is literally going to destroy the country and make it so bad that, you know, it'll actually somehow, and this is a very complicated, complex strategy in his mind, the way I see it, that somehow that's going to actually help benefit Black Americans. So that goes along with Miss Aon said about burning shit down. This guy believes that Trump is going to burn shit down. I can't vote for it. I can't vote for that because I don't believe that that's beneficial. I saw my city, and I didn't live through it, but I saw the community that was left devastated after the riots from Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination, and they never repaired that community. And in fact, they started gentrification 20 years ago. It's been a slow process, but they've taken over so much of that community that Black people might as well not live there, because really all that's left is a project Bedford, I believe it's called Bedford Projects, and then maybe a few Black homeowners left that are from the original community. But within another 10 years, in my opinion, Black people won't be able to afford to live there unless they have a very stable income, 6 figures, whatever it will take to live there. So I don't think burning shit down is going to help us. And in fact,
no, I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about them. Letting white people, just like the whole January 6th thing, that was white on white violence. That had nothing to do with us. This is them fighting amongst themselves. We just have to be prepared to brace ourselves for the fallout and to pick up the pieces afterwards. We have to be mentally and spiritually ready for that, because it's going to happen with the way things are going now. After what happened today, the way I'm looking at it, Trump is going to win by a landslide. He doesn't need my vote. I'm in Central Florida. This is red as can be. Every other half mile, I see rebel flags everywhere. A white person came into our office screaming. I had to console her and sing some Negro spirituals just to calm her down, just so she felt like a Negro was on her side about what just happened. I'm joking as I'm saying that. My point is, she did come in distraught, screaming and stuff, because we still have a generation of people like Elder No Taxation said that actually lived through seeing dozens of assassinations, not just JFK and MLK and all the others. The 60s and mid 70s was tumultuous. Yeah, and sure. There's never been any reconciliation of that. So that generation has been traumatized. So what I saw today, I'm in the Villages. I don't know if people are familiar with the Villages. It's a ritzy, well-to-do. It's a city within itself, 3 miles outside of where I live at in Leesburg. So they do their own thing and stuff out there. So when this all happened, it was almost as if the city itself went into lockdown, because this is deep Trump territory. You see people on their golf carts with Trump train flags and God knows what Trump paraphernalia. So we're in Trump country down here. So when this took place this morning or this afternoon, like I said, the lady came in screaming. I'm looking at her just thinking, well, maybe she's, one of these ritzy, distraught, rich white ladies. She's had too many cocktails, too many birdies, and she just finished off the course, and, it's just God knows what. And I whip out my phone, and yeah, it just went down. So all I'm saying is Trump doesn't need my vote. And I haven't had to vote since 2001 when I first voted in an election for Al Gore. And I found out then what was up. So I have not been impressed by any political party since 2001. I'm a registered independent voter. But like I said, I had to hide that I didn't vote for Obama for 8 years because my family was going to stone me if I told them that I didn't vote for Obama twice. But I see this situation here with the election. It's all up. But we shouldn't care which personality is in office. We just have to be able to twist their arm to see whether or not they see that, investing in our people is viable to help save this nation. Hence the reason why we came up with the hashtag, you save the Negro, you save America. It's literally that simple. Because when you look at and read the legislation that was dealing with to fulfill these rights and to secure these rights, that is the Marshall Plan for the American Negro. Full stop. That, in particular, to fulfill these rights, I mean, the Office of New America, somebody in government must have heard of this or known about this, because they've listed a lot of the legislation and planning when it comes to a lot of the stuff the programs that they've rolled out for these illegal immigrants in these inner cities, that comes directly from to fulfill these rights, right from the book. So they know. And that's the reason why we mentioned it to the OMB and we mentioned it to the U.S. Treasury to put them on notice. We know that you guys know. We know that you guys are economically sanctioning our communities and directing funds and resources away from our communities to not invest in our people, you know, and to keep this benign neglect thing going on indefinitely. While you're sending money over to Ukraine, you're helping these illegals. They get all these programs and all this stuff. And no, that's over with. But as far as you know, voting for Trump, that's not even an option for me because, like I said, being in Central Florida, it's pretty lock, stock, and barrel red down here. And even with Latinos, I mean, if you go South Florida, that's Trump City right there, contrary to popular belief. A lot of Latinos are very conservative. I dare say ultra conservative. Like when they first get over here, they may link up with the Democrats to get the benefits and this, that, and other. But once they get supplanted into the economy and into the culture, the minute you start talking to them about their religion or their sexuality and stuff, oh, they'll let you know real quick. They're not with that shit. Full stop. So that's why I said I enjoy my couch. I'm not impressed by either of these candidates. I would love to support RFK, but I think it's a little too late for me personally, because, like I said, I just dealing with and seeing what I saw during the Obama years. I'm just very keen and strict on politicians coming around us at last minute for just hoping that we vote desperately for them and just throw our vote. I'm not doing that no more.
Okay, appreciate that. We got a new speaker up, and then let's get the Only Mo Cruz, then 3 Minute, and then I'm gonna play some videos.
Okay, thanks a lot, Black. I just want to say, the people to protest votes. I'm not mad at you for having that point of view, and it sounds like you guys are pretty well informed about
be struck down, and then
JFK. I also want to just thank you, Black, for being so consistent for years. You've been consistent about these informative topics to be discussed, and it is very clear that this room tonight is about JFK and what he has or has not. So I'm glad that we're having this opportunity to be able to flesh out what his policies are and actually be able to compare and contrast. So that part is great. The reason why I raised my hand to begin with, though, was the piece you said, your position, Black, on abortion. And when you look at JFK's policy, and this is what is, to me, is like really interesting, that the RNC was mad at Trump because they said, you're not giving any, you just gave it all away. You're not standing for zero abortion. And this is if I'm quoting that Karen correctly. So they are mad at Trump about that piece.
Yeah.
RFK is pretty much on the same thing, except he's making a very logical statement, which is, we're going to make sure if the women are going to have these babies, then we're going to make sure that they know in advance that services and things of that nature are available in order for them to be able to care for their children. Because even on his website, he's saying that women want to have abortions because they feel like, well, shit, I can't take care of the child. And if you really look at it, look at Project 2025, they're trying to fuck with the food stamps and fuck with this and fuck with that. And so it's not the plan is not for it to get better, but for it to get worse. So then you have somebody like RFK coming in and saying, well, look, we're going to make sure that you have this. They already have
well, you'll get to it. I'm sure you will on the thing. But so I feel like what the objective is he may not be totally like 0% abortion. We're not going to have that, but he is at least giving women something that's appealing to them as far as like, well, if I'm going to have this baby, then I know I've got some support and I have some alternatives out here in which to be able to care for this child. Mm-hmm. So that to me is a positive thing. And I do want to say this so bad because, talent, listen, man, we did our spaces, so you already know how I feel about you. And here is my thing. Why we are not using this time right now. Because the election is not till November. This time should be being used right now to go up one side of RFK and down the other. Because if you don't pass the mustard, especially now that we have your policies, and then you guys are fortunate, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but you guys are fortunate because you've had a closer interaction with Kennedy than probably most of the people in this room. So that is a positive contribution to these discussions where we're able to say, look, like what you said, Anon, about what Tavis Smiley said, secure the deal before the vote. This is our time right now if he went on Tasha K, and I said this earlier, if he went on Tasha K, that means he might come over here to Black Station. So why are we not using all of this opportunity right now? If he don't pass the mustard, you're not getting a vote, period. But at least it will be an informed decision. The couch is always going to be at the crib. We can always sit on that, you hear me? But let's sit there comfortably knowing that, okay, he did not pass the test. Let's don't write him out and blindly rock with Trump or blindly rock with Biden. I mean, why do that to ourselves? We are at a precipice where we might can get something and get further down this field and maybe make it to the Super Bowl. And I'm going to land right there.
Okay, if it'll let me talk, this thing will open up. Oh my God. Okay. All right, cool. So yes, let me talk. Okay, so in the title, I said Trump survives the prophecy. So we talked about him being the Moshiach and how those people believe that he essentially is the coming of, or the reincarnation of King Cyrus from the Bible, because he moved, or he officially designated Jerusalem as the capital by moving their I forget which building it is. Say that again.
I think the embassy.
The embassy. There you go. Thank you so much for that. And because he fits this person has to either be a king, in biblical terms, the president, king, it kind of goes together. They also claim that his lineage connects to King David, these rabbis who are very, very serious about this information. So when I put this, it was a little tongue in cheek, but there is revelation where the Antichrist does suffer a wound and is healed. And after the healing of that wound, the world unites in following the beast, is what it says. So there was a little bit of tongue in cheek in it, but it certainly is something that these people who believe what they believe it so much that they're more than willing to manipulate information in order to fit their purposes. So I think from that space that we did a month or so ago, that they may see this as a prophetic sign about this person, this individual. So do understand that this person, and not just him, both of these people, as a matter of fact, have children that are of small hats. Trump, more so than anything, has married into the small hat community in a very significant way, and is really tied to that through soul ties, if you will, blood ties, however you want to look at it. So they believe that he's going to usher in Armageddon, That's essentially what the Moshiach does and brings forth their Messiah. They don't believe that's Jesus Christ. They believe whoever they believe God is the person that's going to come back, but it's not Jesus Christ in their religion. So just be aware of that, again, because we are living in some very interesting times and very interesting events. And I think there's always a spiritual element to everything. I also wanted to say that shooter, at the last update that we got, the shooter was in fact a homegrown individual, either from the Butler County, which is massively MAGA territory, Confederate flags, pickup trucks, farmland. That is an extremely country area. So if the guy who seems to be executed on site is the guy, he was likely someone who believed in the ideology of the person that he tried to eliminate from the planet. So just kind of understand that when that news comes out, they won't be able to spin it to make it look like it was the Democrats, because it was in fact one of their own, based on the latest information that we got in the space. This is a CNN report. I don't know when it came out, but the title is "They Need Proof," in quotes. Black voter explains why he supports RFK Jr. And really, it's 2 a.m. So I'm going to really plow through these videos. The Tasha K interview, I put a bunch in the Purple Pill. I really hope people take the time to listen and watch these things, because he is very consistent in what he says. He's been saying it for a very long time. It does seem as though maybe Talent's group had some effect. Obviously, Angela King had a massive effect on his policy, which tells me that he's somebody who, when given information that makes sense, he will move towards sensible information. His rejection of, well, it wasn't his rejection. It was the fact that he said, Congress, you don't have the votes, is essentially what he said, to paraphrase it, that Congress won't pass it. But he said even with that, he was still going to do things that would actually bring economic relief. And we had the text-to-speech app read through his Black American platform on his website. And I think that's posted down in the Purple Pill as well. But here's the CNN interview, I guess.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s independent run for the White House is drawing new attention from national Democrats.
I think both Republicans and Democrats, the infrastructure and the leadership are, of course, going to be worried.
From a Queens food pantry to a co-working space in Brooklyn, Kennedy is on the campaign trail, making a pitch to one of the most loyal constituencies of the Democratic Party, Black voters. It comes as President Joe Biden's allies at the Democratic National Committee have ramped up an aggressive campaign to undercut Kennedy's candidacy, signaling the threat he could pose to the president's re-election hopes. Just outside a Kennedy campaign Black History Month event, a DNC billboard aims to link Kennedy to MAGA Republicans.
There's a lot of Black voters in this country who've been voting, who are taken for granted by the Democratic Party.
What do you think that you can offer Black voters that Joe Biden cannot?
I've spent 40 years working for economic development, for cleaning up the environment, for healthcare. For Black Americans and Hispanic Americans, I have a long track record of making that my priority.
Aaron Freeman, whose family has long owned Brooklyn staple Sugar Hill Supper Club, has consistently supported Democrats.
I'm leaning towards supporting Mr. Kennedy because his family has always been into the rights for the underprivileged.
The economy is a key motivator for Freeman. He says his family almost lost their business during the pandemic.
The economy and the people in these neighborhoods, they need proof. They need substance. They need to be able to see it and feel it, not just hear it.
While early polling shows significant levels of interest in Kennedy as an alternative to a 2020 rematch, it's difficult to know exactly how much of a threat Kennedy poses to Biden. Still, Democrats do not appear to be taking the Kennedy factor lightly. Earlier this month, the DNC filed a complaint with the FEC accusing Kennedy's campaign and a super PAC supporting his presidential bid of illegal coordination.
Our complaint alleges that it is federal law that they've chosen to ignore.
After a super PAC backing Kennedy's campaign spent $7 million on a Super Bowl ad that repurposed the spot from his uncle, John F. Kennedy's 1960 presidential campaign, the DNC accused the independent candidate of being a Trump stalking horse, pointing to donations the group received from Republican megadonors like Tim Mellon.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
The ad also drew criticism from members of Kennedy's family.
One member of my family whose feelings were hurt by that ad, and I apologized. I said that I was sorry that he felt that way. But I have no apologies about the ad. I think the ad was a good ad.
Meanwhile, some Black voters continue to weigh their options and are entertaining Kennedy as a real alternative.
Black America truly does not have a friend in politics. The Democrats say, yeah, we'll help you, but you hurry up and wait.
I can't say who I'm going to be voting for. We just need to focus more on working at home. Take care of home. That's my whole big thing. We're not taking care of home. We're taking care of the world. And it shouldn't be.
Okay, that's that video.
Can you describe?
Drop that down. Did someone come up to speak? Okay, New Negro, I'm gonna give you a couple minutes, but I gotta plow through these videos. You got it.
Oh yeah, I want to be quick. I ain't gonna say too much. I just want to say I'm doing a jumbotron, something that I had got contacted for to put together for the Kennedy campaign, and this was last year. I do it in a jumbotron, so y'all can look through that. Comprehensive reparations, focus, programs, financial compensation, everything. I was working alongside someone connected to him. And again, that's why I kind of have a certain energy, because I'm like, man, we reached out to him way longer than 6 months ago to kind of been getting in the nitty gritty. And if the conversation isn't, quote, about reparations and it's about some sort of economic plan, I mean, what's different than the platinum plan, right? If he believes and he understands lineage, but he doesn't believe Congress would pass reparations, so he needs to go about getting us some type of aid and some type of repair in another way, then I think that is a different language that speaks to a whole nother lane of community reinvestment and lineage-based economic opportunities. And if that was the focus, he could have been a bit heavier and on that a lot earlier to the call, especially after like a Boosie song and some of the things that we kind of like advised against. So I'm just gonna fall back and say you could look at the jumbotron and see, you know, we stood on lineage, we were for our people, and this is literally last year. You know, we talking about early, you know, like mid last year to late last year. So he's definitely had way more than 6 months to kind of do something specific or speak specifically towards our issues. And if it wasn't based on reparations, then he could have definitely been a lot earlier on some sort of comprehensive Black agenda, as you say he has. And it could have been a lot louder than what I think it's been. And that's it, man.
The president's candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I did glance at it. It looks very, very comprehensive. Are you saying that no one ever got back to you, or they flat out rejected it?
They rejected it. I think, sometimes I don't think people realize that when you're standing on, and this is weird, right? When you stand on lineage and you trying to get rid of the people of color, the other things, and the immigration, like there's certain things that we stand on that I've learned and I've adapted to make sure I stand on, that if I walk through a door, I'm going to stand hard on it. Like, you can't come out standing heavy on lineage-based shit, like the way, like, that's why some stuff be through bylaws and they just be through conversations, right? He hasn't said that his Black agenda is lineage-based and it's only going to be for Black Americans, the descendant community. He got clips talking about how based on based on the Supreme Court, he knows that reparations can't be this way. It would have to be that way. But he doesn't believe he could get it because of Congress. So if he believes that he can do something outside of reparations, which is a black agenda that is comprehensive towards us, it sounds like an economic growth and development plan that should be lineage based. And if that's what he has and been had, he could have been promoting and pushing that. And I have not seen it. And we've reached out and kind of spoken about that early on. So all I'm saying is that the information was provided a lot more than what, and I was asked, I wasn't getting paid for this. I'm just making sure there's somebody being a candidate. Let me get the information to the people so they can move this shit forward, right? Make sure that whoever needs to get it, if it's for him, the language, we want, okay, you can't do it this way, let's do it that way. But we setting a tone when it comes to being a specific black people in this country, right? That is something that is not known in terms of the current understanding of flat blackness. So when you stand on that on a high platform, especially as a president, right, you're telling quote other black people who are not, it's just something that's a little deeper. And I don't know if he was willing to kind of make that stance outside of it being a good argument for reparations. And since he doesn't believe he could do it that way, his black agenda is it lineage based, right? And that's would be a whole nother conversation, and it's not.
Yeah, no, I agree. The language is not lineage based in as much as even in that clip he talks, and this is what they do kind of as a habit. They lump the quote unquote minorities all into one group, and it's black, Hispanics, and whatever, yada yada yada. And so there is that, and that does exist, and so no one can deny that. The fact that you made an attempt, I appreciate that. You say they flat out rejected it. And again, I don't want to kind of go down the rabbit hole, but was it a thing where you got feedback, or was it a thing where maybe the person who was closer, if they would have handed it to them because they are on the first name basis? In other words,
it went through that party. Okay. That's why I blurred out their name. Like, it didn't go directly through me. I know them through a certain energy, right? Through vaccine mandates outside, but it just so happened to be a coincidence that I knew people connected. He was running, he doing something, right? He came out to New York and did a couple podcasts. I watched the podcast. I know he was in the hood. Like, I know where he was at when he did that black podcast in the neighborhood with the homie that do the battle rap. And I'm like, all right, so let's see what's going on. Right? Some of this stuff is like, I'm very comprehensive when understanding and taking leadership, right? I came into this campaign, learned from the best, learned from what I learned, and applied the fact that I run a nonprofit, I do community work, and it don't really matter to me who is in office, because the needs of my community are still the needs of my community. Not saying that it doesn't change or doesn't shift or doesn't benefit, but as somebody that runs a business, I don't want to be shaken every 4 years based on this person or that person and who's going to go this way, who's going to go that way. Our needs in this country are continual. Like, we're the largest and the oldest native-born population in this country, and I just look at it through a different lens, right? And I've always came, like, I think sister Mel Cruz is in here maybe a year and a half ago. We held a whole space about getting nonprofits and betting ourselves in the community, right? Me and Ayon been doing we got a nonprofit all for doing the work to make sure we could legitimize the situation, right? We've been educating people about having for-profits. Everything we do right now is understanding that America is a capitalistic country. In order to insert yourself in the framework of it, you got to have a CPAC, or you got to be a lobbying group, or you got to have a for-profit, a non-profit, or you got to be like a political advocate. Like, you got to implant yourself somewhere. So I've always looked at it and say, I don't care who's running for office, I'm going to go to them with my agenda. When we lobbied in D.C., my congresswoman, where I live in Staten Island, my congresswoman is a Republican. I ran down on her whole office. right? And where I work at is in Brooklyn, because that's where I'm from. And Hakeem Jeffries is the congressperson there. And I didn't hit a couple people in the back channel about let's figure out a way to up that at some point later down the line, because he APAC heavy, and I don't know if we're gonna do it, but because I don't want to take a bunch of people money and not win. Right, I would rather that money go to strengthening businesses and organizations and Black majority state moves. Right, I'm not gonna take advantage of the community when I know all we really got is us. When you start talking lineage, and I live in a city like New York, when you start talking lineage, you alienate a lot of people who quote are not even Black, Caribbean, or African from the concept of we are all united based on oppression. Because in Blackness out here, it's not really Black, it's based on oppression. And a lot of people align themselves with us. The Obama did the whole LGBTQ agenda off of oppression and people being left out. And we need to have everybody and be like, bro, this shit way deeper than like flat Blackness. So when you talk lineage to an RFK who gotta be able to stand on that and the nuances that can come with that, I think it's different when it comes to me, the willingness to do so. And if anybody knows Historic Engine of Stan King, she done brought every Margaret Singer, this and every historical understanding of the impacts of abortions. And he, as somebody who's against the mandates and still for abortion, he still linked a certain way. So I land here, bro. All I did was share information and was willing to really get in the paint with seeing, yo, you could do something. Wait, maybe you could get with Cornel West early. These are all backdoor conversations, right? Through a notable person connected to them. And we see where we at today. So I'm not saying that it's anything other than I just have a different outlook on it as someone that really was early with trying to engage and using a little bit of political capital that I had of being outside with them since 2020 and 2021 against the vaccines, and having them come out and speak and at least give us an ear. And I appreciate any adjustment he's done. And it ain't nothing against them, right? I think that him and Cornel West would be great. And again, I'm not against y'all mission and y'all campaign and everything that y'all see y'all want to do. You done gave me some stuff about how this shit could slow some stuff down when it comes to the two candidates, because I already know they both cooked. So I'm with it, bro. This ain't like, I'm just giving more information so anybody understand when I said protest vote, it's not an endorsement, because I think this whole shit is like, it's up. And lastly, to what Anyan said, like, let the whites fight, bro. This shit, let these niggas destroy the world. Because we the ones that, this is our country, bro. Like, we the ones here, right? Donald Trump, father can't win. Well, after our people been here. So, you know, we got a long conversation when it comes to what is the stake of Black America long-term politically and not every 4 years. And I think that is a larger conversation where I'm at with it. Hence why I said, if this is 4 years, it's a protest vote to me, because either one of them, Trump or Biden, got 4, and if it's Cornell and a RFK, then that's a whole nother thing, and I would definitely be up for that if it's possible. But if it's not, I do Anyan and not waste my time with it.
And I want to say this to you, Talent. Yeah, I don't think we've had like a conversation like that ever. But you know, if you don't know how I feel, I'm gonna just put it to you like this: I got respect for you. That's not going to change. But when we're having a conversation, I'm going to tell you like this. You mentioned the white spikes. That's the Tomorrow War. I saw that. And in that movie, they also fought to create a vaccine to kill the white spikes, because the white spikes were going to kill the entire world. So that doesn't mean we don't fight. That don't mean that we don't find strategies, and that don't mean that we don't actually become the people that actually have to go into the mountains of Russia and go, even if we got to go back before the future of our children in the forecasting of what that movie was talking about ends up eliminated. You feel me? So, yeah.
Yeah, I watched the RFK video and I reposted where he's talking about the COVID, whatever, the virus itself. He was essentially saying that it was genetically engineered to do more damage to Black and Caucasian groups, while it was less deadly towards Asian and small hat groups. Now, so again, what I think with this person, the level of
And
honesty.
they shut him down when he said that, and they made him get quiet. I pay attention. Damn, I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, because there.
So he
because
said that actually in the video?
he says it in the video.
Yeah.
I'll put it. I mean, I'll put it in a purple pill. There's just a level. It's a unique level of honesty. Let me just put it that way. And so, yeah, maybe it is a shame that his candidacy didn't peak 2 years ago, and certainly it's a shame that he didn't get your information, or whatever. Because the thing, I mean, and I know how these people are insulated, and things have to get run up a certain whatever, yada yada, all that. That's why I kind of asked, was it somebody who was on the inside? But all that being what it is, I'm gonna play this video. But
let me say this real quick, Black. But remember when he alluded to the vaccine being, quote, engineered, or it just maybe had been engineered, or it just so happened to be something that attacked the white Caucasians and the Negro, right, the black folk, and it was not that severe against the small hats. Like, remember, what is his position on AIPAC, right? And that becomes another part of the conversation, and it goes back to what Aeon said. Are you balls in? And if you're not, if you're playing a game and this is like a long-term positionality, then do your thing. I'm here for it. I'm with it. Because he said a few things that I thought that the black community should have picked up a long time ago, like a while ago. But again, everybody gets information when they get it. But that right there, especially during this campaign, when he alluded to how the vaccine was, or how this the COVID was engineered in some sort of way to attack specific ethnic groups, right? That was something we was talking about offline.
But that came out during COVID, like when COVID first hit, and when Trump made that the Wuhan comment and called it the Chinese virus. Right before that, there was a video circulating on Twitter of pictures of an African in Wuhan that they had utilized to synthesize the COVID vaccine. That was what the journalist who was captured had put out in her submission before she was captured in China, and he brought that up. And next thing you know, these pictures are running across Twitter, and you don't see them no more. So him saying it is not kind of like far off. It's just painting a picture of somebody literally. They literally sponsored and created that lab. They gave the money for them to actually do this vaccine. I think 2005 or 2015, the World Health Organization, that video that came out with Bill Gates talking about the infrastructure of America and how America needs to prepare because the infrastructure in the medical community for America is trash. You can't tell me that there are people who are not a part of that organization or small hands that had a hand in. We're going to test it, and we're going to push them to the limit to show the fact that they're not as prepared as they want to be, and that they're going to get prepared. And then we're going to prop up these people. And they're going to push this fear-mongering of, okay, well, we're going to create this virus, but it's going to only affect one ethogenesis of a particular group of people. So that information came out about the young reporter who was in China. She's probably gone now or unalived or taken out of here, because her sister was talking about how she had so much information that they had imprisoned her. They weren't feeding her, and her sister had said she's already ready to die. And one of those pictures was an African guy in China that they had used to synthesize his blood to create this virus. That I remember that. So even if it's not now, it's tomorrow, it's yesteryears, we got to figure this shit out, and we got to get it. So I loved how
meal, how you just kind of you put the icing on it and you brought it home. Like, we have to get awareness on the direction on how we should go, because I'm not voting for either one of them two. I'm just not. And I want to exercise my vote. I don't want to be a non-voter, but I also don't want to be an informed or not uninformed voter either, because in my state, I'm here in Virginia, Winston Sears and Youngkin, they already doing stuff, the same stuff they doing in Florida. Yeah. But if Trump gets in office and they are here, and then of course we got the two idiot senators who, I think, my one senator, I think his time is up and he's up for re-election. They're both Democrats. No, yeah, one of them in Richmond. And he's like, well, help me stay in office. For what reason? For what reason? Because even if you being a senator in office, you still working hand in hand with Youngkin. It doesn't matter. It matters what your position is, and their position is never going to be what we say it is, because we're not in their face. We're not talking to them in their face every day at a collective level. I'm not even talking about on an individual level. They need to hear from us, so that whenever president gets in office, even if it's Trump, listen, you can be right where you are, sit your tan, toupee having wearing self. Now you got the bullet hole in your ear. Sit right on over there. This is what we need, and we got the numbers to make you do what you are going to do. But if you have someone that has an agenda where the policies are already laid out that can be pushed, we got to get them in the hands and have that conversation with the people on the state that are going to push them policies, meaning your representatives, your senators, and your House representatives, because that's going to be another important piece. So I want to get this information about the policies RJ has. I even been taking the time slowly to read this whole 900-page rabbit ass crazy 2025 report, because the Democrat agenda, the promises they have made, that don't even matter either. That they haven't implemented any of them. And you're gonna start seeing it at the end. They're gonna feel the pressure, because now that the world knows that Biden is cognitively not there, they're gonna start asking questions. Who the hell is running the country? And we ain't functioning.
If you Project 2025, if you like Vivek Ramaswamy, that's Project 2025. He basically ran on it, dismantling the administrative state. That was his platform the entire time. That's what, and he likely wrote some of it, or at least contributed to some of the ideas in it. He's going to be in the Trump administration, just for people who are voting for that guy. He's probably going to be the guy that they use as the fall guy for dismantling all of that shit, to be quite honest. But I put some things up in the Jumbotron before I play this Tasha K video, because this is got some time in it. It says nearly half of small businesses say they won't survive a second Biden term. This person says this is really bad. 40% of small businesses are delaying paying bills to manage cash flow, and 70% have put staffing plans on hold, which means they won't be hiring people. Small businesses employ up to 45.9% of all U.S. employees. This is about credit card debt out of control. Massive banks declare millions of unpaid debt. Two of the largest banks in the U.S., J.P. Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo, reported $3.5 billion in customer debts that can't be paid back, meaning that they are going to write off $3.5 billion in customer debts. Wells Fargo saw a 70% rise in credit card losses, impacting their net interest income. JP Morgan disclosed over $500 million in losses from mortgage investments, despite a $13 billion profit. Overall deposits are down as inflation continues to weigh heavily on the community. I know there's a post about, like, I want to say it's 500 bank branches that have closed across the country. I'll have to find it and put it up there. But this one says it's over. This is Global Markets Investor. $2.1 trillion of excess savings have been spent in 3 years. They have a graph that shows essentially the height of American saving and spending in 2021. And then by 2022, it started hitting in a negative direction. 2024, it is now a negative 170 billion. As a result, cumulative excess savings are now negative 170 billion. At the same time, serious delinquencies of 90 plus days for credit card debt spiked to 10.7%, the highest in 12 years. Consumers struggle. So whatever bubble that was created by the COVID stimulus, pandemic funds that everybody loves, PPP loans, that stuff is done. It's over. It's done worked its way through the economy. And there is a massive financial collapse that whoever becomes president is going to inherit. So add that into your calculations of who you're going to vote for, who you think is going to be able to navigate that situation. But yeah, let's play this Tasha K. She got a pretty long interview. I never really watched this chick. You know, I've heard about her. I think she got a lawsuit or something against her. But I think she does mainly entertainment stuff. But on YouTube, she has 1.25 million subscribers, which I can understand why a presidential candidate would want to get on her platform to try to reach her audience. Who may or may not be voters, but who may actually be convinced to vote, because 100 million people didn't vote in 2020. So it brings some people off the couch who may or may not otherwise have decided to vote. Here we go.
Out of here, okay? Because I'm excited about this interview. I'm a huge fan, especially a Kennedy fan and things like that. And so I just want us to celebrate Wano style for our independent presidential candidate, all right? And so tell you a little bit about it more. Now, recently, actually earlier today, the Shade Room and a bunch of other media publications and stuff, they posted a series of videos trying to paint this to Robert F. Kennedy as a racist, okay? Let's go ahead and show some of these videos here.
They're both 6'3", 6'4", respectively, 250 pounds and very strong. They were capable of this crimes and very rough, kind of gangsters. I have spoken to both of them. One of them is black. When Martha Moxley's body was found, it was covered with hairs from a black person. One of the hairs was negroid, and nobody's ever been able to explain that.
All right. So we have Mr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here with us. Wanos, y'all raise your wine glasses. Let's go. How you doing?
Hey, Tosh, thanks for having me. Sorry, I'm just finishing my dinner.
Anytime. What you eat for dinner? What your wife cook? I saw her like getting you set up and everything.
I just landed in Miami half an hour ago, so I ordered something at the hotel, and then you and I had a little problem getting this video going, so my dinner came right.
Oh man, I'm sorry about that, but you know our studio was in Miami. We could have had you in person.
Oh, I didn't know you were in Miami.
Yeah, but that's okay. Next time I'm gonna get you. Don't worry about that. We're gonna make sure we know where your whereabouts are. We know you're busy. You are the independent candidate running right now for president against Trump and Biden. Okay, will we see you at the debate in Atlanta?
I'm hoping. We're litigating right now against CNN. I meet all the criteria for being on the debate stage. CNN, the Biden campaign has said that President Biden will not go on the stage if I'm on it. And so CNN is trying to keep me off the stage, but CNN is in a jam because I meet all their criteria for being on this stage. In fact, I meet it better than President Trump or President Biden, because I'm now on the ballot in enough states to get 278 electoral votes. And the criteria for getting on the debate stage is you have to be on the ballot and enough states to get 270 electoral votes, which is the victory.
Right.
And neither of them are on either ballot. And so under the FEC law rules, if they hold a debate and those guys, and they try to exclude me, it's a illegal campaign contribution by CNN to their campaigns. They can't do that. So we're litigating against them. We're trying to get up on the debate stage. I don't think either candidate wants to debate me. I don't really think either candidate wants to talk about the giant budget deficits they've run up, $34 trillion. I don't think either of them wants to talk about the chronic disease epidemic that now affects 60% of our kids. I don't think either of them want to talk about the COVID lockdowns where they shut down 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation, no scientific citation.
Yes, no, you was the first to come. You came after Fauci first. You wrote a book on Fauci. Now they starting to drag you. I said,
Okay,
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
pause it
been on.
here, and then I'll pump out, pop back in, rewind it maybe 30 seconds. Okay, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Can everybody hear me in the space? Okay, cool. I'm getting 100s. Okay, so while it's paused, I'm gonna take the time to notice she smacked him right in the beginning with the shade room shit. So the shade room must have gotten funding from the Democrat Party. Let's be very, very blunt about it. Allegedly. And so they were attacking him on trying to paint him as a racist. So you heard 3 clips. It sounds like, and I don't know if I can't really speculate because I don't know where the clips are from, but they are some older clips. And it is what it is. I think he used the word negroid in one clip. In one clip, he's talking about the size of a person. In another clip, he's saying that there are black hairs on. It sounded like he was describing a crime scene. Again, I don't know what they're referencing, but she did smack him with that. And then kind of just jumped into the interview. So I just thought that was like, whoa, and I took notice of that. It is what it is. But I don't know if she questions him about that later, because it would have seemed like that would have been the perfect time to question him about those issues. But she kind of just jumped into the interview. So that is what it is. But yeah, I probably watched like the first 10 minutes of this on my own, because there's literally hours and hours of these interviews out there just to get a sense of where it was headed. And this does hit in a really good direction in terms of policy and things that he wants to get accomplished. So the shade room is against him. So I think we understand what the shade room is. I don't know if the shade room is against her necessarily. I don't know if they have an issue, and that's maybe what has something to do with it. I don't know if it's a personal thing, whatever, but the shade room is obviously against this person as a candidate.
Affects 60% of our kids.
Oh, let me go back a little bit more because that was important.
It's a illegal campaign contribution by CNN to their campaigns. They can't do that. So we're litigating against them. We're trying to get up on the debate stage. I don't think either candidate wants to debate me. I don't really think either candidate wants to talk about the giant budget deficits they've run up, $34 trillion. I don't think either of them wants to talk about the chronic disease epidemic that now affects 60% of our kids. I don't think either of them want to talk about the COVID lockdowns where they shut down 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation, no scientific citation.
Yes, no, you was the first to come. You came after Fauci first. You wrote a book on Fauci. Now they starting to drag you. I said, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. been on his ass.
Yeah, 41% of Black-owned businesses, Tosh, that closed during the pandemic will never reopen. And a lot of those businesses had 3 generations of equity in them, of hard work, building those businesses for the families. And now those businesses are gone, and they left open Walmart, Amazon, and, that don't pay any taxes and don't contribute to our communities. It was really a catastrophe. They shifted Trump and Biden in 500 days. They created 500 new billionaires, a billionaire a day. They shifted $4 trillion from the working poor in this country and from the middle class to this new oligarchy of billionaires. And, I'm going to ask them about that on the debating stage, and nobody else is going to.
Yeah, that's very surprising that Biden would try to keep you, and we're going to say allegedly, from entering the stage like that. But you've had to go as far as to file a lawsuit just to rightfully get on the stage because you are the highest, you are the independent candidate. So you belong on that stage regardless. And so we don't even know if Trump is going to be able to be president. So technically it could be between you and Biden. So you have a right to be on that debate stage.
Yeah, I should be on the debate stage. I have a right. I have enough support. I have 15% in the polling companies that they listed. Of those 12 polling companies, I'm at 15% in 6 of them now, including CNN's own poll. And that was one of the criteria. You had to be at 15%, but I'm there. So it's illegal for them to exclude me, but we'll see what they do.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're going to have to do something because Trump in trouble. Where do we go? What if he goes to jail? Like, he can't be president. I don't see Biden giving him a pardon at all.
Surprisingly, you can go to jail and still be president. There's only 3 requirements for being president in the Constitution. 1 is that you're over 35, 2 that you were born in this country, and 3 that you're a current citizen. And that's it. So you could be in jail, you could be facing the death penalty, and they couldn't stop you from being president.
So if he were to become president, right, the president-elect, could he, and he was in jail, and he was in jail, could he pardon himself? Could he really pardon himself?
That is a constitutional question that has never been questioned before. So I'm sure that he will try to do that, and there's nothing that, you have to study, the courts will study the language of the Constitution and see whether, that was what they intended. I don't think they intended that. But
and we got plenty of felons here. I mean, we would have a larger black vote if we didn't have these minor offenses and stuff that, Biden signed into legislation. And a lot of black people, a lot of black men in jail for petty crimes and stuff like that. And so, but they felons and they can't vote. But that's crazy that the president could be a felon and still be president. That's crazy.
All of those black felon men who can't vote, they can still run for president.
And I said that, just like how they can't get no jobs and qualify for jobs and stuff like that, they can own a business. So it's really putting them in a higher position in society. And, most business owners, but we have some that you've kind of gone after, like, Monsanto and DuPont and stuff. You got a lot of money for the American people from them companies, and they was poisoning people and things like that. You was working with the Cochran firm and everything to get justice, and you brought justice home civilly.
Yep. I worked with Johnny Cochran on a bunch of cases. I was probably the premier lawyer in the country bringing environmental justice cases. My first case as an environmental lawyer was representing NAACP in Austin, New York, keeping a waste transfer facility out of the oldest black community in the Hudson Valley. But I spent 20% of my time representing the Indian tribes in treaty negotiations and litigation against big polluters and resource extraction companies and representing poor people all over our country, Hispanic farm workers who are being poisoned by pesticides. The Monsanto case, my client was a black school superintendent in California who got non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from spraying Roundup, which he was required to do by his school. His whole body was covered with pustulating lesions. He's an incredible a guy, his name is Dwayne Lee Johnson, and we got him $289 million.
Yeah, I saw that number. I said I need to hit you because you really stand on business out here. You know how to bring a lawsuit home. I said, do you know how to get the money? I know who to call now. I'm in with the Kennedys. Now, what you talking about? We done hit the wine glass. Mr. Robert F. Kennedy, I'm sorry that you had to be here on such controversial circumstances. And your Angela Statton's very, very good friend of mine. She's now helping you with your campaign and stuff like that. And she called me and asked me personally if I would take this interview and discuss some of the things that are being painted about you in the media, particularly about involving your cousin. Okay. Now, your cousin's name is Michael Skakel. Okay. And he was convicted.
Michael Skakel.
Skakel. Okay. All right. I do want to get the names right here. Okay. Now, Michael Skakel.
When Michael was 15 years old.
Right.
Next door neighbor, a girl called Martha Moxley, was murdered. Michael was 11 miles away with 5 eyewitnesses when it happened. And he was never a suspect. And 27 years later, Mark Furman, do you remember Mark Furman? He was involved in the O.J. Simpson trial, and he was a racist. And he was the one who he tried to plant evidence on O.J. And the jury, when they freed O.J., afterwards they were asked, why did you do it? And a lot of them said, because of Mark Furman.
Yeah, it was police corruption. Yeah,
Furman was convicted of perjury, and he could no longer work as a police officer. So he tried to make a living writing books in which he was going to solve cold cases. One of the cases, the first case that he went to solve was the case of Martha Moxley, and he studied it for 6 weeks, and then he wrote a short book in which he blamed my cousin Michael Skakel, and there was a tremendous amount of public furor. Oh, there's a cousin. Michael Skakel was not a Kennedy, but he was a distant cousin of the Kennedys and an in-law. And so there was a furor about, oh, he got away with it because he had influence. And he was convicted wrongly. And, there were so many, as you know, there were so many bad things that happened in that trial that the prosecutors pulled. But he was sentenced to life in prison. I knew him very well. I had gone to AA with him for, at that point, about 15 years. We had a very intimate relationship. I knew he had not committed the murder, and I began investigating it. I wrote an article for the Atlantic Monthly, which I showed that he couldn't have. And after I wrote that article, a man called me, contacted me by fax, and said, I know who killed her.
Was it Kobe Bryant's cousin, Tony Bryant, that called you?
Well, no, it was another guy who was friends with Kobe Bryant's cousin. Kobe Bryant, cousin Tony, was a basketball prodigy. He was from New York. His mother was a very famous filmmaker. She was the first Black woman to win an Academy Award for producing and for writing children's television or children's film. And the family was a very, very prominent Black family in New York. And Tony had been sent to a school in Greenwich where he was a classmate of my cousin Michael Skakel's. He then left that school after 2 years and went back to school in New York City. But he met 2 guys in New York City who were Tony was a very big guy. And these 2 guys were kind of big, athletic, and they were kind of gangsters. One of them was white, one of them was Black. And Tony started bringing these kids up to Greenwich on weekends. And he was the one who introduced these boys to Martha Moxley, to the girl. And then on Halloween Eve, he went up with them. And they told him on the train on the way up here, we're going to get her and we're going to rape her. And we're gonna take her caveman style. We're gonna drag her in the woods and knock her on the head. And that's what they did. Tony didn't want anything to do with it, so he took a train right back to New York. But the next day, these 2 boys came to him and said, "Yeah, we killed her." So he kept that inside of him for 27 years, and he assumed that when Michael Skakel went on trial, that Michael would never get convicted because there was no evidence. But Michael did get convicted. And afterwards, he called this other man, who then called me, who was also a classmate, and that guy later committed suicide. And Tony Bryant said, "I've got this on my conscience, and I gotta unload it." And I called Tony Bryant, and he picked up the phone, and he said, "I've been waiting for this phone call for 27 years."
We have a clip. Let me interrupt you here for a second. We have a clip from a confessional that's been on YouTube for years. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's telling, I believe it's an attorney in this video, what he saw. Now he is the cousin of Kobe Bryant, and so he said he's been holding this, and it was actually his friends that you just described that killed this young white girl at the time. It wasn't your cousin. So we
then repeatedly confessed to it.
Right. So we're gonna go ahead and play Tony's confessional. Receipt time. Let's go.
Did Burr or Adolph say anything while they were holding the club at all? Anything that they were going to do, or did they hold it longer than you or anybody?
Well, yeah, they were using them as sort of like walking sticks.
They were.
Yes. Okay. I just remember hearing those words and saying, "You know what? I've had enough."
Okay. So them saying the words while holding a golf club.
Yes.
Going to get me a girl.
Yeah, but it's, I got my caveman club, right? And I'm going to go grab somebody and pull them by hair and do what cavemen do.
Okay. And again, I hate to repeat it again, but I'm gathering caveman style is a club and dragging your woman away by the hair.
Exactly.
Okay. So you said goodbye to them that night, right?
I just said, "I'll see you later."
They asked you to stay?
They say, "You sure you don't want to stay?" I'm like, "No, my mom wants me to go." Because, mom was an excuse, but I knew better. I knew that I needed to go because this wasn't a situation I really wanted to be in. I didn't feel comfortable with being that out of control. Who are you going to go to?
You saying out of control. How bad do you think these guys were by the time you left them? Capable of what?
Anything.
Okay. Because of what? Their demeanor? Because of the drugs? Because of the alcohol? What?
It's a combination of everything.
Oh, why aren't they texting me back?
Okay, this is a short commercial. So that was Kobe Bryant's cousin. Apparently, the timestamp on it was 2003. Whenever that interview was happening.
Okay, so that is Kobe Bryant's cousin, Tony Bryant, who you said called you. He had been carrying this for many years, and he wanted to get it off his chest that it was his friends who happened to be black that did this.
One of them
was black. Okay. And then, of course, you had explained in some of the clips that are going viral now on social media because it seems like the media is trying to paint you as a racist, right? Because these interviews that you were doing, talking about the real killers of this young white girl, they extracted very triggering things with you using words like Negro or black guy. It was huge black guys and stuff like that. And it looks bad when you're saying it, right? But it's essentially, according to the eyewitness here, not eyewitness, but someone who was with the boys that night, it was facts. And your cousin.
And by the way, I don't use the word Negro. I was reading from the autopsy report that said that the hairs were negroid, and so it's not a word that is part of my lexicon or my daily vernacular.
Well, I'm glad you cleared that up because they did extract, and that's what happens when you don't tell the whole story. It was like clip after clip of you.
And by the way, Tasha, this is not kind of a spontaneous story that's appearing on the media. This is being pumped. Those videos are being created by Joe Biden and the DNC because they're trying to discredit me. Hurt my support among black Americans is growing exponentially. I'm going on all the podcasts. I'm talking about the program, about how we're going to get capital back into the Black communities, how we're going to restore all these businesses that President Biden destroyed during the COVID lockdowns, how we're going to end the school to prison pipeline, how we're going to do prison reform. Oh, that's going to be that's going to get rid of get the nonviolent offenders into drug addiction treatment and end this, process, which incidentally, Joe Biden was the one who initiated. He was the one who wrote the 1986 Drug Act that gave penalties for crack cocaine 100 times the penalty for powder cocaine. So a Black kid in Queens who got picked up for crack would get 100 times the penalty of a white kid right across the bridge in Westchester County who got busted for powder cocaine.
Doing cocaine, yeah, I know. Listen, I am not.
And Biden wrote the 1994 crime bill, which had the super predatory provisions. It had the 3 strikes you're out. It had mandatory sentencing, and those 2 bills in 8 years doubled the number of Black men in American prisons. The average from the American Civil War till 1986, it now doubled. And that is a direct result of 2 bills that President Biden wrote. And then his vice president, Kamala Harris, was notorious when she was Attorney General of California, been heavily criticized for violating repeated Supreme Court orders that she release prisoners, nonviolent prisoners from the overcrowded California jails. 5,000 prisoners who had been judged that they were nonviolent. They were highly unlikely to have any recidivism. They were people who were, who were good people, and they were supposed to get out. She refused to let them out. She repeatedly defied those court orders, and she wanted to build a reputation for herself as the law enforcement attorney general.
I can tell you.
I'm going to pause it there because he lays out the 1986 Biden whatever drug thing and then the 1994. But then he goes into Kamala Harris where he's talking about there were 5,000, I think is the number used, people who were incarcerated who should have been released and even had judges' orders stating that they should be released, and she refused to honor the judges' orders to release these men incarcerated in the state of California. Now, what I know about Kamala is she was working with Beau Biden on some type of lawsuit. And I don't remember what the specifics of the lawsuit. I don't know if it was the tobacco company or some other, nationwide lawsuit where all these states got together. But this is how she formulated this relationship with the Bidens. But here, essentially, what you have is 2 peas in a pod where they both feel that it is their place and their position to incarcerate Black Americans and keep them incarcerated. I think that is a connection that I really haven't seen, even though I've probably seen them individually. I don't think I've ever seen that connection made together like that. I'm looking at the chat. Some people are mentioning reparations in the chat. I think Angela Stanton King was in the chat because someone that has her name and the Angela Stanton King show is in here in this chat, actually, posting and responding to comments. So she still is apparently very active. This was a month ago before the debate. So earlier when we were talking about I qualified for the debate, this was before that debate kicked off. I see Brother Moko has hand up, so I'm gonna let Brother Moko speak, and then we'll finish some more of this video.
Thanks, Black Majority, for letting me speak. Shouts out to everybody in the room. I've been listening to all these spaces all day. Not your space, but I have been in and out of your space as well. Traffic permitting. I'm gonna say this, man. After listening to all these white supremacists and their collaborators, I'm gonna tell you what this sound like to me. First of all, this sound like a collaborator who is a suspected white supremacist. I mean, let's just be real. If he was so anti white supremacy wouldn't be in existence now. He wouldn't still be working with the racists or going against the racists, same racists that he's been working with for more than 4 decades, probably going on 6 decades now. Aside from that, he sounds like an old white collaborator that is playing both sides of the argument. He sounds senile, first of all. Why do we have Neely Fuller Jr., who's 94 years old, older than these guys, can put 2 congruent sentences together? He's given us history that we already heard 1,000,000 times over. Biden did this, Kamala did that. I feel like this is just a distraction to further us from coming to a system of justice, arresting the white supremacists and their collaborators, not asking for jail time, but actually executing prison time, jail time for the OMB. Shout outs to Ion and everybody doing their work, suing the OMB and everybody else. That is brilliant. I think the most codified action since the last time I seen y'all, and we were down. I joined my brother down the monument. So I really feel like that is a strong in-your-face move. I feel like they're doing all these distractions because we're getting more codified. They see a group of victims of racism, white supremacy, who's actually suing the OMB, suing everybody that has something to do with race classification, shows that we are getting more codified and focusing on the issue at hand. I think any candidate that's not talking about dismantling the system of racism, white supremacy, in them words, is guilty collaborator. Don't trust them. I don't trust RFK Jr. I don't care how good it sounds. White supremacy has already showed me that they trick. They talk out of the side of their neck. They say one thing and do another. I'm not ready to keep trusting the white supremacists or their collaborators. And I'm gonna just say, victims, please just watch out for the trick bag. This sounds like a guy that's going to be in Biden's state in probably a year or 2. I don't think this is a good move. Only good move, I think, is us actually going for jail time for the white supremacists and their collaborators, whether it's by way of suing, then jail time, or jail time, then suing. But either one, both has to be done. And I think we need to be unapologetic about that and stop fucking around with the issue of race classification. We keep playing around with it. This is a direct assault on our offspring, who we're not even going to meet. I think we need to keep that in the forefront of our minds as victims of racism, white supremacy, if we want to change it. I'll land there. Thanks for letting me speak, y'all.
Okay, I do appreciate that. Let me ask you, are you planning to vote in the presidential election?
No.
Okay, awesome. So let me play this as a really short clip where this guy, I don't know who this guy is, but he's playing a clip of RFK talking about racism. Okay, so let me play that. And I got to get it to the point where I want it to start from. Because this guy he goes into something about stereotypes. Now, this guy is really what it is. This guy is definitely a racist and a collaborator and all of those things. But this David Parkman, whoever this guy is, but this is a clip of Robert F. Kennedy talking about racism, and he's talking to a black audience, from what I understand. Now, I could say melanated audience, because if we delineate every conversation, if there's a group of melanated people, how many of them are actually Black Americans? That is definitely something that we all kind of acknowledge and understand. But especially in New York City, keep it real, and shout out to New Negro for pointing that out and him clarifying what the issue was in that Bivers-Stuyvesant project that his father started that he kind of tried to finish. I still believe that there is an opportunity if maybe for whatever reason that letter didn't do it, to actually find someone who does have the face-to-face conversations with this person and his campaign that can craft that understanding a little bit more specific to the lineage and the constitutionality of it, because again, he's an attorney who speaks in constitutional language, and I do think that there's an opportunity to present the information strictly constitutional, for that to click in, and then to understand why you can't lump Hispanics and Asians and all these other different groups in together with Black American descendants. But here it goes. And also, to Tasha K's credit, she did a masterful interview where she played those clips, pointed out that it was the Shade Room, and then circled back to why those clips were played, and he gave him the opportunity to explain the whole story of it, which is a phenomenal story, to be quite honest. I remember that story. I remember that name. I don't necessarily remember the crime, but I remember that name was in news circles way back then. And amazing that person spent 27 years in prison for a crime they didn't commit. So imagine if a relative of a Kennedy can spend 27 years in prison for a crime they didn't commit. I mean, imagine where we're at as just Black American citizens in this country with no type of access to power, no defense. And these fucking judges that just don't give a fuck about us at all. It really seems like we don't stand a chance. And I have, and my family have gone up against those people in court. And the reality is most times you don't stand a chance. Unfortunately, that's just kind of how the system is. But to Brother Mokos, this is only going to take a couple seconds, then I'm going to play the rest of the video.
Here is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. saying to Black voters, listen, we are never going to eliminate racism. There's a lot that goes into this discussion, so let's play it and then we will discuss.
I'm going to say this. A lot of the liberal energy to deal with racism, systemic racism in this country, has been directed at trying to make people so they're not racist anymore. Through education, through sanctions, through cancellation, whatever. And all of these things are important. But I would say that we're never going to eliminate racism. We are hardwired from the 20,000 generations that humanity spent wandering the African savannah in little tribal groups. We're hardwired to look for differences in other people and then to essentially practice racism.
Okay, so and I'll be honest, I have essentially stated the same, and I essentially feel the same way, that this conditioning, even though the Caucasians weren't around whenever we were roaming around the African savannah, and they just arrived on the planet 7,000 to 10,000 years ago, clearly they would have noticed the difference pretty quickly, and we would have noticed the difference pretty quickly, and it certainly would have created a situation where they would have formed their tribes for whatever reason, and then they would have had this genetic transfer of this understanding of them being them, others being others, us being us, and carrying this the same way that we have post-traumatic stress syndrome that carries throughout our genetic material from generation to generation to generation. I believe they carry a hatred and a sense of superiority in the same way genetically, from generation to generation to generation. So I actually believe you cannot eliminate racism. You can't dismantle white supremacy unless you eliminate those people from the planet Earth, because they're never going to stop being racist. because inherently and fundamentally, that's who and what they are. There's never going to be a time when they wake up and they just love everybody equally as they love themselves. And that goes for the Asians and the Hispanics as well. I just don't believe, and to be quite honest, in this delineation conversation, it goes for the Africans as well. Just look at Africa and look at how they slaughter each other for whatever the reasons may be. They have been slaughtering each other for a very long time. So there is this inherent thing inside of humanity, and whether you consider these people human or not, that's a whole nother conversation. But I just don't think it's possible as long as they exist. And I think that the moment that they don't exist, something else is going to step in to replace that. And it's likely to be the Chinese, because they have one of the larger populations on the planet and they have resources in order to conquer the planet. If for whatever reason the Caucasians were to disappear. So I just think fundamentally it's not a realistic expectation or goal that racism will end. I think the better way to move through this society specifically is to gain power and authority that you can pass down through generations, where you educate them about this reality and they're able to defend themselves because they acknowledge it, they understand it, and they can do something to combat it. Not that you teach them to have kumbayaism or whatever else it is, where that is currently kind of being pushed upon kids in these schools, especially this forced integration, this idea that we're all the same, color doesn't exist, yada yada yada. I hear people saying they don't believe that race exists and they want to get rid of the racial construct. Well, that's color blindness. That's eliminating the uniqueness of who Black American descendants are. That actually is exactly, in my opinion, what they've been preaching the whole entire time, is color blindness. Everybody's the same. We're all Americans. They use those talking points all the time. So how does that empower Black Americans if we essentially adopt the elimination of the racial construct and we essentially mirror their talking points? I personally don't buy that. And I think it's a very honest statement for a suspected collaborator to simply tell a room full of Black people, you're never going to get rid of racism. Not so much accept it, but this is kind of what it is. And if anybody thinks that you can get rid of racism, I'd certainly love to hear that conversation. Okay, here we go. Tasha K.
Listen, we don't consider that woman Black anyway, and neither does she. So Biden put her up there to appeal to us and pander to us, and I just don't like her. And I know who Biden really is. I've been following them for years, okay? And so here's the thing, I know who you are. I've done my research on you. I've known who your family is. The president, John F. Kennedy, okay, walked beside Dr. Martin Luther King and helped to literally put the civil rights movement in place. I know where you come from. I know who your father is. I know what you guys stand for. And so the mere fact that they are trying to paint you as a racist, when we all know who, in my opinion, is the real racist, it is Joe Biden. And the entire time he didn't even know that he was raising the alleged Black son that he has in his own house, okay? So while he was worried about locking niggas up, and his son was becoming one behind the scenes, doing dope, not paying child support and shit like that, that's who we should have been focused on instead of focusing on locking up our young boys just for stuff that they had no control over, because we know who put crack and cocaine into the communities, okay? And so I just have a few more questions. And we're going on 30 minutes. And
it's the same agency that killed my uncle, by the way.
Yes, I know John F. Kennedy is not his father. His father's name is Robert F. Kennedy. He was Attorney General.
His brother.
Your brother. He's your uncle.
My father was Robert Kennedy. He was killed.
And the president, that's your uncle. Yes. So they acting like I don't know the family tree around here. I read, guys. Listen. I know I act like I don't because I got the wine. But I want to say this to you, Mr. Kennedy Jr. I applaud everything that you've done over the years. You've been a lawyer. You haven't been in politics. You haven't been lobbying. There's a lot of administrations that have been the same companies that you have sued, okay, and got money for because they polluted our communities with chemicals and things like that, and they put them in the poorest of the poorest communities like Monsanto, like DuPont. You've worked alongside of the Cochrane firm. Like I said, your uncle worked alongside of Dr. Martin Luther King. Y'all have been standing on business for many years. I do want to ask you this because it's just a question for my viewers, and then I got something that I want to ask you personally myself. How do you feel about reparations for African Americans?
Well, you know, let me say this. I for 20 years, I was fighting for reparations for American Indians. And, you know, that 20% of my, for 40 years, 20% of my work was doing treaty work for them and doing litigation against people who were mainly resource extraction companies that were stealing from the tribe. So I think there's a strong moral case for reparations for Black Americans. I don't tell people that I'm going to do that because for two reasons. One is the reparations for systemic racism since the Civil War are now clearly illegal under the Harvard decision that was written by John Roberts and by judges that Trump appointed.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there because this is where the education has to happen. One, I actually think it's an asset that he knows treaty law and he's been fighting on that front because, again, if you can just get this person's brain to connect to lineage in the way that we all understand it, I think it's a game changer. I got the Harvard Kennedy situation. Man, this dude is a piece of shit. This is really where he's just questioning this guy about I swear to God, the level of questioning that this Roberts did about Black admission to Harvard,
For you,
it is clear that he intended to end race-based admittance to Harvard. And and to Harvard's credit, they actually were essentially trying to fight this thing. Part of me says if a Supreme Court justice is supposed to be impartial, how could they level this line of questioning about an issue that they are there to judge, but not, in my opinion, to prosecute. But it seems to me, from the few times I've watched these hearings, that they play the role of judge and prosecutor in most of these Supreme Court cases, and that is just, I think that's odd. I don't really think I agree with the way that process works because they should not be inferring, adding into, spitting in the sauce, licking the spoon, and doing whatever, dropping the spoon and picking it back up and putting it in the pot. It's a lot that goes on, but essentially the Harvard thing that he's talking about is where the Asians sued because they wanted more slots. We all know this case. It ultimately came down to that they eliminated race-based admissions, and the what you're going to hear in this questioning is that the Asians weren't even targeting Black people. They were actually targeting whites. They were saying, in comparison, it's a really interesting thing. When they did studies, when they compared themselves against Blacks, it was almost an even thing. This comes out in this questioning, but the justice is so intent on eliminating Black admissions, because that's his sole focus, is on why are Black people getting admitted to Harvard, in my opinion, from the way I listen to it. So understanding that he's basing it on that and not making the lineage connection and not understanding that we're not asking for Black reparations. We're asking for lineage reparations, and that really was why I tried to, as much as I could, hashtag lineage reparations, because I think that distinction is extremely important. And he's missing that connection, completely missing it. It's that they've got him in the same position that I honestly was in, 6 years ago when I first heard about reparations and first was introduced to it my whole time on Facebook. And then when I got on Twitter, it was like, oh, we got to delineate, yada, yada, yada. So I'm asking questions as to why. And it probably took me a few months to understand why. And so, and I'm not somebody who's a constitutional lawyer at all. And I've certainly added to my knowledge base over these years, but coming in fresh to it, I did not have the level of understanding I have today. I believe that this individual could be not persuaded, but simply sat down and told, this is where you're missing the connection. The 25% of the blacks in America, the melanated people in America that are first and second generation foreigners, they do not qualify. They are not a part of lineage reparations. I think that I just don't think that's a hard conversation to have with this guy. And I think it's an important one to have with him, because he's going on these interviews, and the people that are interviewing him, they don't have the knowledge base to make that distinction clear. They're not even adding anything to the conversation. They're kind of letting him kind of say these talking points over and over again, and not saying, well, hold up, wait a second. It was clear you understand lineage. So let's talk about lineage reparations, and let's go with that. So let's leave black off the table and let's focus on lineage reparations. I think he would get it. I see Miss Aon came up to speak. If you wanted to say something real quick, I want to play this Harvard, and this is actual back and forth between Justice Roberts and I guess the Asian attorney, or whoever was representing. As a matter of fact, I don't think this is the Asian. I think this is actually Harvard speaking in this particular clip. And they do, like I said, they do a good job of trying to defend allowing black people into their university. But this is where he's stuck. And I think it's not hard to get him unstuck. You got it.
Oh, it's now off the table. You could do.
Oh, sorry. I had accidentally left out the room because somebody had sent me something on the AMDL page. So it took me out of the room. But I was going to say, I mean, from what I've heard thus far, what you broke down, first and foremost, your other room the other day of Project 2025, I had only been hearing chatter of it, but I appreciated that room because I didn't know nothing about Project 2025. And if I was going to vote for Trump, that pretty much ended that effectively. But I wouldn't have a problem with RFK. It's just my personal thing now with these politicians, especially some of the meetings that we've been having behind the scenes with a lot of politicians, where it's, whenever we try to implement any type of form of a specific platform for our people and advocate for that and stand on that, we're getting this weird pushback of all lives mattering, our plight to other people, and we're just not having it. And I just expect in 2024 that we have a different aura about us, a different sense of urgency when it comes to advocating for our people, because we don't have nothing to lose, right? And I mean, I could see myself, like I said, I'll talk to talent, but I could see myself, because I did it with somebody else, a politician that just ended up in our room a couple of months ago, and I gave them the PDF copy of To Fulfill These Rights. I mean, that's what I hand out to people now. Like, if you're serious about wanting to talk to black people, here, have this, read it, break it down, analyze it, and know the history behind it, and get back to us and see what you're willing to do. But this notion that you can't do nothing specific when your uncle, after he got assassinated, this was passed on to Lyndon B. Johnson to fulfill. So it's just me being just being real strict with my advocacy with politicians. So.
Yeah, and so what I want to say, that I don't know why this mic button is really sticky over here. So we know love languages, and so
I think you cut out.
Oh, really? Can anybody else hear me? Because the mic is wide open and I can't. Let me see something. Space is starting to do goofy things. Okay, there it goes. All right, so hopefully you can hear me now. Okay, cool. So I was saying love languages. So it appears, for me, doing very minor research, I mean, literally, I'm just scratching the surface on this situation, but it appears to me that the love language, quote unquote, or the knowledge-based language that this guy operates in is Constitution. So if I was going to have a conversation, or if I was going to write a letter to him, it would be based on the Constitution, and I would actually cite Clarence Thomas, since he kind of looks to the court as examples, or as leaders, or whatever you want to call it. I would cite where Clarence Thomas specifically talked about the lineage. I would cite where Ketanji Brown Jackson cited the lineage. I think it was Brett Kavanaugh that asked a question about the lineage that got clarity on the fact that even in this case, that they understood that, yes, lineage could possibly be used for admissions. So that's the way I would, go about that with this particular individual. I think everybody's going to be slightly different based on whatever it is that excites them, or that they, are into, quote unquote. But I think with him, again, I just personally don't think it would be that difficult. I just think he has to have the right conversation.
I don't think so either. I think he's very well approachable and willing to work across party lines. I think he still carries that same vein of the old garb when it comes to politicking. If you study how Lyndon Baines Johnson was able to maneuver and get stuff passed, I think he's familiar with that. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I would not have a problem in shooting him a communication through Talent's channels and seeing what will happen part two. But I'm just saying, in the moment, in the aftermath of this stuff that went down yesterday afternoon, because I'm just sick and tired of people coming to our communities and playing these psychological games and half-ass promises, and we're supposed to do all this work, and it just gives me that whole Obama vibe. I had to hide that I wasn't voting for this man because he did miserable in his debate with Alan Keyes. I remember that fondly. Alan Keyes chewed him up about lineage then, and his stance on abortion. Alan Keyes chewed him up about that. His whole presentation on reparations in the debate in South Carolina, where he first talks about the corridor of shame. I'm sorry, reparations was a hot topic in 2004, and that's why I keep on saying that's how long I've been following this. I wasn't introduced by no Yvette or none of that. So I'm tired of people playing games with our people and always, politicizing our humanity. I'm just not having it. And if it means that I have to fluff out my couch a bit more, another 4 years, I'm willing to do it.
Hey, Black, can I interrupt you for a minute?
Definitely.
I'm taking the family out to dinner, and I'm leaving about 5 minutes, so I appreciate everything, and I will see you guys next week.
Black American Homeland.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna send you a message for my fundraising campaign for the magazine and for the online website, and then just check your DM, because I've been kind of like sitting back doing a couple of other things, and it's taking me some time to get it out.
Okay, Rella.
Have fun with the family. You guys be safe.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. DJ and listener, or would he like to come up, take my place, or it's up to him, or Black?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And see you next weekend. For those who may not be aware, I do have a business that will be in operation shortly, and I'm just waiting on this last walkthrough inspection. So next weekend may be one of the last Saturday night spaces. I'll probably try to do something in the afternoon for like a much shorter space. And maybe I can get like a Thursday and a Friday afternoon in, but it's just going to be a shorter format, but we'll still try to touch on some of these topics. It'll just be a little more condensed as far as time wise goes, but Saturday night. So I would encourage, especially the Only Male Crews and Miss Rella to start a space on Saturday nights and keep this conversation going that we've been having. Because this is like one of those steps that will help me get to Delaware, and I actually see it as an opportunity to get into another business. It's a bar essentially. I'm going to feature craft beers. There are a lot of these micro breweries that are pretty popular around the country. So I would like to see if I could leverage this opportunity into some type of micro brewery in the future. We'll see how that goes, but I certainly will definitely get to Delaware as quickly as I can. Like I told folks, I've had 4 or 5 people who have told me that they have moved to Delaware in like the last 4 or 5 months. And that's just from, these spaces or whatever. So I'm excited to see what they do, because they are political minded, and they are on the ground and they're kind of figuring things out. So I definitely hope that they are able to do some things and, see how it goes from there. But their initial assessment is what our assessment was, that we've talked about in spaces. So that's encouraging. What is it? Ely, Detroit. You got it. And then I'm gonna play some more to Tasha K interview.
What up? Yeah, they took another one of my pages. Hey, they got me again, y'all. I got a question. What do folks other than Black stand or lose once reparations are given? Because when Dr. Claude Anderson tried to start Africatown in Detroit, the biggest people who were going against the Africatown getting started were the immigrants. They were like, we will no longer make money if he creates this Africatown. So we got to look at who will lose what once our reparations is dispersed. You know what I mean? So, and once we see who will lose what, we'll see why they're opposing it. Like Robert, like I just heard, a little bit of that interview with Robert Kennedy. He was holding back what he wanted to say. You can hear it in his voice. He wanted to say, we can't give it to you, because if we give it to you, we're going to be powerless. You know what I'm saying? So do they have a fear of losing everything that they stolen once reparations is paid? And that's my question.
Well, okay, so I'll answer it this way. I posted it sometime during the week. I think I was in a space and I talked about this. Yeah, matter of fact, it was that Dana space. So the household value, and this includes nonprofits in America, is $153 trillion or some number north of that. When you look at white wealth in the country, it's definitely over $100 trillion. I think Black American Homeland in the Space a couple of weeks ago said that our combined wealth is like 6 trillion or 5 trillion, and Hispanics combined wealth was 4 trillion or 3 trillion. That's essentially what I remember. I think that the Asians, for whatever reason, was a much higher number, almost double that. Being a smaller population, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, other than the fact that they've been funneled into the business class and ownership class. But all that being said, where are we going to spend this reparations money? With whom are we going to spend this reparations money? You look at utilities, you look at buying property, you look at buying cars, you look at buying clothes, you look at buying food. What in this country do we produce where we would actually circulate that money back into our community, back into our own bank accounts, to where we would actually grow that wealth and hold on to that wealth? I mean, this is like not necessarily rocket science, in the sense that you have people in the reparations community who are running on platforms that essentially say, repairing Black America repairs America. It's essentially a stimulus package for the American economy, the American economy that we don't control any parts of. So I don't know how we would actually effectively hurt anybody else when everything that we have to buy comes from everybody else. That's just the way I see it. We got a new person coming up, so let me get them up here. Okay, it looks like Santa. Santa, are you up here?
Oh, it's Santana Moon. Hey. She frequents Bobby's spaces. Santa. Hey.
Yeah. Hi. I received a phone call. That's why I wasn't able. I had to push them away. I think the best thing is it's not about.
Oh, you went out.
But investing back into the Black community. That's what the money should be for, is to invest.
You're getting phone. I think you're getting phone calls. I think she's getting phone calls.
That I would think. And so it's not about spending. I think a lot of times the African American community, they spend.
You're going into the matrix. I don't know what's happening. I'm not sure what's happening. You're for me, you're breaking up every 5 seconds, and it's going out every 5 seconds.
She's in the matrix.
Yeah, she dropped out. Okay, Miss Aon, you got it. You got it, Miss Aon. Can people hear me or no? Okay, Miss Aon, are you there?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought I had unmuted it. No, I was just going to add to, or give a little bit of insight to Mr. Ely Detroit's question about how to circulate the dollar or dollars we would, come into if we were to receive reparations, or when rather. I would say we have to look at both short-term and long-term economic plan or strategy.
Mm-hmm.
In the short term of things, a lot of people are going to invest in housing. So you're going to see a big construction building boom if you will, because people are going to want to establish their homesteads and stuff like that, possibly pay off debts, get cars and stuff, and, have those paid for as well. And then in the short term of things, once people are, situated and have a secure place to live at, then they'll be able to look back at establishing businesses to keep residual income coming in. So I can see, people, looking at ways to start up, small businesses. Because again, construction, you're going to need some type of construction infrastructure that will be able to keep up and maintain all of these new housing projects. So it will be on us to emphasize the importance of building a network of construction that is, dedicated to our communities that we would once establish, once reparations drops. And that's, the long-term goals when you're trying to establish, a community, especially in the aftermath of something that our people have gone through. So I would think that would be, long-term conversations that we would want to keep going in our communities to kind of, strategize and air out how we're going to implement and execute them.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Let's get to more of this video here, because I do think we have to pause and kind of understand where the disconnect is, and I think this disconnect between this Harvard case and race and reparations is where the disconnect is. In every video I've seen where this conversation is brought up, these are the wrong connections that are being made. So here we go again.
How do you feel about reparations for African Americans?
Well, let me say this. I for 20 years, I was fighting for reparations for American Indians. And, that 20% of my, for 40 years, 20% of my work was doing treaty work for them and doing litigation against people who were mainly resource extraction companies that were stealing from the tribe. So I think there's a strong moral case for reparations for Black Americans. I don't tell people that I'm going to do that because for two reasons. One is the reparations for systemic racism since the Civil War are now clearly illegal under the Harvard decision that was written by John Roberts and by judges that Trump appointed. So it's now off the table. You could do legally, it would probably pass constitutional muster to do reparations if you could directly trace your ancestry to slavery.
Okay, now I'm stopping it right there, right? So he says you can't do race-based reparations. I think that is what has been said in these spaces. I mean, clearly, I remember people saying you can't do race-based reparations, and the reason why I know that people have said that because Aeon and Brother New Negro have said that there is this statutory thing that you've got to reach, and they've been arguing that you could actually reach that, whatever that is. I can't remember the phraseology. She could certainly speak to that. But then he says immediately after that, lineage reparations can happen. So this is why I think there's a people who have an agenda. They take a clip, they run with that clip. They don't really take the whole conversation and really listen to everything that's said, because even in this conversation, in those 2 points that he gave, he said you can't do race, which Plenty of people have said that over and over again in the reparations movement. And then he said, you can do lineage. You can do descendants of slaves. So the question becomes, why are people so quick to grab a soundbite and then run with it? And who is behind it, right? In his opinion, it's the Biden administration, the Democrat Party. In a lot of places, it has to be the Democrat Party because the Republican Party, it's a fucking absolute no. They're not even going to talk about it. They're not going to mention it one time. It's an absolute no. But Biden and the Democrats hold it out like a carrot that you're never going to fucking get. But they just want to be the people who make it seem like it's possible because someone in Congress mentions it every once in a while. I'm shocked. I think Biden
This is my first time ever hearing this clip.
But this is because no one plays the whole clip. They stop it at the first part.
Right, that's what I was going to ask you. So is this something recent that he was talking about, or?
Well, if you go back and listen to all of the interviews where he talks about this, at least as the ones that I've seen, he always says you can't do race-based reparations because of the Harvard decision, but you can do the reparations based on descendants of slavery. It's kind of like his talking point. But again, the clips that people have been posting, the shorts, the reefs, or what are they called? The reels. The
race-based stuff.
They cut it at the race-based part, and you never hear the second half of it. That's what I'm saying.
That's why we've always had pushback with them, because we've always acknowledged that technically it's one and the same. And we were getting that up until we found the book To Fulfill These Rights, and we're like, well, wait a minute. This doesn't sound like something where they was making excuses. I mean, even in the book, they admit since 1865, we've had a Negro problem. That's the introduction to the book. I read that to the OMB. I read them the entire introduction to the book. And it states both in To Secure and To Fulfill These Rights, it is acknowledging that these group of people, Negroes, since 1865, have been dealing with this problem of getting reparative justice. I mean, in those words, but it uses a date specific to 1865. There's only one group of people that date means something to. That's us. So I think it's fascinating that people have been chopping up the clip like that, and that's why we had so many issues with people in that camp
are now clearly illegal,
under
the
sold on
Harvard
that.
decision
We were
that was
saying
written
no,
by John Roberts and by
not
judges that Trump.
true.
Yeah, but
At least I know me and talent, so I mean that's a good receipt.
Yeah, let me ask you this. There is a, what is it? Is it a it's a burden of proof, or it's something that has to do with this racial component that you have to prove something beyond, I'm saying beyond a reasonable doubt, but that's not the phraseology. There's a specific phraseology about racial
to be quite honest, I don't know. They've never given us an explanation to that. I know talent went into those spaces with Naheem them. I don't want to say no names, but that's basically where it was coming from. And to my knowledge, that's what they were saying, that something about a precedent had to be made or set or something. And we were just like, no, I guess we were kind of naive too. Again, this was all before we ran into these books that we got into. And, we was just focused on why not? Like, everybody else, whenever politicians come around, their constituents are speaking on their own stuff that they need for their communities. Why are we being boxed in to this thing that we have to play like nice words or speak in code whenever, our people are suffering. Okay. It just I'm just not willing to do that anymore. I mean, if talent lets you listen to some of the calls, like with the call with Grace Bean, I've been very candid about my stance. I have not sugarcoated nothing, because I said if a recording ever pops out, people are going to hear me speaking unapologetically about my position. And I used a hard ER to make a distinction about Negro and nigger to the OMB. That's on record. So I'm just, like I said, I just think it's a fascinating clip. I don't know why they cut that out. It's just sad, because honestly, we've lost a lot of time just with that one argument, instead of just, being honest with people that, there's more than one way to skin a cat. We can't look at this reparations conversation through one lens. There's many facets and just many ways of us being able to attack this. And I wish, people, understood, but I don't know, but I'm glad you have that receipt. Can you send that to me in the back channels, or are you going to put it in the purple pill?
Yeah, I put all these interviews. This one is from, like it says, a month ago with Tasha K.
Oh, okay.
There's one he did with 19 Keys that is like not even a week old, I think.
19. Wait a minute. He had an interview with 19 Keys.
Yeah, that's the most recent one. It's a 3-hour interview. But there's a short reparations clip. I'll play it after this one plays.
So let me jump in right here. So what you're talking about, Black, is called it's under the component of intentional discrimination. That's under the Civil Rights Division section. If the V is in front of the I, what is that? That's 6. Okay, so 6. Proving discrimination, intentional discrimination using the basis of race. And that is the wrong, let me just read this. Wronged employees have 3 ways of proving their employers intended to discriminate. It's called circumstantial evidence. And that is actually the legal term, circumstantial evidence. It is the direct evidence and pattern of practice. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that proves a fact by interference, as opposed to direct evidence, which directly proves a fact. So that's why, when you listen to the spaces that Hassan and a lot of the people coming from like CAP and the organizations that did, I think Talon did work with John at some point, they did include the term Negro and even people out in from California. No one literally was against the term Negro. I think it was the evidence of on which level are we actually utilizing the terms in regards to state, federal,
it's now off the table. You could do
parallel together, and
legally,
the courts recognize it. And then you have to have a constitutional lawyer, and you have to have state's attorneys actually pick up the case. These are the discussions that people need to know, that they need to be understanding, so that you understand that all the classifications are particularly pointing to one group of people that have come out of 1865, and the other group of people who actually were awarded the first ever reparations were the slave owners, and they were awarded the reparations based on the fact that Congress gave them that because they said that they wanted to compensate them for the loss of their contraband, the loss of their pretty much their monetary, like what they made their money off of, which was one group of people classified as many different things. So pointing to that information in that way it has to be important that people understand that. Now, what you decide to call yourself in your everyday daily life, walk of life, no one can challenge you on that. That's your business. But I really think people need to have a full grasp on how and what it would look like legally and how to move, because we would have to go up against people like Edward Bloom, people like the Supreme Court justices in on the bench now, who would push it away. As if you watch that debate between Ketanji, Clarence, and I forgot the white guy that's up there. What's the white guy that was
Brett Kavanaugh?
Brett Kavanaugh, but it's another one. It's another white guy that's up there. They were the ones pushing against Ketanji, saying that when they were debating on affirmative action, and Ketanji, that's when she came out and was like, "Oh no, are we talking about the freedmen?" So when we are looking at these different aspects of people, or the terminology and where it's being used, I just really need people to, like, it's not about debating on what you feel is right or wrong. It's really looking at how is law interpreted and who are the ones that are interpreting the law. And now that the Chevron doctrine is pretty much dismissed, Edward Bloom, and I've said this, he's heard me say this before, someone should be suing him. Like, we need to be bringing lawsuits against him, because he's already setting precedents, meaning that he's already putting up the fact that he's focusing on race issues while trying to utilize the fact that race has always been a factor when it came to one subset, a group of people. So that is an argument that can't be made. And I'll land.
Okay. Yeah, let's play this, because then I can go into some of those 19 keys. Again, that's a 3-hour interview, but there are these shorter clips, and they kind of go in that interview, to be quite honest. So this got about 15 minutes or so. So let's just play this all the way out, and then we'll talk about the rest of it. Like I said, I haven't gone past this part, and then I'll play some of those 19 keys clips.
The reparations for systemic racism since the Civil War are now clearly illegal under the Harvard decision that was written by John Roberts and by judges that Trump appointed. So it's now off the table. You could do legally, it would probably pass constitutional muster to do reparations if you could directly trace your ancestry to slavery. And though that would pass constitutional muster, but then you would have to get Congress to appropriate the money, and that will never happen. So I don't tell people I'm going to do things that I know I can't do or I believe I can't do. I tell people I'm going to do things that I know I can do. And if you look at my program, restoring Black communities, the education system, but also getting capital into Black neighborhoods, to making sure that there's only 25 Black banks left in this country.
What?
Yep, 25 Black banks. There was hundreds of them, and they're all underfunded because the Fed does not give them money. So so if you live in a Black neighborhood, you're not going to get a home improvement loan. You're not going to get a business loan. And if you starve neighborhoods of capital, you're going to create crime waves. And that's what's happening in the Black communities. There's no equity left. They've systematically been stripped of equity. So people don't own houses, which means they can't borrow money, which means they can't start a business, which means even if they have an entrepreneurial impulse, they can't pursue it. They're not part of the American system because they do not have ownership. And that is systematic. And I could talk to you about that all night. But I'm just saying that is my program, is to get equity back into those communities, to get capital back into those communities, to get financial intelligence and information. In other words, accrued financial knowledge to the people so that they can start businesses. I've been doing this for 40 years. I've been on the board. My father started Bedford-Stuyvesant restoration to restore economically one of the poorest neighborhoods in New York, Bedford-Stuyvesant. When he died, I took his place on the board, and it is a model community development corporation. We have brought all of the stores that were boarded up in that community. You had to go 75 blocks to go shopping at a grocery store. And now we brought grocery stores to that community. The commerce in that community is exploding off the streets. We know how to do it. I know how to do it. And that is what I'm going to do as president. It's going to be one of my big focuses. And also fixing the education system so Black families have choice. We need to have charter schools where if the public school's not working for me, you go to another public school, which is a charter school. And you don't tell Black family, yeah, your school doesn't work, it's broken. Just wait there 10 years till we'll fix it. It's not good enough. We need to give them choice. And if you get kids who are well educated, who have hope for their future, that is the way to deal with crime and addiction and all these other issues that we're facing.
I agree. And I'm glad you touched on that. That was one of the questions that the audience, my winos, was asking, was about reparations. And I like that you're not making any false promises or pandering to our community, because that happens a lot, to us.
Let me tell you something. I had on my podcast the other day the head of the Black Farmers Association. And he won a lawsuit. He's been a Black farmer all his life. He's my age, around 70 years old. And he was going to USDA. USDA has a program that gives grants and loans to small farmers. And what they found was when the Black farmer would go into that program, the guy who was running that program for decades was an overt racist. So the Black farmers who would go in there would never get a loan. They would never get a grant. And any white farmer could walk in there and get, and there'd be, the waiting room would be filled with Black farmers who were waiting for days, day after day, and they'd never get anything. And they'd watch white farmers just come in, pick up their check and leave. And so he sued, and he won the suit. And a jury found that the USDA, this individual, over time had stolen $500 billion from small farmers. It was something they were owed, they were entitled to. And so he sued, he won the lawsuit, they gave him a $500 billion settlement. And what happened to it? When you sue the federal government, Congress has to appropriate the money to pay the lawsuit, and Congress refused to appropriate it. So even something where it's not a reparation, it's just they're owed the money. It's not, there's no question.
And they ain't got it.
So I want to really pause it there for people to understand this very important point. This individual, according to him, had essentially stolen $500 billion from Black farmers, if you will. They went to court. They won the case. Congress refused to allocate the funds. Who talks about that? I want to say Judge Joe Brown kind of talks about that. I know he's on the hot seat. A lot of people don't like him, and it is what it is. But that's one of his talking points is, in fact, that they're not allocating the funds. Maybe he doesn't say they won't, but he does say that they need to create an appropriations bill. I think that's the language that he uses. He's giving you an example of it at 500 billion. You haven't even entered into the realm of trillions of dollars that most reparationists talk about. I don't know if we don't understand that, or if we've never heard that, or we've never really kind of connected the fact that things are happening and they're just flat out refusing to honor these judgments. They're refusing to fund these judgments. So I know there is a season of people saying, I'm going to sue this, I'm going to sue that, all these lawsuits flying off the table. Just understand, based on this particular issue, they don't have to fund it. You could go to court, you could win, you can get that judgment, but it could be worse. It could be essentially not worth the paper that is printed on. Just so that we kind of get that understanding as well. And I think that's where to swing it around to when he talks about Congress will quote unquote never do it. He's just looking at what has already occurred where these people deserve the money. They're alive now. It's money they should have got. White people are coming in, they're getting checks, walking in, getting a check, walking out. And he's saying, based on that, how do you then get these same people to issue reparations checks in the trillions of dollars? I just think there's a level of honesty that maybe people are not really ready to have, and they're willing to fight. And I'm all for the fight. I'm all for the lawsuits. Just understand that even in that, you don't have the power to make it happen. Now, if we were all moving to states and we were electing senators and congressmen and having governors, maybe then we'd have the power to do something, because we would actually be the people who could present these bills and negotiate to make them happen. But as individuals and institutions, this is what you're up against. Trust came up to speak.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak. Real quick, this is the thing. A lot of people think it's about Democrat or Republican when it's not. Europeans, ever since we came to this country, with those who were already here, had a problem with us, period. That's at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. They don't want to put us in a better predicament, a better situation than them. Like the man just said, even if they had the money, listen, people, y'all worry about immigrants coming in. Even if they had the money, guess what? We're still not next. We're not next. That's what they're basically saying. You're not next. It doesn't matter what situation, crisis will take place. Even if it didn't take place, we're still not next. They will hold the money. They will appropriate it somewhere else. Some big contractor will come in, or they'll figure out how to somehow say, hey, you got to go through this program. But guess what? Now they're paying white folks for you to go through that program. They got their hands in the cookie jar somehow, way or another. So we have to understand it's not about, honestly, about Democrat or Republicans. The Europeans from Martin Luther King used to talk about it. Even when they used to migrate to this country, after we done came out of slavery and Jim Crow, they will still go over us and give the land to white people coming in, white Europeans coming in. And that's just what it is. So how can we change that? I would love to, hear some suggestions, but that's the whole case of the matter. Even though they're Republican or Democrat, they will agree that at the end of the day, this is not going to pass because they don't trust y'all. They don't trust us with the money.
So Trust, I love and shout out to you and your avatar, definitely, because the depiction of that avatar was actually of an emancipated person. Thanks to the French artist who actually made sure that they wanted to recognize the emancipation of freedom, of liberty, that they were talking about the slave who needed to be free and emancipated. So I want to answer your question. From my reading and what I've learned, to your point, and Martin Luther King's point of, the white American Anglos would undergird their own people just to hold on to power in both parties. It is a point for us to actually talk about Black American, the Black majority state, because it dismantles the two-party oligarchy system, where we are in a majority position and running our own, slating our own candidates, getting a state and a majority population in order to actually fight back. The knowledge of that
coupled with the understanding of historical record, is the formula that we have to implement in order to see the thing that we want to be freed of. We are stuck at a place where people know about the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, and what you just said, but we now have to take it further. We have to get active. And when I say get active, we actually have to get people in position, just like they have been putting other people in position that are coming into the country. I think the 60s and 70s, they were trying to do that on the heels prior to Martin Luther King's assassination. But once he was assassinated, Malcolm was assassinated, Fred Hampton was assassinated, we no longer had the conversations of now, how do we capture power for our own communities? We relied solely on the people that are going into office, and then we were drummed to sleep. People just voted aimlessly. There was no discussion about real implementation of seeing repair and justice in our communities. It was only talked about from the level of criminality. Oh, we need to stop black on black crime. We need to end poverty, the war on drugs. Like, it never came to a point where the pillar of America, which would be the foundational legs of America, is coming out of our community. It comes from our community because our ancestors laid the foundation. It was forced upon them. So now that this generation has been awakened, that's why you hear them other people talking about, oh, now y'all woke. Y'all want to do this and that. We need to dismantle this and we need to dismantle that. You want to dismantle education because now you do not want other people, mainly your offspring, to realize the decimation that you've done to your own country just so that you can maintain power and say that you are a patriot. So we have to be the ones to put people in place that come from our sweat and our work in a position in taking over 50% of at least 51 in particular states, so we can have that representation on the state level and the federal level. That's the work. That's the work. And a lot of people it hasn't caught on yet, I think, because people are still in fear mode. They're still in, no, we need to wait for this person and wait for that person. One young lady posted on here, she was like, we looking for white daddy savior. No, we're not. We want to be able to run enslaved people that are actually going to do what they're going to say and know that we have the power to remove them when we need to. If immigration overpowers that, we are in trouble, which is why immigration is an issue, whether it's legal or illegal. But it does not mean that we do not need repair. It does not mean that the money and debt that is owed is not ours. So I'm for everything that is about us in the Black American community, and for people who want to ally with that movement and that information, fine. We're not kicking you out of the state. We're saying we are literally fighting for power and stability. Genocide is happening right now. Roland Martin is not going to speak to those things. The platforms of the Republican Party, Byron Donald, he's not going to speak to those things because that is not his concern. He's not from the lineage. So we have to do it. So however you want to run it or however you want to have an issue with it, just make sure that you are galvanizing the people in your surrounding city, wherever you are. Black Majority, who's the host, has a book. Buy his book. We've talked about the cities that we're targeting, and we need to get on the good foot. Period, point blank. And that's kind of where it is right now. And if you down for the cause, be down for the cause. And let's move. And I'll land.
Yeah, let's move. Let me point everybody's attention to the Purple Pill and the Jumbotron. It's a New Negro Republic post. This was the DC rally, Save the Negro rally. It's over 8,000 views. We definitely want to keep spreading this. A lot of folks in the reparations movement did speak at this event, and he has it really organized in a way where you could go to a timestamp and listen to the person who's added next to the timestamp. So it is bookmarked. So please do take a chance to listen to that and repost it and share it and let other folks get a chance to to check that out. I would like to play some of them in a space, possibly next week if we still end up having a Saturday space. I definitely want to do that. There is something about race-based eligibility where it requires a higher standard that folks who kind of have leaned on the side of that it can be done in some way, shape, or form, that they could meet that higher burden. I'm full in line with the constitutionality of lineage because that's what the Supreme Court justices have said. It kind of makes sense in that way, but there may be other areas in the law where meeting this higher standard is possible and could actually happen. So, I'm with whatever works. I'm really not against anything that has potential to work. But just morally, I know that I can't vote for Trump, and I would never vote for Biden. He's just a piece of shit. There's no question about that. And I don't know if you remember when earlier in this Tasha K interview, he talked about the DuPont company that he's been, and I think she might have mentioned DuPont, but he's been, because they're the chemical company that's based in Delaware, right? Biden is their boy, essentially. The DuPont family's boy is Biden, because they essentially run the state of Delaware, to be quite honest. I don't know how much influence they have today, but they've had this long, extensive influence as like the number one chemical company in the country, or at least in the top 3. So when she kind of mentioned that, for those who may not be aware of it, she's essentially saying he's been fighting against people who have been funding Biden for decades. That's something that, again, if you didn't know that, you probably wouldn't make the connection, but that's essentially what they're asserting. And that's another reason why this is this is really personal for Biden to put all the weight that the Democrat Party has against this individual, and certainly to try to make it seem like he's a racist, like they did on the Shade Room, allegedly according to this interview, and obviously the way that they're trying to spin his view on reparations to make it seem like he's against it, when in fact he's just telling you flat out, this is what's happening, this is what happens, this is how it works. I'm gonna go back on this one so we can hear this part again about this $500 billion lawsuit and how it essentially played out.
And a jury found that the USDA, this individual, over time had stolen $500 billion from small farmers. It was something they were owed, they were entitled to. And so he sued, he won the lawsuit, they gave him a $500 billion settlement. And what happened to it? When you sue the federal government, Congress has to appropriate the money to pay the lawsuit, and Congress refused to appropriate it. So even something where it's not a reparation, it's just they're owed the money. And it's not, there's no question.
And they got it.
And Congress won't even give them that. So if you imagine that Congress is going to ever, pass reparations for, back to slavery, it's just not happening. And that's why I say we got to figure out something that we can do tomorrow, because we can't wait 10 years. There's a crisis right now in the Black community. We have to do prison reform. We have to get rid of the school to prison pipeline. We have to fix the schools, and we need to get capital into those communities.
Let me ask you a question, and I'm gonna respond, after you answer. And I feel like, we hear from a lot of the candidates as to what they feel Black people need or want. And a lot of the things that you said are really valid, right? I'm a firm believer that, everything does start with the family, with the mother and the father in the home. But unfortunately, we have a lot of fathers that are out of the home. Inflation is crazy and things like that. Have you truly ever asked Black people, like, what it is that we really need?
In the matrix.
I would say I have that conversation all the time. For one.
Okay, I will swing out and swing back in really, really quickly. Damn it.
I'm friends with your friend Angela Stanton King.
Reconnect the space. Go back a minute. Okay, I rewinded about a minute. And here we go.
Said are really valid, right? I'm a firm believer that, everything does start with the family, with the mother and the father in the home. But unfortunately, we have a lot of fathers that are out of the home. Inflation is crazy and things like that. Have you truly ever asked Black people, like, what it is that we really need?
Well, I would say I have that conversation all the time. For one thing, I'm friends with your friend Angela Stanton King.
Mm-hmm.
She puts me in front of groups all the time in which we have that discussion. Now, I'm not a politician. I never intended to run for president. I'm an attorney. I represent poor people. I represent people of color. I represent people who have been injured by environmental toxins. So that's kind of my expertise. But, I've been around the civil rights movement from when I was a kid. I was with my dad when he was shot, and who else was there? Coretta Scott King. My father was the first one, flew out immediately when my father did the Civil Rights March in '63, where King did I Have a Dream speech. My father did the Poor People's Campaign. The two of them were killed a month apart.
Mm-hmm.
And, my father did sent the U.S. Marshals down to integrate the University of Alabama. They say he sent 16,000 U.S. Marshals down to integrate, to get James Meredith, who's my friend, into Ole Miss. He sent the U.S. Marshals and Justice Department officials down to protect the Freedom Riders. He was the one who litigated the Selma March. All of these issues were, issues that my family was deeply involved in, that was happening in my house growing up. So I grew up with these leaders. I grew up, John Lewis was part of my household, Ralph Abernathy. I knew all the civil rights leaders growing up my whole life. So it's part of my DNA. It's part of the way I think about the world. I know our country is not going to live up to its promise as an exemplary nation until we become a nation of equality.
Yeah, Congress, and this is why, everybody is focused. We need to vote when it comes to the presidential race and stuff. And I think everybody's just so much focused, but it's the Congress that we really have to pay attention to, and who we put in those seats and things like that. And so I'm glad that you spoke on this. And I just want to say this. Like I said, I've done, my research on you. And I know who you are. I know what you represent. You're not a politician, okay? You're not, being lobbied to pass laws in favor of companies that are poisoning our communities. You're actually going after those companies like Monsanto and DuPont and hundreds of other companies that you went after alongside of other Black firms and things like that. And of course, it's in your bloodline. And you guys really have stood on that. You've sacrificed your life. You don't even have your father here because of his sacrifice and dedication to just being a good human being. And I feel, and please don't take this the wrong way. And I already know that there's going to be some shit when I say this. And I don't, and it's kind of like may a hit dog holler, but I'm not talking to you in general. I'm talking to anybody that's running for office or any type of seat, whether it's a Senate seat or anything. I just feel that if they really asked us as Black people what we want, I would tell them on behalf of Black people, We just want a decent human being. A decent, truth-telling human being, not a cracker. Because here's the thing. For years, I'm just going to put it out there. We have had, and if we're going to look at the technical definition of a cracker, it's somebody who used to crack the whip on niggas in the plantation. And I feel that, you know, given these elections when, you know, the candidates are talking about what Black people need or what brown people need or what Indians need or Americans as a whole need, they're forgetting to ask us what it is that we need. And we just want a decent human being. It doesn't matter his race, color, or background or anything like that. We just want somebody to not pander to us. And I feel like when it comes to Trump, when it comes to Biden, they pander. And when you see that pandering, in my opinion, those crackers are pandering to niggas, and then they use rappers and things like that to come pander to Black people, but it doesn't work with Black people because Black people, we are watching what's going on. We're coming out to the polls. We're not being led by, you know, a female rapper that promotes God knows what, you know, to the world, but then wants to tell us, you know, how our tax dollars need to be spent or who we need to vote for. I'm just tired of the bullshit all around, period. And I feel that, like, for someone like you who comes from what you come from, you're not a politician. I think personally, and the winos are here too, that you will get the Black vote if you keep being that great human being that you've always been your entire career.
Tasha, thanks so much, and thanks for having me on the show.
Anytime.
I'm going to hit you next time I'm in Miami.
Anytime. Thank you so much, and I wish you luck, and I hope that you get on that debate stage. Winos, make sure y'all follow Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and we're going to go ahead and drop you down. All you got to do is say, now we got to go. Bye.
Bye, Tash.
Okay. He chuckled when she said crackers. So again, I just like, for what it's worth, and that was a really interesting interview. You know, for folks in the reparations space, you do want somebody who could actually ask the questions that, you know, are pertinent to that. But he did lay out this history that he has with the Black community, right? And it's very likely that everybody hasn't delineated us yet. So if he's living in the New York area and that's where he does most of his advocacy, and there's a bunch of immigrants in New York, which I'm assuming there always have been, at least for most of my lifetime, that it's not something that has been put on the radar enough to understand the difference about it. Now, once you explain it, it's really not hard to understand, because even whatever, I think his father, what were they? They were Catholics, Irish Catholics or something like that. I don't know, whatever they were. They understood that they were not the other white people in the country, I'm sure. And so I just think that there's a way to have that conversation where he clicks in, he locks in, and he says, oh, it made me one of those moments where it's like, oh, now that makes a whole hell of a lot of sense why these issues are the way that they are. And then you move forward from there, because you don't, so him being it seems to be a very honest individual. He doesn't have to stop advocating for melanated people just because he advocates for Black American lineage, Negro descendants, freemen, etc., indigenous, yada, you know, down the line. Because I don't think he ever would. I just think that part of who he is who he is, and I don't even know what you would gain by trying to convince a person to stop being who they are. But I think you could get him to understand why it's important to delineate in these conversations, not to conflate things, and just keep things really, really separate and focused. When you talk to Black Americans, you talk about Black American issues. And then when you go talk to Hispanics, do whatever it is you do, if you whatever, because that population has melanated and others in it, whatever. But over here, it's Black, American, Negro, Indigenous, Freedmen, Descendants, and whatever other term pops up in there that people want to ride with. So yeah, this 19 Keys issue I'm gonna spend this week because I can't touch the phone anymore while I'm at work. I can touch it when I'm not driving, but when I'm driving, I can't touch the phone. So I'm taking that time to listen to AI YouTube channels because I really want to get into the AI field with the entertainment side of it. I'm listening to Brother Billy Carson with the ancient alien information, the Anunnaki information. And then I'm trying to tap into this. So I will be listening to this 3 hour and 20-minute 19 Keys interview throughout this week. But this one says, "Make America Great Again, ? Start with Black men." I think he's got like 15 parts where he kind of broke that interview down, chopped it up into smaller segments. So I'll try to find some good titles on some of these segments. We'll play through a couple of them. If anybody has any news on the Trump thing, like the name of the person, we had some pictures earlier. Feel free to come up to kind of address that. If you like to get into that conversation again, because it has been a little while since we talked about that. But like I said earlier, he survived it. The Secret Service really don't. They probably need to be terminated immediately, and an investigation done to see if they had any criminal culpability in that situation. But yeah, here's the first video.
You know, the worst statistics in America, from cancer to violence, right? Second is suicide, gun violence, prison. Of course, that's Black males, right? So for me, if I was to look at a way to make America better, you have to look at the people who's affected by the worst statistics in America. Now, we are in the middle of Mental Health Month, right? And with Black men having such skyrocket mental health issues in America, if you want to begin to fix the issue, right, you have to first deal with the mind. And that means there has to be, especially when you talk about prison reform, right? And you have to decrease the incentivization for these corporations, right, to do things that keep Black men specifically going to prison. Because if you don't decrease that corporate incentivization, then there's always going to be mechanisms, right, where people figure out how to make a profit, right? And Black bodies are seen for mechanisms of profit. They always have. So for me, it's like there has to be new laws and new components of people, of everything that you just laid down was a beautiful case, right? Of all of the adversities and atrocities that Black men or the Black community have faced of. This is why America has to focus on, all right, what do we get back to this community for the redlining, right? For the Tuskegee, for all of those different things. But there's never been compensation. The numbers of Black farmers that have lost their land, right, it gets up to $300 billion, right? When you look at the amount of land that is owned by Black people today, is minuscule in comparison to whites today. And when we look at the opportunities that we're giving back in the day, because there's a lot of it is correction. When we talk about equality, it's like giving everybody the same thing. But when you start from a deficit already, so it's equity versus equality. And then that's when, how do we go and fix the things, right, that have been broken specifically by America? And so I look at Governor Gavin Newsom, and he laid out a reparations task force. And the reparations task force wasn't even about slavery. It was about everything that happened in the last 100 years, right, that has caused this stress and this trauma on the community, and how Black people were deserving, right, of compensation for those things. And it's not something that Black people will ever give up. Like, we just don't get our reparations. That would be a stain on America's moral system forever. And that karma cycle will never end until that particular thing is fixed. So I would say first, mental health clinics. Dr. Amos, which is somebody that I listened to, he had a TED Talk, and he was talking about how we talk about mental health, but it's really brain health, right? How trauma changes the brain, right? So if you wanted to go into Black communities and you wanted to help Black men, you would put a lot of these facilities, right, that are able to get you these brain scans to see where this trauma is, and then they put you on a brain program to help fix you. Because there's one thing to give a person an opportunity, but when your mind is already messed up, you can't even focus to take the opportunity because you're cycling on the problems that you just went through, right? And so we are generations in, right? We're not a generation that you get to start fresh and let's move forward. It's like there's a lot of things that have to be fixed. And poverty-induced stress and trauma, right, creates this cycle of different health effects to where you have all of these issues and then you can't even afford to go get them fixed because you don't have money. So the very thing that causes your problem keeps you in the cycle of the problem. You talk about, medical racism, right? And we dealt with, there's environmental racism in the sense that if you look at some of the zip codes in America, some of the worst, air quality, right? Or where they're Black populations. So there's so many different things that we have to fix. And I believe the quality of solution has to be based on the depth of awareness of the problem, right? So for me, I look at it in multiple ways, but going and just fixing the education system is one thing, but fixing that family system, right, has a deeper understanding. And I don't think that there's no candidate that's going to address it. What I believe is, let me pin a point, okay? What I believe is the smartest thing that a candidate can do, especially when it comes to the Black community, is to directly work with grassroots organizations that's already fixing a problem that needs funding, right? America usually chooses to say one side of Black America is safe. You're going to see who gets invited to the White House, who they work with, blah, blah, blah. But it's usually the radicals that create the most change, right? And so there has to be a different approach because there's too much bureaucracy when it comes to change that they do all this R&D, they throw all this money, right? But we don't see any change. And that's because they're not connected to the people that actually make a difference, right? And so it will really be saying that, would you be willing, right, to then allocate those funds to people who actually doing the work? Because I don't expect RFK, because you're going to have, if you were elected, you would have a plethora of problems, right? And so your office and your cabinet, rather, would have to be filled with people who know, live, experience, and solve those problems. So there's direct allocation and budget to people, right? Or the brain trust of Black America that knows how to solve his own problems. Because we're not looking for a savior, right? The goal is to help us save ourselves. And usually that looks like getting out our way, right? Because naturally we're always fighting to better ourselves. We're not victims, right? But we're fighting multiple wars while trying to recover from the last one.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, so let me just tell you how I think about this. I've been an environmental attorney for 40 years. My first case and my primary focus for much of that time was on environmental racism, and I spent 20% of my time representing indigenous American Indians in Canada, the United States, and Latin America. In treaty negotiations and litigation, addressing a lot of the issues that you just talked about affecting Black community. My first case as an environmental lawyer was representing the NAACP in trying to stop a waste transfer facility that was being sited in the oldest Black community in the Hudson Valley in Austin, in New York, and I won that case. But I learned a lot during that case that, because this was a middle class community, it wasn't poor, but it was being placed there because they didn't have the political power to kick it somewhere else. And this is true all over. In my experience, I'll give you some examples. What I learned then is that 4 out of every 5 toxic waste dumps in America is in a Black neighborhood. The largest toxic waste dump in America is Amiel, Alabama, which is 85% Black. The highest concentration of uncontrolled toxic waste dumps in America is the south side of Chicago. The most contaminated zip code in California is East LA. There are, probably one of the biggest health crises in this country is 44% of urban Black children have lead contamination.
Yeah, my brothers have lead contamination.
Yeah, and that that is rife with all kinds of learning disabilities that put you at disadvantage and behavioral disabilities and violence and all of these. I sued the city of New York one time. The city of New York has 3 water systems. It has the Delaware system, which comes from the Catskill Mountains, the Catskill system, which comes from the Catskills, pristine water. And then it has a very bad water system called the Croton system that's coming from a heavily populated area in Westchester and Putnam County. There are 102 sewer plants dumping into that water. And I asked New York City, show me the distribution maps. Let's see who's getting the bad water. And for a year, they refused. This was long before 9/11, but they said it's national security. So it was just a baloney answer. Finally, on the courthouse steps, they gave me the distribution maps, and I saw that the bad water was going to Harlem, the South Bronx, Lower East Side, Hell's Kitchen, right? They were poor communities, mainly communities of color. On the Upper East Side, coming down from Harlem, there was a little tiny dot in the sea. The Croton distribution was colored dark on these maps. There was a little tiny, like one house that was getting good water from Catskills. I had to get out a magnifying glass and look at it, and it turned out to be Gracie Mansion, which was the mayor's house. So they put special pipes into the mayor's house to give him the water, but all of the communities around were bad. So I saw this from the beginning of my career. I knew about, that about medical racism already. My uncle ended the Tuskegee experiment. As you know, Tuskegee experiment started in 1972, and they took 600 black men. 400 of them had syphilis. They didn't tell them they had syphilis. They bribed them by saying, we're going to give you free hot meals, and they were sharecroppers from Alabama. And then for 40 years, they didn't treat them because they wanted to see. Syphilis was always treated with mercury. And they didn't know whether people were actually dying of mercury poisoning or whether they were dying of syphilis. They didn't know what syphilis did to you if you just let it go. They wanted to figure it out. So they decided to get these guys, not treat them. So this is in 1932. In 1940, a lot of those sharecroppers tried to join the U.S. military. And the CDC went to the military and said, don't have, because when you go into the military, the first thing they do is they give you what's called a short arm inspection, where they check you for syphilis. And then they cure you. And CDC didn't want them treated. And so they weren't allowed to join the military. They didn't know why their applications were refused. And then in 1947, penicillin was invented, and it became a treatment that could knock out syphilis in 5 days. And they made sure none of them got access to it. And they kept it going till 1972, and there was a black public health service official named William Jenkins, who went to my uncle's office, and another white man called Peter Buxton. They told my uncle about it. He had hearings in 72, and he put an end to it. So I was very aware that on the medical and environmental, that black communities were systematically being victimized. And I spent much of my life dealing with this. Now, today you made a really important point, which is the health impacts in black communities. One of the reasons for that is these are food deserts. They're getting bad food. They're 100%. Getting processed food. And they're being mass poisoned by it. Right now, when my uncle was president, 6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, 60% do. And the amount with black Americans is much higher. And that level is going up because of mass poisoning, because there's 1,000 ingredients in our food that are illegal in Europe. The autism rates have gone in from one in 10,000 in my generation. So today, 70-year-old men, 1 in 10,000 is autism. My kids' generation, it's 1 in every 34 kids, according to the CDC, 1 in every 22 boys. And it's higher in black communities. During COVID, we had the highest death rate in our country of any community of any country in the world. We had 16% of the COVID deaths, and we only have 4.2% of the world population. And the highest levels were American Indians, and then the second highest were American blacks. American blacks were dying of COVID at a rate of about 3,500, 3,200 per million population. In Haiti, 80 miles south of Florida, the death rate was 14 people per million population. They don't have good food. I mean, they don't have a lot of food, but they don't get the processed food. And the processed food is what is poisoning us, and the medicated, the pharmaceuticals. And so, my solution to that is, one, I'm going to get NIH to stop making drugs to treat chronic disease, and instruct them, spend their budget, $42 billion budget, finding out exactly the contaminants that are causing and then eliminating them. I'm also, my big Peace Corps program. My uncle started the Peace Corps, he started the space program. My space program, my Peace Corps program is going to be wellness farms, rehabilitation facilities that I'm going to start in rural areas all over the country, where any American can go for free, any of them who is dependent on drugs, either legal drugs or illegal drugs, psychiatric drugs, which every Black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere and get reparented, to live in a community where there'll be no cell phones, no screens. You'll actually have to talk to people. And the model for this is a community that I had direct contact with because a family member of mine went there. And it's called San Padrignanos in Italy. That community is a 10,000-acre farm. And they grow organic food, so the kids eat very, very good food for the first time in their lives. They have a bakery, and the kids work in the bakery. They work in a furniture factory. They have an apparel factory. They have a wallpaper factory. They learn a skill. They learn a trade, and they can stay as long as they want for free. And when they leave, they're placed in a job, but they're taught how to be responsible, how to tell the truth, how to show up on time, how to be reliable, how to be a caring member of a community, to reconnect. So many of our kids today are alienated, they're dispossessed, they have no hope for their future, and the suicide rates are astronomical. Black kids now, it's at the highest rate of suicide, and it's one of the highest causes of death among Black youth. We need to give kids back, again, hope in our country, hope in their futures, but also a feeling of community and an understanding about how to live in those communities. Now, I went to this model is an extraordinary model, and my relative who went there had lost all of her diagnoses, and she came out of there an extraordinary person and lives a thriving life now. But I visited recently another program in an urban area that's modeled on that in Salt Lake recently, and it's called The Other Side. It has 300 convicts, also drug addicts, who go there, and it's the same model. And when you go in there, they all own a storage facility, the biggest storage facility in Utah. They own the biggest transportation company. They move houses, move you out of your home, etc. And they own a used clothing store that is bigger than a Walmart. And they work in there. They learn how to show up on time, how to cash a check, how to keep a bank account, how to be a reliable person, how to tell the truth. And at first, when they first started this, they told me they had a hard time placing people in jobs. But now there's a list when you go in on the wall of all the corporations in Utah, hundreds of them, that are dying to hire people from this program, because the people come out of there and they're extraordinarily productive workers. So they get a second chance at life. They get reparented. They understand how to have relationships, how to have intimacy, how to be honest, and have all these work skills, to take care of themselves, to steward themselves and their own lives. They're given sovereignty over their lives. I'm going to start these right now. The biggest industry in rural areas in this country is prisons. They're now mainly private prisons, which are a crime against humanity. And they're doing what you're saying. They're monetizing human misery, right? And they're not spitting out graduates who are now thriving. They're spitting out recidivists who are going to be back a year later. and they're factories for abuse, and they're not. It's not a mechanism for creating wholesome communities and belief in our country and love for our country and love for our communities. And that's what we need to start doing. And the people who are in there because they're convicted of drugs should not be in those facilities. They should be in a place where they're getting treatment, where they're getting training, where they're getting job training, life training, and spiritual enlightenment, spiritual enrichment, because that ultimately we have to be able to induce in people who are enveloped in despair. We have to be able to induce in them profound spiritual realignment so that they're living on another plane, so that they understand that that God is out there, that He's watching them, that He loves them, and that they have hope for their lives. And that is going to be my major program when I get into the White House, is to reclaim all these people who have been lost.
Thank you for that answer. Nah, I was seriously up all night. You know what I mean? I took.
Okay, man. So yeah, any comments on that? Okay, Miss Aon, you got it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say in that little clip just right there, you could tell, unlike Joe Biden and Trump, he has no problem making a human connection when it comes to talking about the plight of the average Black person. I could definitely see that he's the type of person that can work across the aisles and make connections with people in our community. I just wish that, my pet peeve is just, people got to have a ground game going. Even if he was blackballed by the media, we all know that Obama weaponized Twitter. He's the president that is known for weaponizing Twitter in its infancy. That helped him mobilize the Black community at that time. That helped connect people and get him elected. And one of those things, that's why I even said it to Marcel in the beginning when I came to this app. People need to go, all Black politicians need to study the game playbook of Obama's run for office when he first got elected. That should be mandatory. If you really want to know how it's done and stuff like that, that's how it's done. But I just, it's just very interesting and very moving. Like I said, it's very rare that you can hear a politician like this speak on a personal level and be fluid with it on top of that. Not throwing out red meat here and there and, speaking to the base. He's speaking about the common man, as far as, as our people is concerned when it comes to things that have been plaguing the betterment and the livelihoods of our people since 1865. So it's just sad. I mean, it's refreshing, but it's just,
Yeah. I just call it honesty. And again, everybody's level of honesty or what you would define as honesty is different for everybody. But it is refreshing, like you're saying, to hear someone who is running for the highest office in America, who was shut out of the Democrat primaries because him talking and Biden talking on the same stage, clearly Biden loses, like in every conversation.
Hands down.
Exactly. Hands down. And so people would see
Biden
that.
is not able to hold a decent and civil conversation when discussing Black people. I don't know whether it's because of the advancement of the dementia or just his rabid racism is set in. But he cannot have a genuine conversation, whereas R.F. Kennedy, I guess because of the legacy of his family, having dealt with, the war on poverty and being around his uncles and stuff and seeing it firsthand, how his uncles and Father Move, you know, he has an advantage. He has a clear advantage. Why he doesn't really, you know, really invested in, and that goes back to what I was saying, the hashtag save the Negro, save America. People no longer see our people as an investment. And it's our job and responsibility for us to do that. We got to sell them the idea once again that, you know, our presence in this country is not just preserving the legacy of our people, but it also has an economic value to advancing us to the next level in this enterprise, if you will. Like that's just a fact. I mean, we look at how our ancestors hit the ground running after 1865 with all the inventions, probably because they didn't want to be the farm tools anymore. So their brains were like in overdrive in thinking of ways, problem solving. Okay, I don't want to have to go out in the field to pick this, that, and the other. Let me think of a way to make my job easier. I don't want to sit up here and do backbreaking work and laundry and stuff like that. There's got to be, we got to get back to that way of thinking, problem solving. So I just, you know, I don't know. I mean, me and Talent and Mr. Charles will just have to have a conversation about this because, like I said, I kind of backed away from him on the key things that I had concerned about last year. I mean, everybody knows where Talent stands, but it's just I just want us to get into the habit of, and instead of us as a people moving around putting out political fires for this country, that we're being more proactive in our advocacy politically. I just, you know, because it's almost as if, you know, at this point we're just being reactionary on an emotional level because we're frustrated with this entrenched two-party system, and nobody wants to like build a ground game, like get out here and you got that's what I'm saying, you gotta study how Obama did it.
Yeah, and so the two things I want to point out, and shout out to 19 Keys. The last thing he said, where he, you know, Robert was ready to speak, and he said, "Hold up, let me just, you know, make this point," and he got into connecting the grassroots and the people that are already doing the work that just need the funding so that we can uplift ourselves. I thought that was just a masterful statement and the way he laid it out. And I thought that RFK actually absorbed the information. And then later when RFK is talking, he talked about how in New York City, these 3 different water plants, the shitty water that 102 sewage waste plants were dumping into, that's the water that the Black community is getting, and how the mayor's residence, which is surrounded by that community, they essentially piped in water from one of the fresher water treatment plants. That to me is diabolical. Now the thing about that's diabolical, right? The thing about it is, not only did he do the investigation and make the connections and figure it out, but he waited a year while the city stalled him to get the information, and then he finally was able to figure out what the fuck was going on. You can't tell me that that's somebody who's just some politician who's running around throwing out the word reparations because it's the cool thing to do, because he's already been doing work.
It sounds like we got to find an opening from the people around him who may not be as willing to listen to people like us in these spaces. He's probably around the old garb of people shielding him to help, you know, keep this benign neglect type of policy against our people. But if he had an opportunity to speak to a you or a Rilla, I, Talent, No Taxation, the list goes on and on, Trouble, Miss Cruz, etc. Everybody in here that normally comes into your spaces and speak, Professor and stuff like that. Like you said, I think he would get a very more rounded, comprehensive understanding of the current conditions, as well as understanding fully the continued legacy of harms that we're still having to endure because nobody wants to, come out full throttle on standing on specific policies for our people as a whole. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm encouraging everybody to, do their best to find these videos. I put a bunch in the Purple Pill. Again, it's 4 months away from the election. 100 million people didn't vote last time. There's these 5 battleground states where he is polling above Donald Trump in the youth demographic. It seems that he's always had the youth demographic. I saw a report from last year that said he had the youth demographic as well. They expected him to falter. They expected him to peak last year, but apparently he's still peaking. He's still growing. He's still adding states to the ballot that he's going to be on. He says he's going to be on 50 states. I don't see why not. When they're turning in signatures in some states, they're turning in 4 times as many signatures as are required. So there is an excitement in the people in Indiana. They and this is the Democrat, this is the shit that they do. They essentially they challenged the signature, saying that the people didn't know what they were signing for, which that sounds completely fucking absurd. But so at any rate, they went out and got twice as many more signatures to get them on the ballot. So and that to me is unheard of. I've watched a lot of independent campaigns, on the ground campaigns, trying to do this shit, and they're not able to accomplish that. I just think, like, for what it's worth, if he can at least get to the point where he gets, because right now at 15%, that would be 80 electoral college votes. If he gets 80 electoral college votes, it's unlikely that Trump or Biden will get to 270. And then that creates a situation where, is he able, because the only thing, he's not going to be able to get the presidency, he'll probably would leverage it for a vice presidency. And then what can he do as the vice president becomes the question. I still think that would potentially set him up for a 2028 run, where if you create these relationships and you create these connections, that you could actually have this line into what he's got going on. And here's the other thing, because he has been a lion in the courtroom in these different cases where he cites. I work with Johnny Cochran. I did this Monsanto case. I've done the stuff for the NAACP, not so much for the NAACP, but because they wanted to put a dump site in the black neighborhood. You see what I'm saying? So if you can keep that connection, even if he doesn't rise to the presidency.
I think the 3 minutes is having some issues.
Yeah, he keeps having connection issues. Next time he comes up, we'll just let him talk, but it looks like it's kind of in and out. You might have to update.
That's a real person?
What's that?
3 minutes is a real person?
Yeah. They has a YouTube channel. Yeah. So where was that? I would say, so even if he doesn't win, he's still an attorney and will likely continue to spend his whole life fighting for these different issues. And some of these issues, like right now, everybody's they got the lawsuit fever. Maybe there is a really good lawsuit that is lineage based, like that Fearless Fund. I wish that Fearless Fund was a lineage based situation, because it really would have been given us an opportunity to challenge the U.S. Constitution for a lineage based program. It turns out it was race based, whatever, and it was people of color based and all that. And that actually is interesting, because they do a lot of people of color stuff in that organization, but they had this specific grant that was strictly for Black women, quote unquote. But even that, in my opinion, still was kind of different races that they were allowing to get money out of that, even still. But if it was lineage based, it would have given us a test case at the Supreme Court. I think the Supreme Court is smart enough to not even take that case. I think what's going to happen, to be quite honest, is they're liable to pass on those cases that are clearly lineage based cases, because what it would do is it would cement in law at the highest court that this is a path for us to take. and so I know there's a few people who have lawsuits out there. So I think the biggest benefit in those lawsuits would be not so much whatever the award may be that Congress may never fund, but that they would actually get that case to the federal court system and get a victory at the federal court based on the Constitution. And then if somebody wanted to appeal it and then it goes up to the Supreme Court, you could come up with a constitutional decision that makes these lineage-based programs, effectively a legal situation that no one could dispute anymore. If they go the other way, then in my opinion, it dismantles a lot of shit that they got going on, that they've had going on for a very long time. So I think they're in a no-win situation if we can get the right case. Excuse me. I need to take a pause. Okay, 3 minutes of power. If you can update your app, they did an update at some point. I had to update my devices. Definitely come back up. And let me go. So then they have one that's called The Two Sides of America. I'm gonna let you guys choose. Or We Want Reparations, Black Americans Turning History into Justice. Do 100 for the reparations one. Do a heart for the what's one?
I was gonna say thumbs up. Okay, well go ahead. Heart's fine too.
Hearts for the Two Sides of America. Okay, cool. Two Sides of America it is. Here we go.
19 keys, and this is high level conversation. Don't believe that they wanted an America back. They wanted America forward. They want a different type of America in the first place. And this is probably where the principal differences become, right, as far as the way people view America. Martin Luther King had once said that there's two sides of America, right? And, having a duality of consciousness myself, right? Being able to W.E.B. Du Bois talk about the double consciousness, right? So the consciousness of self-awareness and then the consciousness of how white America views you, right? But then it's the consciousness of how we view the world. So when we utilize terms like our America back, it's almost isolating and not a touch in the fact that we say we don't want it back. We want things to change, because when we talk about democracy in this country, right, we never believed that democracy was for us, because even when you talk about in the 60s and 70s, we was always fighting it, right? It was always, when are we going to get our rights, right? Which should have been established as human rights. So now, as we find the things that are most important to us is wealth, so that we can decide what we want our future to be. Most people that come from where I come from and think like I think are not waiting for the president to change things, right? You create opportunities, and whatever opportunities you create, we will get access to those opportunities in the best way that we know how, because I believe that that's the best thing that government can do, is to provide opportunities. And the businesses, right, and the entrepreneurs, they take advantage of those opportunities. But in today's time, people are struggling. Most people are broke. They don't have any money, right? And the middle class expansion is where I want to kind of get into what your plan is, right? How do you plan on creating opportunities and new jobs? Because you talked about AI, which means that there's going to have to be a complete reskilling of America. That the AI steals the job. And there has been reports that shows that Black people are disproportionately going to be affected by those jobs, right? That AI takes first, because we are in that particular labor market. So I want to know about your plan of middle class expansion of America.
First of all, let me say one thing about AI. It used to be when we talked about AI, we thought, yeah, I mean, Elon Musk famously said, AI first, it's going to steal our jobs, and then it's going to kill us. When he said it's going to steal our jobs, everybody assumed it was going to be the jobs of blue collar workers that were going to be taken. Mm-hmm. And that it's going to be driving jobs. And, I think 40% of the jobs in our country involve driving, and that those are going to be taken away first. And but what we're in factory jobs, of course, can be replaced by robots, et cetera. What we're finding out is that AI is actually taking jobs from white collar workers, that the people who are most vulnerable are attorneys, are accountants, are artists. My wife, who's a actress, just came off a strike, and that strike was largely centered on AI being able to steal the image of these actors and not pay them for it, and commoditize their personalities, their images, steal them actually. And that what we're more and more realizing is that the only jobs that are safe are trades jobs. If your toilet breaks in the middle of the night, a robot is not going to climb your stairs in your house and come fix it. The roofer, the electrician, the people who have to go into the crawl space to fix, the pipes in your house, the electricity, the carpenters, et cetera, that those are the jobs that are going to be the most enduring. And yet we have stopped training kids to take those jobs, right? We're not doing shop in high school anymore. The federal government doesn't give you student loans to go to a trade school the way that it would a four-year college. A four-year college, you're bankrupt in the end, and your hopes of ever paying that back are close to zero for most people. So you're bankrupting this whole generation. You're robbing the middle class of its vitality, and you're not training people for the jobs that are actually going to be able to flourish and to survive AI, to endure AI. And one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to switch that, and I'm going to make sure that people have an opportunity to learn the trades, and that is one way of starting to rebuild the middle class. The other, I'd say, most important thing that we need to do, key, is to get everybody into a home. Right now, we borrowed all this money. We've spent $8 trillion on wars since 2001 in the last 20 years. And that money is bankrupting the American middle class. And it is systematically the Fed and, all of these, the control by these corporations is like a sump pump that is pumping money and equity out of our communities into this new oligarchy of billionaires during COVID, which was the coup de grace. President Trump and President Biden shut down 3.3 million businesses. They let Walmart continue. They let Amazon continue, the big shots, and they made billions. But if you were a local business, 41% of Black-owned businesses will never reopen. I've been to Harvard Lee, which is a Black community in Cleveland, and it was poor, but it was thriving. There were shops everywhere, and I went there 6 months ago, and every shop is boarded up. The Black banks have all closed. There's only 25 Black banks left in our country, so there's nobody making loans in these communities for home improvement loans and business loans. In that community, I met with Black business owners, one of whom owned a sausage company that was famous in the area. It was an 80-year-old sausage company. Many of these Black-owned businesses that we lost had 3 generations of equity in them. There's 3 generations sweating, spending money to build a business that was supporting their families, but supporting their community, and those were wiped out. And the equity has been systematically stripped from Black communities in this country. Home ownership, beginning in 2008, but even before that, these mushroom loans that collapsed ultimately in 2008, they were tried first for a decade before that in Black communities, and nobody noticed that all of those were being stripped. If you don't have capital flowing into your community, you're going to have crime instead. There's a direct correlation, and Black communities can no longer get capital in this country. We need to give people access to capital. then they can pursue their entrepreneurial energies. The principal way that people have access to capital is through home ownership. When after World War II, when my uncle was president, our country owned half the wealth on the face of the earth. The American middle class was the greatest economic engine ever devised by humanity. And one of the reasons is because the industrial base of Europe had been leveled during World War II, but also the other major factor is that after World War II, we got every American into a home. We had the GI Bill. Blacks and whites could afford a home. You could back then, and we had the highway system that was opening up all this new land. Back then, the price of a home was typically around a 1 year's salary.
What year was this, you said?
Well, after World War II, we did that by 1960, by the time my uncle was president. So that's 15 years after the war. We were the richest country in the world. And the middle class was the base for American democracy. And what happened is, if you own a home, two things happen. One is you care about your community. You care about your police. You care about your fire protection. You care about your schools. You go to the PTA meetings. You care about the appearance of your home. You care about your neighbors. But more importantly, you have equity, which means you can take a second mortgage on that home and you can borrow money.
Understood.
So if you have an entrepreneurial impulse, you want to build a yoga studio, you want to build a liquor store, you want to build a saloon, you want to build a sporting goods store, you can get a hold of that money, you can bet your house on it. And that's what happened. You had this incredible ferment, and that grew the American middle class because so many people were starting businesses in this country, little businesses. And during COVID, Amazon, I've spent most of my life in little towns, right? So I have a little town. It had its own bookstore, its own sporting goods store. You go into that store, and there's a plaque on the wall that, first of all, my kids would work in those stores in the summer. They'd give them summer jobs. They had a plaque on the wall of the store. These stores, almost all of them, of gratitude from the local Boy Scout troop, from the Little League teams. They paid for my kids' hockey uniforms. They paid for their Little League uniforms. Amazon's not doing that. And they were paying taxes, so that when I spend money there, I was spending more than I spend at Amazon. But that money was recirculating in my community all the time. So it was benefiting me even after I spent that buck. It was helping me because that guy was going to hire my kid in the summer and pay for the hockey uniforms. And they cared about the community. Now that guy is gone. Amazon is not paying local taxes in Harvard Lee or anywhere. But you think, okay, well, at least they're paying federal taxes. No. Last year, you know how many dollars Amazon spent on federal taxes? Zero. So they're doing it right in front of us. They're strip mining the wealth from the American middle class, from the poor people, the working poor in this country. They're moving it upward to this new oligarchy of billionaires. During the 500 days of lockdown, President Biden, President Trump created a billionaire a day. 500 billionaires in 500 days, and they impoverished our country. And the desperation, the violence that you see now is really a reaction to that, to the theft that people understand at one level or another is happening systematically to them.
This damn product right here got too much stuff in it. It got black seed oil, got cannabinoid.
Okay. So I'm gonna play one more, and then I gotta get my Z's because I do gotta drive a truck and work and all that good stuff. I hope this was informative. Again, prayers to the Trump family and all those things. I think RFK sent a message to the Trump family immediately about that situation because he has direct connection to those type of events. And I all the way around, yeah, he's a white guy. Yeah, white people are racist. It's genetic, it's inherent. Not too many white people go out of their way to help others. I'll just put it that way. And so what I hear is someone who has built a career. There's no question about that. He earns a living. But I gotta assume, because I've worked with attorneys before, and most of them don't give a fuck about none of that shit. To be quite honest, they're all about the money, and it seems that in these conversations, when he's laying out what he's done in over his life, that there was some things that he was doing where he wasn't being compensated. I hear that in between the lines, and I think that we probably, as a group, those of us who are interested, just try to get more information about it. They do hold spaces. I was in a space, which is why I invited that guy, I think Jay, who came up way earlier. And they were in there talking about, different things that was going on in the campaign. And they referenced a Sunday space where they talked about reparations. Now, I've been trying to find that space so I could at least listen to it to see what they were talking about, but I can't find it. I'll probably have to ask that guy if he knows what space that was, so at least I could listen to it and see what the talking points were. But even in everything that I said, or everything that I presented that he said, the fact that he came out, I think it was just a day or so ago, where he said, I want to create a situation where we have Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, Green parties, and other political parties, interest, all at the table, all with a position. Again, that's not something that you hear coming out of the duopoly, the uniparty, the Democrats, the Republicans, red versus blue, good cop versus bad cop. They just keep that going, even though we know behind closed doors they're fucking negotiating, working deals out, and manipulating shit behind the scenes. We know that's happening. Where he's saying, let's just let's work together to fix the problems that are affecting America. And then it's one of those things where, would he be able to accomplish it? That's where you got to deal with Congress. I think that's when he starts talking about, this is what I would do based on what he knows the president can accomplish on his own, from that office alone, whether that be executive orders or whatever it is, and then continue to work to get stuff through Congress. I kind of think that's where he's at. There was a video I watched where he really talked about a lot of that stuff. I'm going to try to find it, so maybe that'll be the last video. But you got it, Miss Aon.
Thank you. No, I was going to say he's just going to have to be a political bully. If he ever gets in office, he's going to have to do like Lyndon Baines Johnson did. He was a bully in that White House. He was dead set on delivering the 1965 Civil Rights Act and all the legislation with it, and he got it through. I visited the Lyndon Baines Johnson library, looked in the archives, listened to some of the audio of just his conversations with different congressmen and politicians and stuff. He was not fucking around. If he wanted something done, he had no problem in going across the aisle against his opponent and giving them an ultimatum. You can hear it in his conversations, old archive recordings and stuff. So I think we would have to be in a position where we encourage someone like a RFK once he assumes office, and be like, no, we need to take this back to the basics of what your uncles and stuff were on back then. I think that's where politics honestly needs to go at, because back then, this country is still riding off of the success of World War II 80 years later. They just celebrated D-Day, last month, June 6th. And so, with that, people was able to, I touched on this because I've always been fascinated with studying about World War II because it was the most purest war that this country has ever been in, that had a clear-cut objective and a clear-cut enemy. Any other conflict after that this country is engaged in, we don't know what we're fighting anymore. But in that war, we knew what we was up against, and this country, and when I say we, I'm not saying us as a collective is equal to that of white people. I'm saying just as a nation. But this country knew what the objective was, who the enemy was, and what it took, and to be successful and win. I just recently watched the movie Oppenheimer, even though I was just dastardly disappointed. I don't know why that movie has gotten so much accolades, but whatever. But when I look at stuff like that, the Manhattan Project, D-Day, how this country was able to mobilize unlike anything else. Like, to this day, D-Day is the largest amphibious invasion that this country has engaged in to date. Not even nothing like Desert Storm. I mean, we was stationed in 92 in Bermuda, and the only thing that saved my dad was because he was a single parent father. Other than that, he would have been in that conflict. I just look at stuff like that, this country's ingenuity. When it wants to go after something, when it wants to get shit done, it knows how to get shit done. And that's why I'm very unapologetic with this country. You're not going to tell black people, after all that we put into this country to make it what it is
in Atlanta, Georgia
today, that you can't get this shit done for us. But everybody wants to hearken to, this, you guys have been at this and have been, affected by this since 1865. Every time I open up the book to fulfill these rights and I read over my speech that I gave to the OMB, it's just an echo of that. And I'm not just willing to just, lie down and allow people to continue to tell us that, we can still take on being afflicted as a people, but, get over it, and, we got to move on to other stuff. It's like, no, either you fix us or you're going to watch this country crumble. We're not going to have to do a thing. We're in a supreme position now where we literally don't have to do a thing. We just have to brace ourselves for what's to come, if anything, if they don't want to comply. But as far as us having to actually, get upset, get our cortisone levels up and running, no, because this country is at a point of no return when it comes to its democracy. Other nations are watching. They're seeing that this country has weakened. And that 80-year success of riding the successes of World War II is ending. We're in a new world now. I was telling somebody in the back channels, the last movie that Tom Cruise was in, Dead Reckoning, Mission Impossible series. If you have the opportunity, watch the first 30 minutes of that movie, man. Like, this is where we are right now. They just had Russia had just been attacked, last week, I guess? I know they've been trying to downplay that. But this is where we are right now. Like, this next conflict that this country will get into, I'm pretty sure of that. Okay, it's going to be a war over resources. Who controls what? It's going to be another global scramble, and we have to be prepared to find a way to find our niche. That's what I was saying. We're just going to have to brace ourselves to be able to withstand the fallout from it. We've always been in that position, always. But I mean, I'm very much tempted to reach out to RFK myself, as well as on behalf of our organization. Like I said, we actually have a meeting today later on, and I might just send him over the copy of to fulfill these rights and say, hey, you need to pick up where your ancestors left off here. They were unapologetic with dealing with the plight of our people, and in the opening of that book, they utilized in 3 days 2,500 experts, banks, businesses, construction. Like this wasn't a small operation. And if people know Mr. Charles, our president, he worked under the Trump administration. He doesn't like talking about it. I've tried. But he worked under the Trump administration. He's worked at the White House for 40 years. So he knows the ins and outs of everything. He's not on here as much, of course, because this app is crazy and there's a lot of crazy people on here. But it just, we have, the people and stuff in place amongst ourselves to make things happen. We just got to have an imagination unlike any other just to execute it. And I think a lot of times we stifle ourselves just off of sheer doubt. Like it's other things that, I could share with you personally, because I trust you, because you've been at this for some years now, analyzing politics and stuff. So I trust your better judgment. But put it this way: I have in my possession the smoking gun that will end all of this. I got this book and that cache of books that I bought when I bought the Jim Crow's Defense Anti-Negro Thought, that pretty much will make a very strong case that, addressing our direct needs, if you were able to do it for a particular said group that no one can ever talk about, you could definitely do it for us, since they base their whole legislation off of what was going on with us in America at the conclusion of World War II. And I'll just keep it at that for now.
I got you. That makes perfect sense. 3 minutes. You got it. Uh, 3 minutes. You got it. You got to unmute your mic.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Thanks, Gray. It's always a pleasure, What I wanted to say is I just wanted to tap in and say that, look, we don't have a problem. We don't have, even though we can be stubborn, we can be crazy, we can be stupid, we can be, we can disagree with each other and so on, but we don't have a big problem. There's no major problem among us. The problem is that we are under a system of government-sanctioned anti-Black policy, period. And in order for us to succeed and move forward the way we've been talking about for hours here, is that it just simply needs to be removed. Now, in order for that to be removed, we're generally powerless to be able to remove that system. So in order to remove that system, we're going to need something huge to happen. And in order for that to happen, the only thing we could do is to use what little power we have to encourage that to happen. So as far as my thoughts on RFK, he seems like a great guy, seems like a nice dude and everything, but, he tends to talk about things and talk about facts, but he doesn't say, for the most part, he doesn't say what he's going to do to stop those things. So if we take, the system, I don't believe is going to change if we slowly start taking one step at a time over the next 30 years to make something change. I don't think that's the approach. I think RFK is here for a specific reason, just like Trump and Biden. RFK is here just to make sure that the votes get taken away from the Democratic Party, whoever runs or however it works, so that Trump gets elected. And as you can see, the universe is working. Since we haven't, I don't think this movement has done half as much as it could have with as much numbers of FBAs that we got here online. I don't think we've done half what we should have been able to do with the numbers that we have and the influence that we have over these people. We haven't really done much. So the universe is having to take Biden out by making him flip up and flop up, and Trump being shot at this evening is going to make him I believe it's going to push his campaign further. And I believe RFK is going to serve his purpose, what he's here to do, which is to be that guy to take the votes from Biden. I believe a Trump election should. We mentioned earlier, Gray, that I'm looking to have the country destroyed. That's somebody that you know is looking to have the country destroyed. I don't know if you were talking about me or not, but if it was, that is not what I mean. The country will survive. It's just that we need a massive moment in order to force a conclusion. Everything where we are right now is happening simply because of anti-black policy. It's the thing. It's the elephant in the room that no one wants to face, and they're never going to face it. No one does anything that they're supposed to do. No one does anything right unless they're forced to. I'm not saying that no one. I mean, I'm not saying generally. No one really does anything right unless they're forced to. Abraham Lincoln, he generally did talk about, the institution of slavery, and people did fear him ending it. But at the end of the day, the Emancipation Proclamation, they passed it because they needed those black soldiers to fight, and it came about in a way by force, just like the Revolution and everything else. The only way we're going to move forward as a people is not because we haven't figured out how to organize yet. We've been organizing all throughout American history. The problem is that we have a system of government-sanctioned anti-black policy that is in place. And giving the black banks a few more dollars and giving black farmers a few more dollars, while that will help, it doesn't stop the system from taking. Puff Daddy has $300-400 million in the bank. He can't help a black person, or he can't do anything sizable to help black people, or they will take everything from him. And the same goes for Jay-Z, Will Smith, and all the other people we worship. So the bottom line is that our group online, talking here for hours and hours and hours. When we wake up today, RFK isn't going to be any closer to being elected than he was before we started this conversation. Okay? The bottom line is this is between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And what I believe that we should focus on doing, which might even already be too late, is using what little power we have, because we're generally powerless in the face of white supremacy. What little power we have to either vote for Trump or stay home and not vote at all, and allow this guy to get in, because he can start. The trouble will start from the top down. Once white supremacy begins we need to drive the fracture in white solidarity that currently exists. We need to turn it into a chasm, because every time that fracture in white solidarity has become a chasm, something big has happened. The first time it happened, the revolution happened. It was the birth of America. The second time it happened, it was the ending of slavery. This is the third time it's happening. We're living in a moment in history that is larger than just. What's happening now is larger than just RFK about to get elected and give a few black banks some extra money. What's about to happen is I believe everything is about to change, and I believe it's going to begin as a result of Trump becoming elected. So my advice, which I know that no one cares, probably understands, or is even listening to, or I'm not here to argue about this. This is just my opinion, that we need to use what little power we have just to get him elected. And I think we already kind of flopped that up because, like I said, like a lot of the new black media and everybody that's selling us products and stuff like that, I believe that we could have used that influence to get our message out to more of these black baby boomers and these black women and these other people who are still on the Biden train, because the vast majority of blacks are still on the Biden train. And because the universe knows we ain't really doing nothing about that, he's making Biden God is whatever controls things. The ether is making Biden have these flip-ups and making it easier for Trump to get in there. So I believe that what's going to happen is already happening. I believe Trump is going to win this election, and white supremacy is going to go at each other's throats. And when things get bad enough, I believe usually moments like this take about between 5 to 7 years to conclude. If you look at the different times in history, like the Revolution and the Civil War, usually 5 to 7 years to conclude. And when they conclude, they're going to have to say, how did this all happen? Why did this all happen? It all happened because of white supremacy. It all happened because we're constantly trying to dodge the fact that this country owes a debt to black people and has to stop this system. I believe the white racial order will disappear, will be abolished in this country by the year 2030, 2031 sometime. I know that all sounds like a dream to you guys, but it doesn't sound any dreamier than RFK coming in and saving us either. But that's just my opinion. And, you guys, I appreciate the time. I appreciate the platform to let me talk, and that's just my opinion. And I think that nothing we do in our group, we are a very small group online, and even smaller when you look at the numbers of us who are willing to do something or who are actually going to take some type of action. But like I said, in the eye of white supremacy, we're generally powerless. We're going, just like during slavery, we were generally powerless. There were many revolts and so on in those times, but it wasn't. A lot of people like to fancy it and say slavery ended simply because we did something. Although there was a lot that we did, at the end of the day, it was the chasm in white solidarity that changed the North and the South forever and made everything move forward. And I believe that we're headed into that time. I believe that really there's not much we can do except for either stay home on election day or vote for Trump. A vote for Trump doesn't mean you endorse him. It just means you are promoting the chaos that will ensue from his election, that will eventually become so chaotic that a solution will have to be found, just like the Civil War. It was so chaotic, there had to be a solution. The Civil Rights Movement, it was so chaotic, there had to be a solution. What's the solution? And usually they know what the solution is. They all know that it's about anti-black white supremacy. It's just nobody's going to admit it to themselves, just like anything, unless they're forced, like most people. Like people, even in our movement, no one listens and no one cares unless they're forced to. You know what I'm saying? So, and I believe that time is upon. So that's my input. Yeah, thanks, Greg.
Thanks. 3 minutes. I don't want to say that no one listens and no one cares. I think we all listen to each other and we believe ourselves. We believe that we're not going to do anything different because we haven't shown anything different within ourselves. And so that causes people to become cynical and causes people to believe that, well, if I'm going to be the only one out here and the nature of people voting blue is not going to change our conditions, well, the nature of people voting red is not going to change our conditions. So that means that you have to make a conscious decision as an individual collectively and get active in your community. The hardest thing that people have, like you just mentioned, listening, but the hardest thing is actually staying consistent and active, because you have people like 19 Keys mentioned and broke down so eloquently. You have people going through different elements in our community, because again, the agency that collects data on us that claims that we are 13% of the population, which I think that's a lie. However, they never take the time to actually state the fact that for 13% of the population, how do we make majority of the votes? How is it that black women and black men, it's not a gender thing when you're talking about voting, it is the very statistical data proven that Black men and Black women vote identically at the same rate for one particular party over the other. And that goes back to people just showing up at the voting polls, and because they have not taken the time to actually have these discussions in the way that we're taking the time, but they're having them. There are people who have these discussions in the community. If you would actually go to those meetings and actually saturate the position on lineage work, the position on breaking down the changing of how we actually interact in the political arena, the mere fact that you can't just use symbolism, you can't just use, what about the babies? What about the children? And we all are the world, and everyone is, all the same.
I don't understand how anything what you're saying has anything to do with what I just said. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just wondering.
You have to let me finish my point so you can understand. But again, if you don't understand what I'm saying, then the only thing I can tell you is that your point is none of these parties are going to listen to us until they take each other out, is what I understood from you. I'm explaining to you that does not mean that we disengage from the political system that we break down on Saturdays every Saturday. And outside of what I'm talking about is what I'm saying to you. So it's not a like a strong arm will of ideological beliefs. It really is talking about moving past the ability to not just acknowledge the fact that these two political parties are ready to take each other out. It's that we cannot disengage just because they're doing that. Do you understand? I think we have to have a strategic way.
I was not suggesting that we just simply disengage. No one is going to change anything they're doing. Everyone's going to do what they want to do. Everybody who's working in politics is going to continue. Everybody who's voting for Biden is going to continue. All the Black women who are voting for Biden are going to do it. Trust me, you can't tell them anything. You're not going to be able to tell any Black man who's for Trump that not to. They're going to have every excuse, whatever, for what they believe. So it's impossible to get me suggesting here in this small room among this small group that all Black voters disengage. I mean, that's a silly notion because that's just simply not going to happen. I'm just offering my opinion as far as what overall the big picture is going to come all trickling from the top down. We're going to be doing whatever we want to do. I mean, in Independence Day, when the aliens are coming, everybody was still on their way to work. You know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody's still going to do what they want to do. But, I'm just saying that we're very, sorry to cut you off, but I just believe we're powerless to really change too much about what's oppressing us. What's oppressing us is so much larger than what we give it credit for. And we're disorganized. We're not only powerless to stop it generally, we're disorganized. We're a very small group that does not speak for even, we don't even speak for a tenth of the Black voters here online. Like I said, Joe Biden still has all of the Black vote. If they wanted to, they could just steal the election and just say whatever, have the Mexicans vote and Biden win. But I believe Biden can't win because of this whole dementia thing. It's going to make it harder for them to steal it for him. And Trump let
me finish my point, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to end it with this. For the people who have developed organizations and the people who are actually making small, committed actions to actually do things on the ground in the grassroots, that is the energy I believe we need to actually pull and run to. And if you can stay committed to that, worrying about everything else, if it's going to stay the same, it's not going to help us put our energy into something that we know that we want to see, or we know that we do have control over, or we know that we have found our voice and power in. Because the one thing that is true, reparations on the social media level, once it started hitting the vast majority of media, it grew like wildfire, whether people didn't agree with it or not. And that didn't change people's ideological beliefs. It opened up the discussion. So again, it tells me that we have to be somewhere having the discussion so that we can start to saturate the information into the hands of the people who can get into the places of power. That's important. So everything else, let it fly.
That's how I look at it. And I'm a Black woman, a descendant at that.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Yeah.
I think one of our best things that we could do is I believe, I mean, something that I have been working on, and Gray knows about this. I've been working on this for quite some time. Getting that Biden boycott flyer out into the streets, and so far I've gotten it to every state in the United States. I've gotten about 35,000 of them out, and I still have 1,000 that I'm going to be starting to pass out toward the end of the summer when this election. I think the best contribution we can make right now is to make certain that Donald Trump wins. That's what I think our contribution should be. But like I said, everybody's going to do whatever they want to do, and they're going to make their own contributions. Some people are going to still continue going to the city council meetings, yelling at white supremacy surrogates and thinking that's going to make a change, or, you know, I mean, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, yeah, we got reparations in the national lexicon. I mean, we got hip hop in the national lexicon too. But what happens is that white supremacy, we always get something started. We got rock and roll started. Once we get it started and it goes, and as soon as it hits the cloud, white supremacy just takes it and puts it on a silver tray and throws it right in the garbage can. And that's what's happening with reparations, the whole reparations talk too, by the way, right now. There's nowhere where it's not really a trick bag right now. It's in the national lexicon only because they're shuffling it right on out of the national lexicon. Nothing is going to change for us unless government-sanctioned anti-Black policy is 100% eliminated. So just like one last point I want to make about RFK. I'm coming, and I'm going to do these good things. I'm going to give these farmers, blah, 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 blah. That's like somebody coming and saying, hey, I'm going to come. I'm not going to be able to free all the slaves, but I'm going to give some of the slaves better work detail, and I'm going to probably put a little bit of money in the pockets. I'm going to pay you 5 cents an hour. No, slavery has to just end across the board in one day. Just like anti-Black policy. It just got to end across the board. There's nothing wrong with Black people. What we are is we're a plant pot with a top on it, with a pot top on it, and the sun is not getting in because white supremacy is there. And drilling RFK maybe, or whoever is talking about maybe drilling some holes in the pot top. And yeah, maybe some sunlight will get in, maybe a weed might grow out of there, whatever. No, we need the entire pot removed, and we are not powerful enough to do that. The only people who are powerful enough to remove that pot are white people. It's white supremacy itself, the system of white supremacy. And the answer to their answer is we're never going to do that. And the only way they're going to do that is if they are forced to. And I believe that we are coming into a political time where that force is about to happen. And I believe that force is Donald Trump. And I'm not saying Donald Trump is going to do a damn thing for Black people. I'm saying he's unwittingly going to fuck up the system of white supremacy, because all what's happening in this time is that half of white people, all white people don't want to see Black people with 2 nickels. The vast majority of the evil white supremacist system does not want to see Black people with 2 nickels to rub together. Okay? The problem is that half the white supremacists half of white society believes Trump is going to be that guy who's going to freeze the white racial order in place forever. And the other half believes that Biden, or understands that Biden, the Democratic approach to keeping us down, is actually better. In fact, if all the Republicans really understood how good the Democrats' approach to us was, they'd all vote for Biden tomorrow. But the bottom line is we got this coming from all sides. And RFK, while he's talking about where bad water goes to Harlem, I fail to hear him say, when I get in, I'm going to turn those pipes around from Harlem and face them back out to the ocean. He ain't saying that either. A lot of people say facts, and every single one of the people we worship here online talks about the facts, but no one says what they're going to do. And the thing is that back to us being powerless to do very much. It's not that we're just now
Green rights.
Yeah, most Black people, we believe that if we keep going, somehow we haven't done something right yet. We got to find the right approach, and that's when we're going to be successful. No, the reason why we haven't found the right approach in 250 years is because the system of anti-Black policy exists, and it's more powerful than us. The only thing that's going to destroy it is itself, and the only thing we're powerful enough to do is promote that, and that promotion is a Trump re-election.
3 minutes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? 3 minutes?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Ellis.
Even though I know you're going to talk about something that has nothing to do with what I just said, but go ahead.
No, right. I'm going to talk about exactly what you said. You said right that number one, that slavery couldn't be eliminated in parts. That's wrong. That's part of the reason why we have Juneteenth. Slavery wasn't just knocked out overnight. It was a concerted effort that took place over time. Okay, it was not a single battle, even the Civil War itself. When you talk about the question of Donald Trump, I'm voting for Donald Trump, but Donald Trump isn't going to be the savior of black people. He isn't going to dismantle white supremacy. That's insanity.
Everyone can hear what this guy is saying. You see where he's starting? He's starting by telling you. I know, but I'm just saying, he's starting by telling you that it's an assumption.
Let him finish his statement, please, so we can
He's mentioning that I said that Donald Trump's going to save us. He's already starting off on the wrong.
We heard that you said Donald Trump is not going to save us 3 minutes. Just let him finish his statement so we can hear exactly what I see we're saying.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, now, what needs to be done, all right, is that we do need to continue to build the reparations movement. That does require education. That does require activism. That does require actually taking steps to prepare for the receipt of reparations. You know, I find it disingenuous, all right, when people say, oh, if we can't get it overnight in one shot, we don't want it. That's not how struggle and liberation works. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. See, for me, I was born in 1964. In 1964, you had the Civil Rights Act passed in June. I was born in April. For me, the change and transition from state-sanctioned segregation and was basically in a heartbeat. But for my parents, it was a long time coming. For their parents, it was a long time coming. Our purpose right now is to play our role, to spread the word, to do the work. And that's what our job is. It's all this other talk about, oh, this particular one and that particular one is nonsense. We need to make sure that we know what we're doing, why we're doing it, and where we want to go. Thank you.
I don't even understand where that came from, but okay.
And you must not be listening to yourself.
Okay, so let's do this, okay? Because you didn't understand what I was
happening here is very common.
So I'm going to say this. In a conversation, if you make it a point to be dismissive, then you're not in the conversation. If only you want to hear people acknowledge what you're saying, you're not in the conversation. You're having a one-sided conversation, and you want everyone to go along with what you believe because you believe you have the smoking gun. In a communicating conversation where you do hear what people are saying, you can acknowledge what you hear. Does not mean you have to agree. But to continuously just to come off your mic and just try to shut people down because they're responding to what they heard from you, that doesn't allow you to get their full thought across. That's not fair. I heard what ICA is saying, and he's literally saying the same thing you said. He's saying he's voting for Trump. He's saying that he believes that you still have to do the work for the community, which is us, and you have to stay committed to that. And that includes activism, that includes to getting involved, and that actually is part of Black Majority States movement, actively having a strategic method on continuously building a framework for ourselves, no matter what is getting ready to happen. So unfolding that information it's not a conjecture that you have to agree with everyone, because we don't have to agree with you. But we have to get to a point where we understand what people are saying, because you're not the sole person in this country. You're not the only one that makes a vote and brings people into office. There's multiple states of people. And if we can't get that together just in the small group that we're in right now, because you don't like what someone is saying and you think they're challenging you, come on. It's got to be different than that. Conversation is... Conversation is different than that. It is. And it's another term for conversation. It's I'm tired. It's probably because I'm damn tired. But I'm saying that I can understand what ICA is saying. And what we laid out tonight is that I can tell you that I'm not voting for Biden or Trump. That doesn't mean I'm not for reparations. It doesn't mean I'm not for dismantling the system of white supremacy or not voting blue no matter who or red because someone said. No, it means that strategically I'm making an informed decision by having a conversation, by talking to people who are in the same situation I am. They look like me. They're voters themselves, and they want to do something different. They want something different. Our ancestors have been crying and dying for it. The blood is in the street, in the trees. Like that's not an argument. It's not a tug of war. None of that.
I most definitely agree with that sentiment. One of the things which I've noticed in terms of this assassination attempt was that what the news media, like the radios and whatnot, and some of the people on social media are running with the narrative that, oh, the guy's a registered Republican. But if you read further down in the article, when the kid was 17, he was already donating to Act Blue and some other organizations for their Get Out the Vote initiative. So the guy seems that he was more than just a Republican, and he had some type of ideological shift, and then are some other things which are going on, but the narrative is this guy is a Republican. So the Republicans...
You're talking about, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You talking about the shooter?
Yeah, Matthew Crook.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, because that was according to Reuters this morning. I was listening to the radio as soon as I hopped on, because I just got up, unlike you. I'm sorry that you're at the wind down. I'm actually at the winding up point of the day, but that was one of the first things I heard, and I went to look to verify and see what the information was saying, and that in literally the same paragraph in Reuters, they're saying that he's a registered Republican, but that when he was 17, this would have been actually his first election, and when he was 17, he donated some dollars, it was a small amount, to Act Blue, and it was for their voter initiative. And I could post the thing in the Purple Pill, the article in the Purple Pill, if I haven't already.
Thank you. And that goes again back to 3 minutes, what he was saying earlier, is that, they're going to start imploding. And if they start to implode, cool. But at the same time, you also have to remember the Democratic Party and some Republicans have already signed off on a whole bunch of other nations to come into the country to get into position. Vivek Ramaswamy is a full-on depiction of what that looks like. I'm saying if people like that are running for office and get enough votes to get into a position to be a representative, to have power, all we're doing is waiting our time for another group of people to rise up and want to keep us in bondage or keep us from getting our resources. So we have to be prepared, regardless if you like it or not. Regardless if you like it or not, because the groups that have been able to get into positions of power are not always white. People who are running government right now, they're not all white. They come from different nations and they look different, but they are anti-black. They are anti-black American. And the proof is in the pudding. Just look at the Supreme Court. Look at the House. You can pull up the House of Representatives. Majority of them are white, but they have identifiable ethnic and nationality backgrounds. Yes, they're supposed to be America first and all that BS, but they don't vote. They vote foreign policy more than they actually vote for doing anything for even poor whites. I'm just saying, a strategic informed vote It should be the name of the game for Black America. And it definitely should be on the top of the list, along with reparations and everything else. I'm definitely not champion two white men that should be sitting down in a rocking chair. I'm just not. I'm not. But I'm not against anybody who wants to vote for them. I'm saying that let's make sure that whatever we do, that we are also doing other things to be prepared to protect ourselves too, because that's going to have to happen. These people are crazy. They shooting up, large crowds and stuff. I mean, police brutality hasn't happened. It didn't stop when Trump was in office. It didn't stop when Biden or Obama was in office. That means that we weren't paying attention to who was on the state level and who had control of the states, where all these mass shootings and stuff were happening, or where police brutality was happening. We got to get that detailed when it comes to us. We really do.
Okay, this is gonna be the last thing I say for tonight. The Civil War. So in my profile, I used to have contrabands. Let me check it out because I did alter some things around there. Yeah, contrabands 100. Okay, so during the Civil War, 500,000, which represents about 12% of our population, self-emancipated out of the South into the North, and the Union was forced to create these contraband camps. They not only were the people who went into the Union Army and formed these colored regiments that eventually turned the tide in the war, but they were actively putting pressure on Lincoln to put forward with the different acts that have ultimately led up to emancipation. So it wasn't simply, and before that there were, we had a whole space about it, hundreds of rebellions and revolts that were intentionally designed, many of them, to capture territory, to establish sovereignty, and the phraseology that they used was create a black state. And there are newspaper clippings that are cited on that website where they say, and these are like in the 1800s, 1700s, where this group of, sometimes whites were involved too, to be quite honest, but it was always us, always our ancestors, that they were attempting to take over this city, this area, in order to establish their own state, their own country, their own area where they could govern and defend themselves. So I don't ever give Europeans any credit for anything that has happened to Black Americans, because they don't deserve any credit. They didn't do shit. Like 19 Keys said in that one interview, where we essentially need you people to get out of our way. And I believe that is the purest form of reparations that we could possibly get, to be quite honest, because if they would get out of our way, and take their boots off of our necks, and take the weight of their hatred for us away from us, and we were allowed to simply advance naturally and normally like normal human beings, that we would excel in this society. As far as the RFK thing, the space didn't go as planned, but we did get a lot of the information in. I will be keeping my eye on RFK. He's taking votes from Trump and Biden. This is the part that people don't understand, and something that I just learned by looking at these polling numbers. When Trump and Biden are polled, and this is a Pew Research poll that came out just a couple days ago, Trump had 44%, Biden had 40%, Kennedy had 15%. That's when all three of them are polled. When they're polled alone, Trump's percentages goes up by 6 and Biden goes up by 7. That's nearly an even split that Kennedy is taking away from both candidates. And that is why I believe, based on that, and then if you go further down this Pew Research story, they talk about, they actually break this down into men, women, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, different age ranges, college graduates, Republican leaning, Democrat leaning, and among those who supported Biden in 2020, which that's an even more interesting statistic. But when you look at the breakdown of these different demographic areas of all voters, Kennedy gets 15%, but he starts to excel with women, 17%. With black voters, is 21%. With Hispanics, is actually 24%, which is one of his higher demographics. 18 to 29, 22%. 30 to 49, 19%. Some college or less, 16%. Leaning Republican, 25%. Leaning Democrat, 26%. So it's an even split when you look at what party that is looking at him and interested in voting for him. Now, these numbers, because they're really centered on Democrat voters, I guess, and Republican voters, they're not even taking into account the 100 million people that didn't vote in 2020. In 2016, it was 90 million something. You know, in 2012, it was probably 80 million something. So the number has been increasing on the people who are not voting. And this is a huge untapped potential for him, again, to get 80 electoral votes, which is with 15% of the 538 that they need to win, or the 538 total electoral college votes. They need 270 to win. And so if he can maintain 15% going into that election, he gets 15% of the vote. I think they said Ross Perot got 20% when I looked that up, which that's very, very high. I didn't realize that he had got so high, but he got most of his from one side, the Republican side, which is why it hurt the Republican challenger, and Clinton ended up winning that election. I think that there is a real opportunity that RFK is able to evenly get Democrats and Republicans based on the polling. And if he's able to do that and maintain that, again, getting 15% of the vote down the middle, it will prevent Trump or Biden from getting the 270. And then it becomes, do they negotiate with him, make him a VP, bring some of his platform over to the and I think Trump will make that deal, because Trump doesn't give a fuck. I don't think Biden will make that deal, and I don't think Biden will be the nominee. But if Harris is the nominee, she's such that I believe she would make that deal. But if for whatever reason neither side wanted to make a deal, then it goes to Congress. And I believe from the space where we talked about that, the House votes for the president and the Senate votes for the vice president, or vice versa. I can't remember which one it is. It's one of the amendments. I think it's like the 12th Amendment or something like that lays it out. But essentially, they would go to a situation where the representatives of that state in the House would get one vote. So it's not that if the Democrats have 5 House representatives in Pennsylvania and the Republicans have 10, that the Republicans would outweigh the Democrats. That's not how it works. It is that all the representatives for the state get one vote. And so they would do that, and it's happened before where they had to do that. I think it happened at least one time in history, again, just kind of going off memory. So we wouldn't know who the president was, likely. I mean, if they go through several rounds of that, it might not be until 2025 when we would know who the president ultimately is. And then you got to look at it from the angle of the people are not picking the president. These representatives who we know don't represent us, and who are making backroom deals and all that. The same way we saw with the Speaker of the House, it'll be the same kind of BS going on And people will have to question, because we've never really had to deal with this in our lifetime. Is this person even a legitimate president? I think that does create certain amount of chaos, but I'm here for that. And morally, I can vote for RFK. I don't feel any guilt. I won't feel any shame. I won't feel like I participated in a genocide or whatever these fucking people are capable of. And I think there's no limit to what Trump or Biden are capable of in terms of having that authority, that power at the federal level, and especially putting in an administration that wants to dismantle half of the fucking federal government. That's going to cause massive amounts of chaos. And in my opinion, the one voter, one issue, immigration issue is not going to be solved by Trump. It may be made worse by Biden, and I'll certainly agree to that. But I don't believe that immigration is going to be solved by Trump in a 4-year administration. I just don't see it happening like that. There's too many structural issues in the way, the constitutional issues in the way. Even though they're illegal citizens, they are people, and they are considered people in the Constitution, and that's where the problem is going to come in. The country's done it once before in the past, and half of the people, or at least 500,000 of the people that they deported, were actual U.S. citizens. So, you know, I just don't see a mass deportation occurring that most people want. And I don't know if RFK can actually win the election. It's unlikely. He is a long shot by any stretch of the imagination, but anything is possible. I'll really stand on that. I do believe anything's possible. And for what it's worth, a lot of people are late to the fucking election. A lot of people are not even paying attention to the election until you get into like the final debate or the final week leading up to the fucking election. I mean, there's a lot of people who are just walking around like fucking zombies, doing whatever they're doing, living their best life. And then they wake up one day and realize it's the fucking election day, because they got a flyer, they got a bunch of flyers on their door or in their mailbox, and they're just like, oh, okay, well, let me go out here and get my sticker, do my duty. And again, I think that's when name recognition becomes very, very powerful, more than anything that has to do with any of the issues. And it's really a crapshoot at that point. So, you know, yeah, voting for RFK, I think it just gives people an opportunity to make a vote and not have a guilty conscience behind it. And that's really where I'm at with it. But I also think that as a person that has been sincerely working and getting paid for his work, no question, in these areas, that there is a level of sincerity there, there's a level of honesty there. And if voting for RFK hurts Trump, so be it. I know it'll hurt Biden, but if it also hurts Trump in terms of his ability to win the election, so fucking be it, man. Because again, they were lying last week. Some people could say it's karma what happened yesterday. I won't go that far. But don't lie to Black Americans. Don't fucking lie to us. Don't lie about some shit that's easily proven that you do know what the fuck is going on, or you're telling us you're incompetent, and I still don't believe you. Even if you came out and said I'm so fucking incompetent, I don't know what Project 2025 is, even though it's been around for over a year, and everybody that's around me is involved in it, actually wrote the fucking policy. You're that stupid. How would I ever trust you to run the fucking country? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. I think that was the worst thing that he could have done, as far as I'm concerned. Anybody with any type of morality and a conscience that continue to vote for that person, you know, it's like you get what you get. You get what you deserve. Because if he's going to lie about something as simple as that, imagine all the big, more important, more destructive shit that he's willing to lie about. That you will never be able to prove or never be able to connect them to. I just, I just don't get it. And on top of that, these fucking Supreme Court justices just gave him political immunity for anything he does as an official act. Why would you want to give that person that type of power? I say Biden needs to be stripped of the power. I think we need to start voting for people who are honest, sincere, who understand the people, who do the fucking work, who are in the trenches, and who are not beholden to these corporations and all these special interest groups and all this other shit. So on that note, thanks everybody for coming. I'm shutting down the YouTube. And like I said, I do have to get up for work because I work 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. And I do got to get some sleep. So shout out to the space. Shout out to everybody in it. If DJ's going to keep it going, word. If he wants to shut it down, Miss Rella wants to shut it down, I understand that too. But definitely tap into RFK. Again, it's a conscious, guiltless vote is how I'm gonna frame it. I ain't gotta wake up in the middle of the night and think that oh damn, I helped this fucking megalomaniac psychopath get into the office, and for the next 4 years, everything this fucking person does, I played a part in it. I just don't want to live like that.
Hey, before you go, I just wanted to just say, just to let you know how proud I am of you. I think all of us are opening up your bar, and your second one, I should say, and also, just always just keeping us kind of like, on a even keel. Even when, people at different, positions in conversation, you always bringing it back and providing that information. And shout out to and praise God for covering you through the process of getting your business where it's at, and hopefully further. Not hopefully, will be further along, and we are sending all love. Can't wait to come visit and just kick it and just celebrate with you. So peace to the room. Shout out to everybody that came on stage to speak. It's all love up in here. Even when we are at odds, we are not at odds. We're trying to peel back the layers. So I truly, again, thank you so much. And shout out to Black American Homeland for you both bringing us